Hey, what's good with it? No, I'm not on here yet. What's good with it? Let me do a self check. And if y'all can hear me, also make sure y'all give me a thumbs up if y'all can hear me. Okay, I can hear me. Self check is good. Self check is good. Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, I just popped up. Yeah, I wasn't even. I'm all out of sorts, so I can stay on here and do my live that I was going to do in a couple hours or whatever. But this popped up, and I need some help. So if y'all can hear me, yeah, okay. Let me shout. Let me go and do my chat call. What's up, Marietta Jones? You was first. Whoa! Phoenix Rising. Hey, Horny. Hey, Jennifer. Shawty. What's up, Shawty? Hey, Justice for All. Yeah, so check this out right here. And I label it breaking news. Maybe it's nothing, maybe it's something, but honey, when shit is crazy looking at me, something be wrong. So they are saying that the fucking octopus from the New York trial is showing up in the Chicago trial or a reference of it or something. So if can anybody find out or know if this octopus that showed his ass up in Chicago? I'm trying to look around, y'all. So look, let me see. Let me read what it says because I didn't even read what it says. Listen what Jason says. It says, "Behold, the RSK Enterprises octopus from the R. Kelly's New York trial. The company got a first mention this morning in his Chicago case as prosecutors are taking the jury through the money that allegedly flowed to victims." Right? And then he says, "This exhibit." So this is telling me that the octopus is going to show his ass up in Chicago. "This exhibit was actually used by Kelly's defense team, not the government, in the Brooklyn trial." So I'm confused. Does anybody know about the goddamn octopus? Where's the octopus? Hold on. Let me see if I can Google RSK. Let me see if I can Google R. Kelly octopus. The fuck? What octopus up there? I was gonna go through and read and break down Jane's testimony. Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me see if we got something about the octopus. Hold on. Let me see. Motherfucking octopus. Baby, they is doing it. Woo woo. So, with R. Kelly's ex accountant on the stand, prosecutors showed jurors a company document titled RSK Enterprises LLC, depicting a red octopus with Robert Kelly's as, oh, I can't even get it out, y'all. Y'all know I get tight tongued and fucked up when something shake me. The octopus, Lord, the octopus. Let me text people, tell them the octopus up there. The motherfucking octopus. Oh no, this is going bad. The fuck? The goddamn octopus. Hold on. So somebody tell me something. Let me reread it. It says, with R. Kelly's ex accountant on the stand, prosecutors showed jurors a company document titled RSK Enterprises LLC depicting a red octopus with Robert S. Kelly as the head prosecutor. "You created it to show this defendant's enterprise, correct?" He confirmed. "Who did this?" "The octopus, nigga." Wait a minute. This somebody else just. This ain't no professional person, but I'll read it. "This octopus nigga just quoted R. Kelly on his album. You really are problematic." I don't get that. But the octopus is up there. Who is putting the octopus up there? Who's in charge of the octopus? I'm trying to get some confirmation or something. Let me keep going. Let me see if I can find out about this octopus. Hold on. Uh-oh, somebody else done got the octopus. See, I told you, when there's something going on, that ain't. Anastasia says R. Kelly, Little Enterprise, as rendered by his accountant in form of an octopus. This is real and was entered in as evidence by the prosecution today. The octopus. Everybody's talking about. I told you. See, baby, listen. I don't mean to. I don't do no bragging, and I don't pop no collars and none of that shit. When I know something that ain't right or is right, depending on whatever side you're on, something that need to take notice. Everybody talking about the goddamn octopus. Let me come around there and see what y'all got to say with the octopus. Team Kels, don't pass out in the chat. And if you do, hit the like button before you pass out. Team Kels, don't pass out on me. Don't pass. I ain't laughing. Hold on. Motherfucking octopus. Hold on, y'all. They probably calling about the octopus. Hold on. Yes, honey. Okay. Sorry about that, y'all. So, all right. Now everybody's okay. I'm shaking. Hold on. Hold on. Let me get my shit together. Let me put my goddamn bonnet and turn it on around in front. Okay, I'm off today, so I'm not really off because today is the first day of class for my students. Yay! Woo! So anyway, so listen. I don't know what the fuck is going on. But let me see if somebody else talking about the goddamn octopus. Hold on. Honey, they texting their ass off about this goddamn octopus. Okay. No, that's not about the octopus. All right. Who is on the stand? Ex-accountant on the stand. Who is on the stand? Let me see if I can find out who's on the stand. Let me see if we can go back to okay. Let me see if I can see. Okay. Okay, let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Okay. Let me see if Andy got something. Honey, the goddamn octopus. Baby, they trying to listen. Even though this is not a RICO, and I'm not on around the front with y'all, but even though this is not a RICO case, right? I told you that in order to secure a three-way conviction, right? Because you got three people in a three defendants, it's best to keep them tied together. That's one. Not only to show, and also that octopus illustrates a larger picture of how things flow, you know, how things flow, right? The cover up and all the people that was involved and all of this. So they are pulling stuff from the New York trial. So while you can't talk about the conviction in the New York trial, right? Unless it it's a case that's dealing with financials or whatever, some kind of crimes of dishonesty. I don't know if they would can actually if Jabo would actually let that fly over here in Chicago, because there is some type of dishonesty and some payments, some financial crimes, that's involved. I don't know if she's gonna let that go or if the judge will let it go more properly, but they can definitely use that evidence, some of that evidence from New York, to show, hey, this is how operations work. These are all the people that were involved. This was a this is more now you see that that is more likely than not that a cover up happened. These are a lot of people that facilitated that cover up, all this type of stuff. That's what that octopus could be. They could be using it to show. I don't know. All I know is everybody they start talking about the octopus. It's back. The motherfucking octopus. God damn it. Let's see. Team PS, hit that like button before y'all pass out. Let's see. There go Dana. Let me see who's on the stand. Okay, let me read some of this because looks like he's doing some tweeting. All right, it says chart for payments to Jane shows she received payments between 2008 and 2015, including a series of almost monthly payments labeled settlement for a settlement fee. Last week, Jane testified about getting a check labeled settlement, but she never had an agreement with Kelly. It says chart for payments for Kelly to Jane's parents, identified in this trial by pseudonyms Brandon and Susan, totaling around $80,000 between 2006 and 2012. Some labeled loan in the memo field. And it says last week, one of Kelly's alleged victims, a now 37-year-old woman who claims Kelly sexually assaulted her uncountable times, starting at 14, and lied about it to thwart Kelly's 2008 child porn case. Let me see if Megan got anything else up there by that motherfucking goddamn octopus. The octopus. And these are visual depictions, right? Not for the sense. I'm talking about like the child porn and all that. I'm not talking about that. But these exhibits. And what it does is it gives a jury a visual depiction of how shit might have gone. How the cover up could have easily transpired. All the people that was involved, all the people that's handling money, all the people that's supposed to be runners, they're supposed to be in charge of the girls, and all this bullshit. So, and I'll get, and I was gonna get into it a little bit later, but I'll get into strategy on both sides, how this works. Let's see what else Megan got. Um, Pretty much the same thing. I'm trying to see who's on that stand, child. Let me see if David another day. Hold on. Oh, the octopus. Okay, he not gonna be another day. Who else was on the list? I mean, they came to play. No wonder they was up there talking about, I ain't gonna introduce this. The prosecutor, no, we ain't gonna talk about Aaliyah. No, we ain't gonna talk about this. No, we ain't gonna talk about that. Cause they know they was coming with the bullshit. And I don't say bullshit as is a good or bad thing. I mean bullshit mean like they know that they had something for your motherfucking ass. They was how they was gonna, the shit that they had. They didn't need Aaliyah and all this other shit. That's what I'm saying. Lord have mercy. I would quit and cry. Boy, I would quit and cry. Okay, this man tweets all over the place. Let me see. Okay, 20 minutes, 27 minutes, 2 hours. All right, 2 hours. Okay, week two of the archive trial has begun. An IRS agent has been called to the stand. All right, fairly dry testimony from an IRS agent at R. Kelly's trial on Kelly's finances. Prosecutors seem to be setting up future testimony on alleged scheming to fix R. Kelly's 2008 trial. But as per usual, at complex trials, prosecutors won't seek to connect all the dots until later. Okay. Um, That's 2 hours. Okay, 27 minutes. It says, an IRS agent described years of payments from R. Kelly to Jane, blah, blah, blah. Government filing says she and her parents were paid and was threatened they wouldn't testify 2008 trial. To miss the federal courthouse where R. Kelly's trial is happening lifted its mask mandate, blah, blah, blah. Okay. They ain't telling us nothing about that motherfucking octopus. Hold on. Go back and about this octopus. Well, Anastasia, let me click on you. You got something else to talk about. Who is you? I don't know you. You an NPR. Okay, I'll put you on the list. Anastasia, you got shook too, and all you did was goddamn tweet about that goddamn octopus. Okay, well let me come on around here. Anastasia. Prepare for a minute. An organization chart prepared by Kelly's accountant. Who prepared this goddamn? Who prepared this motherfucking octopus? Lord have mercy. Danny, what you got? Let me see what y'all got around here. Go into Jason's tweets. Okay, thank God. Because baby, I don't know nothing about listen. I don't know nothing about all this now. Thank you. Not a problem. Let me do exactly what you said. Let me get Danny's link that she done put in here. I would do exactly what you said. Oh, let me get Danny's link. Trying to click on it. I thought I was just in here with him. Okay, the federal court. Okay, I was just in here with Michael. All right, let me go back to Jay. Who you say, Jason? Okay, now you see, said go into the tweet. How you do that? That ain't what I was asking you about, big head boy. Okay, how you go into the tweet? You open the thread. How you do this? Okay, wait a minute. I don't fuck around with all this type of shit. Shit, this is worse than a goddamn. Okay. All right, I see what you're saying. Okay. All right, that's all. I'll open it up. All right. So, do I see what a comment bubble is? Okay, hold on. Y'all, my ass, baby. I don't know what the hell be going on. All I know, I saw that goddamn. I was looking around. What the hell? I saw that goddamn fucking shit. I was like, oh no, they got the goddamn octopus. Oh no, they going for broke, baby. Chicago ain't fucking around. You can believe that. Chicago ain't fucking around. Oh Lord, weirdos. Hold on, let me. Because Jason put up that behold. Okay. It's open. It is open. Hold on, y'all. I am looking for something. That shit. It knocked my ass out when I saw that goddamn octopus. 'Cause, see, that was uh New York's thing. So let me talk real quick about strategies and shit. And I'm probably gonna come back and do the. I don't know. I may try to stay on and do the breakdown of reading. I should, but I know it's a lot of people on. So let me get into this, right? Because as per usual, as per usual, I'm coming around the front. Hold on. As per usual, when you don't hey Danny, hey Jim, hey the hell. What's up the hell? Girl, they got the octopus. Honey, I almost passed out. So listen, listen. And I say this to say this. There are certain things, like, well, whatever field you guys are trained in, right? There are certain things when you see it and hear it, you know that you better watch it, right? You know that, hey, it is, listen, it is that thing that can make a difference, all right, in a case or in your life or whatever it is. It's just what it is, right? And I used to wonder why, when you see other attorneys come out here or whatever, very few will go into a deep explanation, right? And I use and I'm tell you, I'm so goddamn naive sometimes, it's ridiculous. And today when I was, you know, thinking about strategy and stuff like that, I was like, well, I wonder why some of these attorneys that come out here, it's a lot of them. Sibian had a whole bunch of them. And for the most part, I could tell you that, there has been a few on her channel that goes like deep into it. Give me a minute. Give me a minute, y'all. Hey, keep. Hey, keep. Let me see who else I ain't speak to. Hey, Miss Finish Y'all Baby One, Karen Johnson, and I got the rest of you. And so I was like, well, wonder why they don't go into it, And I thought about it. We are, talking to, lay people, right? I mean, if I go somewhere and somebody just start opening up and talking about motherfucking welding, I wouldn't know. I'd be somebody looking crazy. Like what? Like, well, shit. I'm like, where's the snack machine? Yeah, what? Can I give me some of them motherfucking little cookies or something? I can sit down. I don't know what the fuck you talking about. So I get that, and I just realized that today. That a lot of people, a lot of these attorneys that come out here, they don't go into it because they like, hey, people ain't gonna know what the fuck I'm talking about. But then you have some people that have the background of training and teaching, as I do. I pretty much almost as I got my license, I started training and teaching. I had been training in other areas, but when I got my license, I almost instantly started training and teaching. So that's been a long time. And I come from, amongst other things, just about even the doctors and the nurses or whatever in our family, whatever, everybody got a degree that they could teach college in, or at least high school, but they can teach. So that's what we come from. So that's normal and natural. And I never did see it as a challenge, right? I just saw it as, hey, I know how to disseminate the information where anybody on any level should be able to pick it up, right? Because you think about it, in some of these schools and that teach advanced classes, they had those students take law classes. My child did, had one or two. They take college level psychology, stuff like that. So so I never looked at it as a challenge, right? It was just, now it seems to be a challenge to understand, because I was looking on like Twitter and some of these other places, whatever. And when I tell you, you have people that is slamming both sides. They think the prosecutions ain't doing this, that, and the third. Yeah, they think J-Bo and them ain't doing this, that, and the third. And I'm like, I'm not even there. And I know I'm disagreeing. For one, from what's coming out through the tweets and whatever we're getting. And then, I only had a chance to listen to some of the goddamn testimony from James. So it's not that much. I'm gonna try to knock it out and do an RBA on it. Hopefully I can do it during this live. Maybe I have to come back. But yeah, maybe that's what I'll do. I'll probably come back because I'll probably just talk some bullshit now. And then when I come back, I don't have to go over what I'm talking about now. But you gotta think, all right, when it comes to the prosecution and pretty much the prosecution and defense. But I'll start with the prosecution. When it comes to the prosecution, they have a whole bunch of objectives, right? As though they're defense. But one of the main ones, it depending on what you're looking at. When you look at your file, you look at your case, you want to go after the jury. So you want to deploy strategies in which gets the commands the jury's attention and also keeps them thinking. Okay? You want to make sure you have damning shit. You want to make sure, normally want to, either your strongest goes first or last. And if you can get it, and if your shit is strong, you can get it in a timeline, a nice timeline, starting off with RL. She was back in the day in the 90s. I think that's it. The 90s, right? Now the early 2000, one of them. So if you can get all of that and you can get a good timeline going, you're gonna make your job easier for you. So while and I said this before, while it may seem like they may be asking questions that is of no consequence, that is weak, that you don't think they're hammering it home or whatever. Sometimes it's a buildup, and then they also piecing it together, because this is a case that has a bunch of paperwork where you got to put that paperwork together. You got to put this story together. You got to put these references together. You got to put this timeline together. You got to put it all together. Then you would know it, and maybe you don't, but you would know it when you hear it, when they are hammering home the point. You would know it. You would know what they're going for. You know what they're trying to illustrate. and all of that. You'll also know when it falls flat. Now, I thought that you motherfuckers would know that. Hell, after all this, we've been here doing this shit with me on here over a year. So I thought by now, and I know y'all, most of y'all will get it. I'm not talking about y'all, but I'm just saying. Some motherfuckers just ain't getting it. I don't know what to tell you what the people's doing, you know? So it's hard to kind of know, well, are they getting it out of that, or are they not? What the fuck is going on? And then you have, on the other side, you have the defense who is trying to counter back. Remember, they are countering. Hey, Purple Purple. Hey, Henny Hen. Yes, that's right, Miss Henny. Yeah, so you have the defense. Let me see. The hell, that's a good observation. And you have the defense that's countering back. They are trying to come uphill, and what she's doing, because I mean, unfairly, she's getting slammed by a lot of people, and it's a good thing that lawyers don't listen to motherfuckers that's not lawyers, because they would probably be like, huh? I mean, some of them will cuss you the fuck out if you don't, especially if you don't know what the fuck it is you're talking about. But please believe, a seasoned attorney in the expertise in the areas that she's seasoned in, there ain't a motherfucker I've heard that can say she don't know what the fuck it is she doing. Are you serious? Some of these motherfuckers barely know how to put their shoes on in the morning. And you want to talk about this, anybody at that defense table, anybody, you must be on crack. So put it down. If you don't understand strategy, then you're not going to get it. You're going to sound ignorant. You're going to make stupid posts because you don't get it. Some of these motherfuckers ain't graduate from goddamn middle school. Let's know, are you able to pass judgment on a motherfucker that done graduated? Some of these motherfuckers have been on a fucking peer review and all that bullshit. Hell, I ain't get on. I went on that shit. I barely passed. Oh, shit. I barely made it. Hell no. I'm gonna work on that bullshit. Nope. Got all that on their resume. I ain't got that. But shit, I'll be 100% goddamn fucking honest with you. So you ain't gonna tell me no shit like that. Somebody that works and in the areas of appeals and shit, you think these people keep hiring her just because? No. She got to have a resume. They could have hired anybody, and probably for a lot less. But it's something she's doing. You look at her resume. You look at her clients. I don't know what her and a lot of times, and it's not all about a win. Isn't all about getting your client off. It's about getting them off, or as least amount of time as you can get, and then try to go for shoot for the stars in the post conviction phase. But a lot of questions this lady is asking. Most likely, and I'm not there, so that's why I got to read through the whole goddamn Jane shit to try to figure out what the fuck is going on. I got to go out here on my day off. Really ain't my day off. I got to do all this. Hey, I put too much pressure on people. I expect you motherfuckers to hold it down. God damn it, understand what the hell you listening to and what you're reading and not. I'm not gonna say people. Everybody don't do that, whatever, because a lot of people do a good job at it. So I'm not gonna go do that. But I just want hell. Don't complicate matters even further. If you don't know what the fuck it is you saying, say in my opinion. Because you don't know, you just don't motherfucking know. So the defense too have to go ahead and try to capture the jury, as well as make the evidence look deficient, um, not credible, make the, in other words, make the jury call that call the evidence into question. That includes testimony. That's a lot of stuff they have to do, and they have to do it in real time. While we sitting on the ball, our motherfucking ass ain't doing shit, but either second guessing or criticizing. They gotta do that shit in real time, both sides, really. But more of the defense. The prosecution has to defend their evidence in real time. The defense have to come up with a defense against the evidence in real time as well. As well as cast a doubt over the whole trial. It's a lot of shit. So that lady or that team has deployed a whole bunch of defenses, a whole bunch of strategies at one time. That ain't easy. I ain't taking up for a motherfucker. That's not what I'm doing on either side. It is what it is. I'm just looking at how these people out here is going out here all over the goddamn place. Because I'm just looking for shit. I'm like, what? Well, I'm like, oh, damn, now I got to read the whole goddamn James testimony. And if it is, you don't know what the fuck it is you're looking at or whatever, you are just, you don't know what the fuck it is you're talking about. Because normally, they ain't normally, always with the line of questioning, they are supposed to be going somewhere. They're supposed to be going somewhere to where they make a point. They get to a point. You travel somewhere till you get to a point. That's what they're doing. Just because you don't understand it, it's not for you to criticize. What you should do is ask more questions about it, or wait and see. Wait and see at the conclusion. You understood why somebody said something, why this was asked, why that was asked, whatever, and to see what you get out of it. And then you can come to a forum and compare it. That's what I would do. What's up, James Harris? I'm doing that now. And I got the paperwork. But I don't have the file. So what the fuck? I don't know. What's good with it, Star? So it's really, it's really crazy. It's really, really crazy. You were like, what? And then you got motherfuckers out here who got a track record of getting it wrong. I really wish you'd shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. And wait. Because you can't even tell the motherfucking truth or tell the facts about the simplest motherfucking shit. Let alone second guess or try to see where a motherfucking seasoned attorneys or seasoned fucking prosecution is going or what they're trying to do. I really wish you shut the fuck up. But if I know if I come in here and say shut the fuck up, that's gonna start some shit. And guess what? I don't even have time to fight shit at this moment. I got shit to do. So shit, just shut the fuck up. Hell, do something else. Go read some motherfucking books or something. Dr. Seuss whatever. Read some of them motherfuckers. And just let and intake what it is that you motherfucking hear people read. But lay up off them motherfucking people. Shit, shut the fuck up. Now, I'm gonna talk a little bit about. I mean, this is gonna be a recap, and I'm put it together, whatever. Because now the problem is we got 3 defendants instead of 1. 3 of them. So and I have to pause, and because I like to make sure that I am accurate as possible with the fucking information. I have to think the way to translate to y'all where y'all can understand. Can't translate it straight legal because y'all don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Translate the way y'all understand, right? So let me say this. Got 3 defendants instead of 1. Automatically, that's problematic. Because I told you, 1, the overall initiative is to get out 3 out. And that don't work, you just motherfucking swing and bang for your client. Okay? So, and then you got these motherfuckers on the defense. Then they got to do all that. They got to get a strategy for all 3, a strategy for each of them. So that's a whole bunch of shit going on at that side, at that table. There's a whole bunch of shit going on. So, listen, I've already explained Crawford and Boo. I've already explained what confrontation clause is, what a violation means, right? So, if one of them, and if I'm understanding, is McDavid. If McDavid takes the stand and he implicates R. Kelly, okay, that's going to create a situation with R. Kelly, but it's not going to create a violation. I'm going to tell you why. Because R. Kelly has the right to confront him, meaning, and he will have that right. So therefore, there's no violation there. R. Kelly don't have to take a stand because his attorney, that's what he has attorney for. That's what she does. Takes the stand for him. That's what she does. He ain't got to say shit. June Brown ain't got to say shit. If R. Kelly took the stand, the other 2 ain't got to take it. Whatever. It's not going to create a violation because somebody's up there taking a stand where they can be confronted. Now, if the statements that aren't hearsay come in, right? The Santiago, remember Santiago proper, that comes in. The statements that were determined not to be hearsay, they come in. Then there's no violation, no problem. It's not hearsay anyway. Nobody has to take a stand. Now, if hearsay comes in and no one takes the stand, now we have the violations because there's no way to confront the person making that statement. That's when you're gonna see a whole bunch of objections and shit. If nobody neglect, if the person who made that statement isn't there, yeah. And remember, hearsay is an out of court statement that is used to prove the truth of the matter that's asserted in the statement. And remember, there's both this what's asserted in the statement and the facts that it's trying to prove must match. So if the statement is, I saw Angie shoot Bob at 3 o'clock on Tuesday, I would have had to shoot Bob at 3 o'clock on Tuesday for it to be hearsay. That would be allowed. Okay. That's the easiest way. Hearsay is a motherfucker to understand. Judges get it wrong. Attorneys definitely get it wrong. It just is what it is. Okay. So if any witness get up there that offers testimony against anybody, that does not create a violation because they are there on the stand and able to be confronted. In other words, cross-examined. Okay. So I just want to make sure that's straight because we have to go in little increments with all these co-defendants and shit because it presents a problem, as we had already seen in the prior paperwork that was being sent in, right? And it, subsequent paperwork, as you see people arguing and back and forth, whatever, throwing each other on the bus. I heard Jennifer damn near had a goddamn seizure, Caesar objecting to whomever in the courtroom the other day. That's some bullshit. And you got to do all this in real time. And this is not easy. Your idea is not to throw nobody under the bus, your co-defendants, because that could be essentially throwing you under the bus. So you got to walk a very fine line, right? You got to walk a very fine line. If not, hey. Okay. All right. So let me get some of these questions. I can get some of these questions. And I'm sorry, y'all, I'm gonna have to go from bottom up. Or maybe I can start from a point. Never mind. It'd be kind of unfair. Let me see. Yeah, keep the motherfucking octopus. Okay, McDavid had a lawsuit against Kelly, and R. Kelly may have to take the stand and explain why. I doubt if R. Kelly take that stand. And if he do, then that's when you can really, unless she going somewhere that I don't know where she going, that she would allow him to take that motherfucker. I mean, she should probably have him committed. If you're up there talking about taking a stand, she should immediately call for a 5150. Ain't no way in hell he gonna take that stand. If he take that stand, honey, I'm gonna be here on oxygen. For real though. For real though, I'm gonna be on motherfucking oxygen, baby. So yeah, that ain't gonna work out. That definitely ain't gonna work. Let me see. Yeah, I went to Michael Turn. Let me see, because I saw some good shit. Yeah, went crazy. He ain't going anywhere but back upstairs. Yeah, good afternoon, Angel Mother Chat. I wish everyone have a blessed day. Oh, thank you, Miss Hen. Miss Hen's so nice. I like Miss Hen. In my opinion, I feel Bo is trying to victim shame and lowbrow them on the stand. They worked in 2008, but not now with all the weapons. The hell, and that's a good, like I said, that was a good observation, but she has to do what she has to do. Because when it looks like she is like a victim shaming and all that type of stuff, she has to cast doubt over the their testimony and the actual prosecution itself. You know how she do. And she's very smart because every time she gets a chance, whether it's in a brief, whether it's in front of the camera, or wherever, on tour, wherever it is. She is trying to cast doubt over whatever. The accusers, the trial, my mama, your mama, everybody mama, everything. She get whenever she gets a chance, this is what she's doing. And she's supposed to. Can't really, and you can only do so much with the evidence. Oh, and also, you're right, Angie, because if you pay attention, the government is telling a story. You just have to pay attention and listen to it right. And that's how it lays out. And that's what I said long, long time ago when I tried to explain how indictments work. Okay? Hold on. Yeah, keep. I'm gonna drop it in a minute when I get finished. That's when I usually drop it. So, yeah. So when you have a case, the prosecutor have a case, they have to tell a story, right? And in that story, they make references and all that type of stuff, right? And they're gonna have to tell a story. That's the best way to deliver it to a jury, so they can understand, because they know that during the period of the trial, the defense will try to disrupt that story. All right, they will try to disrupt it. Yeah, like I said, keep I drop it when I get finished. Oh, also, with all these devices, I do remember reading in the beginning where they said the government have demonstratives, right? Which those are exhibits and evidence or whatever. Could be videos or whatever. We'll just wait and see. I don't think it's gonna pop up, unless it's coming in with some people with people that well, the government say they not introducing no other bad acts. If I'm not mistaken, so those 100 devices is getting more and more like two, but it is what it is. Let me see. Right, thank you the hell. I feel like I'm be lawyer now listening to you. What a damn box. I'm sign me up. Listen, hon, do like I did, baby. Go to one of them states where the little threshold is a little lower, baby, like I did, or go out there with Kim them in California and shit and just study and try to, take the exam and shit. You still got to do some coursework, but not, traditional school. Yeah, and shouts out to Skylight, but she said, when I get all I need is one compliment. Somebody saying, you know what, I learned this and I learned that, whatever. Hey, my job is done as far as how I'm concerned. That's what I'm talking about. They just dropped Jane's birth certificates. government just entered in the birth certificate. Let me see if I can get some updates. Hold on, y'all. Let me pause the comments and let me see if I can find some motherfucking birth certificates. Lord have mercy. This remind me of, I don't know who was fighting. Was it Latrell Sprewell or somebody? When Jim Van Gundy. No. It was a Van Gundy brother, because I'm seeing the face. Honey had done fell on the ground and trying to hold on to the man's feet. Honey, he was being drugged, honey. Lord have mercy. No, I still got the octopus up there. Hey, Jason can't get past that octopus. Oh, the octopus. I almost passed that y'all when I seen that goddamn octopus. The octopus. Hold on, let me see if I got somebody else coming up there. So, talking about the payments. Let me see if Michael in there. Hold on. Let me look at let me look on the to see if like Chicago Tribune or somebody got something. Hold on. All right. So before anybody start going crazy, no using the evidence and stuff like that from the other trial is not double jeopardy. It's not prohibited or whatever. I don't want to hear nobody. I'm just mad that I don't want to hear nobody else on this planet that's called YouTube R. Kelly sector even mention the word double jeopardy or goddamn statute of limitations. I swear, I'm gonna dox your ass and find out what you are. Knock on your damn door. The fuck? Hold on. Let me see. Y'all hear that thunder out there? Y'all hear that thunder? Y'all know we in hurricane season and tornado season, and I hope y'all got y'all package draws. If y'all ain't got y'all package draws, I don't know what to tell you. Don't call me when you be crying and shit on the phone. Oh, Miss Angela, I ain't got no package draws. What I'm gonna do? What I'm gonna do? I don't know. Goddamn package draws. Hold on, let me see. The second week of testimony began with the IRS special agent who testified about a series of documents, including records related to two of Kelly's companies, Bass Productions and RSK Enterprises, as well as Kelly's Illinois driver's license file. The agent also testified about payments Kelly's companies made to the parents of accuser and star witness Jane. More than $79,000 was paid out to Susan and Brandon between 2006 and 2012. Jane herself also received payments from 2006 to 2015 through Kelly's company, some of them labeled settlement. Jane took to the stand last week, testifying for the first time that Kelly sexually abused her hundreds of times when she was a child, starting when she was 14 through the time she turned 18, and that he videotaped them having sex multiple times. She also told jurors Kelly instructed her to keep their relationship secret, and after blah blah blah, we already know that. Prosecutor said, we already know that told Jane told the jury last night. I went over. Let me see what this one girl is talking about. Hold on. Let me see what she's talking about. Goddamn octopus. Whoa! So anyway, some of those alleged 100 devices or whatever. Like I said, it could come in as a demonstrative or a stipulation. If so, we should see it. But if it's a demonstrative, then normally it comes in as intrinsic evidence, right? Meaning someone is on the witness to authenticate it. Someone is so if someone is on the stand, then yeah, it's coming in. So I don't know what and a demonstrative doesn't have to be a videotape. It could be other exhibits, right? But as long as somebody's up there authenticating them, then that's fine. But since they mentioned that in the paperwork in the opening, I said, oh well, maybe it'll come through then. I don't know. I want to know who is the motherfucker that drew that goddamn thing. So I don't see anything else. Let me see who else. So the birth certificate. Keep what you're looking at. You saying that the birth certificates are coming. What are y'all looking at? Let me drop this link just so I can find out what y'all looking at. Cause I don't know. I don't know what y'all looking at. But yeah, but if nothing else, if y'all don't do nothing else and learn nothing else, at least if a neighbor, a friend, or family get a piece of paperwork, y'all can know how to dissect it, a little bit better than hopefully then prior to us having this channel over here. And you know what I'm saying, you can kind of say, hey, hey, this ain't right, or this is right, or this means this, or this means that, you know. And I'm gonna tell you something. There is nothing more appreciated than a client that comes to you that have organized their paper, gotten their paperwork, and have pulled all the evidence and stuff and whatever that you would need and put it on your desk and say, take my case. You be like, hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. Although you're gonna go and get some, Now I didn't do the I only baby. I ain't fuck around with the defense or whatever because I need to have a check. I wasn't chasing no ambulances. I wasn't doing none of that shit. But I can't recall, and especially with cases involving business affairs, those people come with their paperwork. You ain't got to do much. You're like, yes, yeah, this is good. They come with their fucking paperwork. So where's my other juice? Oh, there it is. Oh, there you go.
Hi,
What's good
Andy.
with it?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Go to Andy Grimm's tweet. Andy Grimm.
Andy Brim. Okay,
Yeah.
he on my list. Okay,
Okay.
okay, Andy Brim. What's going on, Keith?
It's day 6 and bombs are dropping left and right.
Yeah, they're not playing out there. You said Andy Brim. No, where he ain't coming up? I know I got him on my list. Hold on. It's Andy Grimm, right? Grimm. I spelled it wrong.
Grimm.
Yeah, that's right. I put in the wrong shit. Okay. Ooh, there go the birth certificates. Let me read. Let me see. Okay, that's 2 hours. Oh, I got the birth certificate. Hold on. Oh, that's 7 hours. I'm trying to make sure I get it in order. Okay, that's 7 hours. That's 48 minutes. 48, 36. Okay, 48. Okay, I found the 48 right here. Okay, I already read. Okay. Between 2006 and 2019, Kelly paid around 2.2 million to co-defendant Milton June Brown. What? Who, according to Brown's lawyers, was a low-level assistant to the R&B star. That comes about 130,000 a year in payments. Okay, so right there, that's kind of dispelling that he was a low-level assistant. Now, what the defense can come back and do is define what they mean by low level and not equate it to payment. They can equate it to job description. Okay, so I like my girl Mary Judge. So hey. Okay, it says now turn running through a a sequence of bank and credit card records with some six-figure transfers and checks, hotel charges, and travel purchases being highlighted, including the 10,000 and 100 grand payout to Charles Freeman, a prosecution witness who was paid to recover sex tapes. We for the prosecution? Oh shit. Okay, it says government enters copy of birth certificates for Jane, who was born in 1984 and who Kelly allegedly had sex with in the late 1990s, starting when she was 14. Also entering birth certificates for four other women, meaning four other victim witnesses. Okay, it says we're on break the two. When you can expect the defense attorneys to go through many of these transaction records and try to show that they just the regular kind of payouts you make among your staff, friends, and family when you are a millionaire music star. Let me see. Okay, okay,
I,
okay.
I, I would also want to add, because I think most tend to selectively forget about this. If you go back to the July 2019 transcripts, the prosecutors specifies that the other three victims that's in this case, the Illinois case, this case, none of them was featured on Surviving R. Kelly. They said that in the transcript.
In which
This is
transcript?
in July 2019 transcript, because Greenberg tried to bring us the documentary before, and the prosecutors debunked that. It's in that
Oh,
transcript, July
okay.
July 2019. They specifically said that the victims featured in this case, Illinois now featured in this case, none of them has appeared on any TV shows or no documentaries, none of that.
Right, right. Because I think remember a long time ago when I was trying to figure out whether anybody that done showed up in New York gonna show up in Illinois, and it didn't match up, and I said only one person, and that was that person that said they met him in 1999. But I'm not even sure that that's So if you're saying that they say nobody from Surviving R. Kelly, it was gonna be in Illinois, so these are
Nobody,
all new people. These are all new people.
all, all new people. It's in the
And what
July
that
2019.
illustrates and what they're trying to say is, hey, okay, they can answer several questions. They could be saying one, we're not this case isn't relied upon, based on Surviving R. Kelly. We're not relying on Surviving R. Kelly. We also there's also saying, hey, these people didn't go out to seek fame through um, vehicles like Surviving R. Kelly and the media and all this type of stuff. So it could be saying that, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, the people in this particular case have been relatively quiet, except for an interview here and there. If that Tracy Sampson girl shows up, I don't know if her name. I don't know what the people name is. Don't let me get the line. Let me take that off. I don't know what that girl name is. They kind
Well,
of they look like
if
a
they
mouth twisted.
Fenton wasn't in the documentary. Tracy
No, I'm
Chapman
talking
was in the
about like
documentary.
interviews. No, I'm talking about interviews, like interviews in the media. The girl with the twisted mouth, she
Yeah.
did an interview. I remember her. I think her name Tracy. I don't know her name, but hey, DJ Cadillac, welcome back.
And they also got paperwork that he paid a settlement to her as well.
Right, right, and right. Keep your something was going on with your sound.
Okay, hold on.
It's staticky. So, and
Okay.
here's another thing, right? So when you and if those NDAs come in, you know, that poses another problem. Now, if they come in without that the attorney that secured those, then the defense has a good can, go a couple ways with fighting those. But the impression will be there. The NDAs, though, the impression will be there. And remember, these are stepping stones. It's like connected dots. It's evidence that's inextricably intertwined. It corroborates other evidence. I told you, think of it as like a pyramid. And you got everything connected. You got the co-defendants and everybody connected. You got pieces connecting all of that. And a whole bunch of references that makes a story that makes the case. And it's hard to penetrate that. While I believe J-Bo is the best thing for the job, this some hard bullshit. I'm gonna tell you that now. And that octopus, shit. Listen, I gotta take me another drink of this goddamn fruit madly by a goddamn Tropicana. I'm gonna tell you, but it ain't doing the job. Hell, what you put in these type of drinks? What, vodka or whatever? Try. Mm-mm. So James, good question. Again, J-Bo has to. Let me put your question up here. J-Bo has to convey to the people that based on this docu-series that wasn't vetted or alleged to be truthful and represents the facts, that may appear in the case or whatever. She has to cast doubt on this is a part of her whole strategy of casting doubt on the prosecution process, this trial in itself. Now, what happens is she's doing a pretty good job at doing that. When what happens is that the prosecution now has to come and make sure that with every turn that they defend the legitimacy of their case. They defend it. So you're going to get boring days like this. But the paperwork, hold on, let me see what's going on. Okay, Keith. You're going to get boring days like this. But it's very, very important if you on team lock them up that you pay attention and that you want the jury to pay attention. You don't want them to fall asleep. Because if you can call into question anything that's going on with those co-defendants, right? The cover up, the recoupment of the tapes, and all this other bullshit or whatever, then if you start there, maybe you can call into question the entire case. Where is that her on the tape? Or how old was she when she was on the tape? Then you got the confusion, hell, she was 17 in Illinois. That's supposed to be, we don't like it. But that's a legitimate age for her to be on the tape. That's a consenting adult at that point in Illinois. Especially when you got Illinois. I think they reference Illinois as the binding authority in there. So hey, well, I'm sorry, as the authority in that for that particular charge. So hey, like what the fuck? It's a lot going on. So those little boring pieces of paper they showing today is very important for the integrity of this case, and it's very important to cement all of these people together. And that octopus, honey, didn't show up just out of goddamn nowhere. They know they listen. They got to show how this shit flows, how they all sticking together, how they all together, moving right along, whatever. And they don't give a damn. The prosecution don't give a damn if June was just doing his job, if McDade was just doing his job or whatever. They don't give a fuck what they was doing. But they did a job. And if they is at the behest of R. Kelly, so be it. They don't give a fuck how it got done or who told them to do it. The fact is that it was done. That's the fact. And this is what the problem is when you have Lisa's on the stand. Oh, DJ Cadillac. Oh, put something on whatever that song go. Okay, let me see. Showing the documentary is what I'm saying. Okay. Oh, okay. And I'm going to send you the martini through the mail. Okay, child, cause baby, this here Tropicana ain't working. This ain't working. Okay, I'm waiting for Lisa Vanilla Scandal except to get on the stand. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. We want to know exactly what you meant. What did you mean? When did you mean it? Because I'm all confused, and I'm not the type person. I go by what you say. I'm gonna definitely go by what the prosecution says as far as what they said you said. If you're their witness, I'm gonna go by what they say. If you're not their witness, then I'll be like, oh, okay, let me wait. But it said she met him when she was 18. Now, if you met him when you was 18, you ain't gonna have sex before you meet him. That's common sense. I don't take no rocket scientist to figure that out. Hell, it is what it is. But you can't have sex with a motherfucker before you meet him. So is that why they took your ass from minor and put your ass as individual? But she's still important because of the whole conspiracy thing or whatever. She sat there and told the people on that BBC, I remember, she was a minor. I remember, and then I showed you what she said in essence. She was 17. Now, and this is not even arguing whether she was 17 adult in Illinois or 18 adult for the government. That ain't what I'm talking about. I'm talking what she said. Said 18. And they said the threshold. She just barely made it across the threshold. At that point, that reference is saying, hey, she was 18, but what the government is also saying is that, okay, she just barely was an adult. So still giving the imagery that she was a minor. That's what they want you to take away from it, right? So I'm
Angie,
sorry, I'm gonna go with what they said. Huh?
Is there an echo on my end?
No, you're loud and clear and crisp.
Okay. All right, check this out. If you go to John Seidel, Seidel, do you got him on your list?
Yeah, I have him on my list. Yeah, I have him.
Go look at his current tweet right now, because they on break right now. Like, so go look at his tweet.
Am I gonna pass out? Let me see.
I don't know, because it's kind of there. He go right there.
Oh, all right. Yeah, he already on my list. Let me see. What did he say?
Let me see if you scroll
That's
down
June
just a little bit.
1st.
Yeah.
27
Okay,
minutes.
yes.
Okay. Right
Okay,
there,
so look at that
27 minutes.
tweet. Yeah. Yeah. 21 minutes ago.
Okay. All right. So let me do 27 minutes. I'm going to do 21. Okay. So far today, jurors have heard from an IRS slash CI agent who helped them follow the money through the various transactions, including a 1.3 million settlement deal between R. Kelly and Darren McDavid, as well as payments to Jane and her parents. Okay, also, jury also heard about a $125,000 wire payment from Bass Productions that supposedly then led to payments to Charles Freeman, which lines up with one of the overt acts alleged in the obstruction of justice conspiracy charge against Kelly. So, what that is saying that in the when it's conspiracy, when there's a conspiracy charge, there's normally overt acts, right? That further out explains the furtherance of the conspiracy and and some information, right, with regards to it. So so right there again, they're cementing this conspiracy, and they're tying right now they're tying Darren McDavid. Well, I ain't gonna say Darren McDavid, whoever is in that conspiracy, I guess. Well, it would be Darren McDavid, June Brown, to this Charles Freeman dude. See, this is what happens, right? The more you can show other people involved in this conspiracy, the better it is for the prosecution. Well, you can show movement, you can show behaviors and money, boom.
Angie,
All you
can
got to
you
do is sell it to the jury.
if you don't mind, can you explain the legal term of extortion? Because they're accusing
Yeah.
McDavid of extorting R. Kelly. They're saying that R. Kelly's been extorted.
Well, yeah. Well, extortion is when you either threaten or cause harm, pose harm, or actually harm somebody into doing something that you want them to do for an exchange or something. Okay. Now that's the Angie explanation. I'll do you one better because I said I was going to start doing this as well. I'm going to start by getting the definitions and putting them up there so you can read them for yourself. You know that I ain't making it up. Let me find a good legal website that I agree with.
Oh, I
Hold
know,
on.
I know you're not making it up. I just thought that would be
Well, I
good if
know,
you
yeah, yeah. But
educate
I'm
the
just saying, but I said I was going to do that anyway because I like
Okay.
people to read shit for themselves.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, you read it for yourself, then you ain't got to take it from me because you ain't got to believe me. You ain't never got to believe me. I do like Cornell Law School, so I will. I want to
And
make sure
I would
y'all
like
get.
to. I want to add on something too, and you know what, the transcripts might show um more details, which we can all agree. Um, it's funny how they saying that Jane kept taking money from him, but they only got records of payments between 2008 and 2015. So I don't know if there was stuff behind that. I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything. But it does say that, she got many payments between 2008, 2015. I don't know if she got more payments after that. So, that debunks the whole, they only talk because the money stopped. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Just, you know, give me.
It says
That's all.
extortion. It says extortion, force an action or obtaining something by illegal means. Anyone may commit extortion through force or coercion. A public or private official may also commit extortion under the color of office. That's a little brief definition. Let me see if I can find something better.
And I
Uh,
see, and continue to see more comments about R. Kelly's mental state that doesn't match up with the psychologist he had for his, what was that for when he was sentenced in New York?
Is
Um,
yeah, sent to some materials.
Citizen Serious, yeah. I'm pretty sure they spoke of his illiteracy, but it doesn't say anything about him being afflicted. Um, I mean, that's what the documents state.
Yes, so here is a lot of information about extortion. If anybody wants to read this, I'll drop it in the chat. Y'all want to read about extortion? You may do so. So let me put this in here. And and another thing, right? I can't. I don't know if I can continue to do it or whatever. But you got to watch your language. And what I mean by that is this: when you say, I don't know how many times I have to say this. I'm explaining it again because I believe in explaining it till you get it. And somebody say, Andrew, I get it. When you say somebody was set up or somebody flipped or somebody was snitched on or whatever, you are essentially saying that the person is guilty. Because if they were set up,
Mm-hmm.
the law views a set up, as you went through with it. Whether you
There you
intended to go
go.
through with it or not, whether you was tricked into it or not. The law sometimes give allowances if you were tricked into it, but if you were, then hey, but you still did it. So you still committed the crime, no matter however you committed it. If somebody, hey, Miss Hennett, 1 minute. If somebody flipped on you or snitched on you, that you're actually saying they had something to flip on you for with. In other words, if they didn't have nothing to flip on you about, then they really technically ain't flipping. Or if they flip, they lied on you. You know? I mean, so it's really not flipping if they're lying on you. So if they flipped on you, they had something to flip and snitch on you about. So you're essentially saying they're guilty. What's up, Miss Henny?
Hi,
Miss
blessings,
Hey,
everybody. I just wanted to say, in the transcripts, if anybody has read them, hold on, I got an echo.
I can hear
If
you.
anybody, if anybody has read them, she admitted in there that she was still dealing with Kel in 2019. Now, don't get me wrong, that age. I don't
Right,
agree
you
with
went
that,
out for.
but I
Go
also
ahead. I'm sorry.
don't agree with the parents allowing it. I don't agree with that either. I
Right,
just I,
it's a lot of
this whole
questionable
thing I
parenting
just
going on.
don't quite understand.
Right, it's a lot of questionable
I
parenting
think
going on.
I think I got a bad connection. I'm gonna go out and come back. Is that okay,
All right, that's fine. Oh shit.
Miss Angie?
There's a lot of questionable parenting going on. True enough, true enough. And I can't speak for no parents or whatever, but I can definitely see that, say for instance, you discover as a parent, you discover that your child is walking around with doing something they shouldn't be doing, right? And you can tell them not to do it or whatever. Hopefully you won't encourage it, but just say it has already happened. I don't know how old the girl was when her parents found out that she was allegedly messing with R. Kelly. I don't know that information. I don't know. But just say you find out, and somebody told me that they found out after She was 17, 18, I don't know. So just say you find out. Some parents may think that, okay, it has already happened. And if you got somebody up there talking about they in love and all this bullshit or whatever, it's going to be kind of hard to tell them to, stop it. Especially after they are above the age of consent. It's going to be hard to tell them to stop it or whatever. So you just, hey, whatever. And then if there is some financial arrangement that could be done or whatever, if you got bills and shit or whatever, and at that point integrity and parenting is not an issue now or whatever, hell, I could see
Angie,
whatever. Go ahead.
Angie, if I can make a comment, there has been lawyers that had, they probably didn't, when they made a comment about this case, it all boiled down to one point: an adult cannot consent to a minor. The parents cannot consent
Right.
for their daughter to have a relationship with R. Kelly, and R. Kelly is not consented to have that with a minor. She was 13.
I know that, but no, I'm talking.
Cannot consent to a
No,
minor.
I said after. I said I heard that they found out after she was an adult. That's what I heard.
Oh no,
That's what I said.
That's not true. She started
They
having,
found out before.
yeah, she started having sexual intercourse with R. Kelly at 15. At 14, it was just what do you call that? Fondly, I don't know, touching her private area.
That's molestation.
You ain't gotta yell. I'm just saying what I read.
Hold up, Keith.
I'm not being rude to you. And the parents found out before the trial in 2002. I think they found out I want to say when she was still a minor, they found out.
Woman, now in 2002. Wait a minute. In 2002, she wouldn't still be a minor because
17. But in the paper,
hold on now.
according to her testimony, they found out why she was still a minor. I can't remember.
Okay. Well then, yeah. Of course, I know that. I mean, I've said that. A parent cannot consent to a child having sex with them by the parent and that whoever the victimizer is going to jail like a motherfucker. Now, a parent can consent, depending on what state you're in and what age of a minor marrying an adult. Go figure that. I don't understand that. But yeah, but I thought they said that the parents didn't find out until now. Y'all make me really got to read this paperwork. Damn.
And then
Angie, that's BS. Nope, I'm not gonna let her do that. That is BS. They was having sexual acts around Tasha 13. They didn't have intercourse around that age.
They had
what happened in the transcripts. It's in the transcripts, right or wrong. It's in the transcripts. Now you just said at 14 they was fondling, right? What is that called when an adult is fondling a child? What is that?
I never said it was. Gotta be so snippy.
What is that? What is that?
Can you be an adult and have a conversation?
No, because y'all gonna stop sitting here doing this wordplay. This man committed sex acts with a minor. You can read all the pages of transcript.
You are just
guilty point blank.
Dang, what is wrong with you? You need to go and get your abuser because you act insane. This is not our lives. Do you have a cat in this fight? I don't. Dang, I'm just a supporter. You don't gotta be so rude. Grow up.
So
and sorry, Missy, because I don't want.
That's okay. This is a hot topic, and hey, it's
not here to argue.
But what I'm saying is, I thought that they said that they didn't find out. The parents didn't find out until she was an adult. Somebody said she was 17. So
no, it came out right after the tape came out. R. Kelly had a meeting with the mom and dad. I can't remember, at a hotel, and Rashana and the mom was in one room. They was crying. R. Kelly took the dad and went in another room. And he probably told him, I'm assuming, because she said that the dad walked out and he was crying. He was hysterical. I can't help you. I can't help you. I can't help you. Then R. Kelly fell to his knees and was crying and begging for his forgiveness. That was Rashana's words right there. I just quoted him.
Oh wow.
And then they went to Mexico for 2 weeks to, I guess think about what they wanted to do, whether they wanted to stand behind him or not. And the parents decided to stay behind him.
It wasn't in the transcript. You know that was not in the transcript. Y'all really kill me. Angie, I'm gonna do your show a favor. I think you should drop me down backstage because this woman here sitting up here twisting shit up, and it's not even irritating just me, it's irritating people in the chat. It's cool. Y'all can say I'm hurt or whatnot. It's in the transcripts and everything. It's not no need for all of this because the transcripts say what they say, and y'all will see in a couple of weeks. People won't come up here crying. Oh, it was a conspiracy. The government.
Everyone said it was a conspiracy. Did I even say that, Angie? I said that it was wrong.
This man molested a child. This man molested a child. She said he found her before they had intercourse. That is molestation.
Right. She didn't dispute that. She was just saying, that we're talking about the age when the parents allegedly found out of what, not. But I got to go through and read the testimony for myself so I can figure out like what the hell is going on. I'm trying to figure out the strategy or whatever, for both sides. So I got to go ahead and do that.
Yeah, please read because I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not. Like that.
Oh, it's not because the jury's gonna read the transcripts anyway. So y'all right. There's no need for me to yell. We already know what's in the transcript, so it's so cool. It's cool. The jury gonna read those transcripts.
I heard the transcripts on Atmos channel. So you're telling me what they was reading was a lie?
The jurors going to read those transcripts when it comes down to getting the verdict.
Okay,
that's all.
And let them read them.
I can leave it alone. I don't even have to sit up there. I don't even have to sit there. You're right. I don't have to yell. I don't have to get emotional. So it's all good. It's all good.
Don't. I mean, to me, if it was a trigger point to me, I wouldn't even pay attention to this YouTube stuff.
Now, why you think I was being triggered?
Because I'm yelling? The way you... Yeah.
Because I'm yelling? Yeah, I get triggered by liars like you. That want to come up on this panel and want to sit up there and try to sneak your way into victim blaming when this man does sat there and has sex with
am I blaming? What victim am I blaming? I don't do that. You got me twisted.
Okay.
I've never been
I just pray that your family is listening to you on this YouTube and they keep their kids away from you. How about that? I just pray that your family. I pray for your family.
Don't never bring my family into nothing.
I can bring it. I can bring it. Your family.
I'm a grown woman. You talk to me.
Anybody that will sit up there
and blame the victims of Sylvia Shadid. I hope your family don't get in this.
On this channel. So that's the point. Like I ain't got to say nothing else. That's it. I don't care. Call me crazy ass bitch. Yes,
you're a pussy ass bitch.
Yes,
you crazy bitch.
Please, I
the
love
fucking it. Psycho. What the fuck kind of bitch are you?
Yes,
I don't want my family nowhere around you because you're fucking act retarded. You don't even have a bone of integrity, a bone of fucking nothing. You're a disgrace.
I'm a disgrace, but you're...
Yes, you are a disgrace. The way you act, the way you speak, I'd never victim shame, so don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. You are the one that gets so hyped because I support R. Kelly. So what?
You support a pedophile.
So what? Did I once say I didn't support the victim? No, I didn't.
You can't support a victim and then support him.
I can support whoever the hell I want to support. I'm a grown-ass woman.
Be blessed. She says, right.
Just because someone is a victim doesn't make it right, or alleged victim, which I don't think Rashana was. Yes, the age was wrong. Don't get me wrong with that. The age was wrong.
That means he's a pedophile, right? You said the age is wrong.
I ain't seen he's a pedophile. In order for him to be a pedophile, it had to be someone under the age of 13. Learn what a pedophile is. Angie, I'm going because this lady, she's retarded.
Oh
Bless him.
Lord, Jesus.
Got me way out.
Oh Lord.
I love it.
He
I
got
love
me
it.
way out of character. Trying to bring family and everything. People are petty. That's crazy. You can't even have an adult conversation. Stupid. With these kind of
Let me
people,
do
that's
this
a damn
real quick.
shame. Dang, I
But
don't have a
you
problem. I
know,
never victim shamed. Did I, Angie?
no ma'am.
For her to even put that on me, that really upsets me because I'm not even that type of person.
Yeah, she didn't big the shame. It's not the hell it should be pinned at the top. I could have swap pinned it at the top.
I just don't like someone bringing my family into nothing. I don't do that to anybody else. I'm a grown woman. I speak for myself.
Yes, ma'am. No, I didn't hear you victim
And
shame.
I never try to be disrespectful to anybody. I never try to do that. I don't have a dog in this fight. You know,
Right.
I'm just a normal person with an opinion, just as she is. And she has the right to feel the way she feels. I have the right to feel the way I feel. And anybody else has the right to feel how they feel.
You know, this is a case that is going to stoke the passions of many because one, you're dealing with a superstar that is loved and beloved and all of that, and then you have on the other side you have people that are just straight up against some minors sleeping with adults. Um you have people that what's up the hell? You have people that straight up against minors sleeping with adults.
Hey,
Any type of children. You know, I mean that's just what it is.
Hey,
And
the
you also
hell.
have people that have been victimized. So you have a lot going on with this case. So it's going to actually um commandeer a lot of strong opinions and feelings from all kinds of people. So you can expect that. That's why, I let people air it out because hey, I mean, I'll be a hypocrite to say, keep your voice down, no cursing, whatever. And honey, I'll live and click that link before I can even get it live because I'm on here cussing. So what's good? What's good with it? The hell? What's good?
hey y'all, how y'all doing today?
Hey,
I just
all
want
right.
everybody just to take a 10-second breather and just to kind of woosah because, listen, we all been trying to have our point of view being heard. And
Yeah.
sometimes we do get very passionate on both sides, okay? And I ain't come here to tussle, but I will. But I ain't come to tussle today. I just want everybody to think about this. Okay. This is a man that had trauma himself. And unfortunately, it goes two ways. Sometimes the trauma will trigger people and make them help the world, want them to help everybody, and want them to do such good things. And sometimes the only recourse they have is to hurt people as much as they was hurting in their childhood trauma. Okay, so we already know of the latter, which one he did. Okay, that Henny has said it, and of course Keith has said it. Okay, and I think it's just on both ends. You're just so passionate about your stance, and as right, Keith gets upset because of the excuses that these people make for the horrific acts that this man has done on children. And speaking of pedophilia, he started with Aaliyah training her at the age of 12. By the time we got to know really how old she was, um, that's when he came out with the BET thing and introduced her as 14. But he met her at 12 years old. So yes, he is a pedophile for that. If you are stating that 13 years old is considered pedophilia, and anything after that is just they're a nasty motherfucker. Whatever. Okay? If y'all think that for 1 minute that Aaliyah was the only 12-year-old that man had in his grasp, you are fool. If you think that Rashona got up on this stand just because she wanted money, you're a fool. I still feels like Rashona still has some kind of loyalty to him, and we saw that on the stand. We saw that happening with Azriel on the stand. You know, the women that, well, the girls then and women now that they have turned out to be because of what he has done to them should tell you everything that you need to know about trauma, Stockholm syndrome, and things of that nature. But unfortunately, there are some people that still want to make excuses and say that the girls just wanted money. The girls left with no money. If Rashona had left with some money, why in the hell she asking him to pay her rent? If Azriel had left with some money, why the hell she need all this money for her production company to get her music up? That's what she was there for in the first place, was to get her music up. He did say that Joy didn't have a voice, but he never said that Azriel didn't. You know, and it's a personal opinion of his because again, he is the lyrical genius, as y'all say. If they wasn't there for music, what the hell was they there for? Huh? If they was there for money and they wait, if it wasn't no money, what the hell they there for?
But
Hmm?
when you're ready for me to speak, just let me know, and I will.
Hold
And
on 1 second. Hold on. Let me turn this up. Say it again, Miss Henny.
I said, whenever you want me to speak, just go ahead and tell me, because I don't want to cut you off.
No, you go right ahead if you have a rebuttal.
I agree. As far as there was a point you said, and I agree with you on that, but I can't remember what it was. You said so much stuff, but I never once said Rashawn was there for money. I never said that. I said that he was still helping her. You know, they tried to say that,
Hey,
like he had a settlement with her. I don't. She said on the stand that they didn't have no settlement. That he just helped her. You know, whenever she needed help, he helped her. And I feel the same way you do. I feel like Rashana still loves him, and I feel like she still feels some type of loyalty to him. I'm not saying by any means necessary. I'm not gonna speak on the Aaliyah thing because I don't know any of that you said about 12 years old. I know that he started, but I don't know. I'm not going to get into that. As far as Rashana goes, and, well, RL, Jane, and the other Jane, my whole thing is yes, he's wrong. If that's what he did to Rashana, that's what she said. So that's what I could go by what came out in the transcripts. That's wrong. That's very wrong. But and I'm not making excuses for him. To me, the parents are as fault as well. It just ain't fair to. I mean, he needs to get whatever he did wrong. He needs to pay for that. But I don't feel it's right for a parent either. That's the ultimate to me because you're supposed to be able to go to your parent for anything. And it seemed like they had a good relationship. That's what screws with me mentally. I just don't get it. I wouldn't care if he was President Trump or damn whatever this president is right now. I can't think. If my daughter said some shit like that to me with her man or her so-called lover or whatever, oh heck no, he'd be lucky to walk out of there. I wouldn't just throw my hand and say, I can't help you. I can't help you. That's just my point. I think you can't make one right, okay, and because you're telling now what you should have did, 20 years ago to help your kid. That's my thing. Am I wrong?
I wouldn't say there is no right or wrong with this, Henny. I'm not saying that it is a right or wrong, but okay. Or let me just clarify what you're saying. You're saying yes, he did those acts, and he should be prosecuted for those acts. But however, every parent that had anything to do with it should be in the same shoes as him. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. According to the
Okay.
scripts that came out, yes, that's how I feel.
Okay, now what if that doesn't happen, Henny? Okay, because you have to understand, like you said, in those transcripts that Atlas read on his live, that she actually got immunity for her mom and her dad and herself. So she got immunity for herself for perjury for 2008, correct? And then she got immunity for her mom and her dad because they was callous in this incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so within saying that, we already know that these parents, the Landfairs, are not going to jail for this. Nor is Rashona going for her perjury in 2008, correct?
Mhm.
And that's what we're talking about right now is the Chicago case.
Yeah.
So, with that being said, what's your stance now? Like, that's not going to happen, honey. The government has already chosen not to bring charges upon the parents for this act. So, what is your stance now? And I'm going to go on mute and let you talk for 1 second because I got to do something. Go ahead.
My stance is that I don't feel that's fair justice. That's my stance.
Miss Henny, I don't know if you can hear me. So, but listen to this. Is somebody backstage? Oh, I don't know. I can't see. So, yeah, that goddamn octopus took me out. But let me say this. So, just so you know, now I don't know what they were given immunity for. But when you're given immunity, you don't, bro. You've done something that you can
Right.
go to jail for. So
Mm-hmm.
the prosecution did take whatever whoever did what serious enough to put their fucking life on the line and saying whatever it is you did, you can go to jail for this shit. So that is saying that they did admit some type of punishment to them, although they're not going to jail for it, whatever, but they still got to abide by the agreement in that immunity deal. You can't tell a lie about this or that or whatever it stipulates. So I don't know. It's a lot of bullshit going on. All right, it's a lot of moving parts going on, but y'all just got to keep in mind before anybody be bashing these people, and I'm not. Well, okay. Well, my sensitive part. Hey, Warrior Aphrodite. No, I ain't make that. It came over from girl. It came over from the damn New York trial. I was supposed to go live later on because I wanted to read Jane's testimony in order to get a sense of it from myself because I saw a whole bunch of bashing of both sides, the lawyers on both sides, whatever. Now I don't think I'm sensitive when you bash an attorney, but maybe I am. I don't know, but I'm gonna get to the bottom of it, right? So, and I saw that, and in me looking around, for the updates today, because I knew it was kind of slow. They were saying when I looked earlier because of, they had a lot of financial stuff going on, and I saw the fucking octopus. Now, we all know that's the octopus from New York. I'm like, what the hell? I didn't even try to figure out what, because, I do real-time reactions, right? I wasn't even thinking about whether it was real-time reactions or not. I didn't even think to even go to find out, try to figure out why they did it. Something told me I need to come on here now and tell y'all the octopus out there in Chicago, y'all, they done got the octopus. This ain't good news. And I was trying to tell Team Chaos, please don't fall out. Just let me figure it out, right? and shit.
Well,
Hell.
Angie,
Yeah.
I was putting in the private chat. Tara Molina TV just put an update. Bonjean is now cross-examining the IRS special agent, and she confirms
Uh-huh.
with him, yeah, R. Kelly didn't personally sign any of the checks referenced in testimony and did not personally initiate any of the wire transfers. That's the update from Tara Molina TV.
Carmelina.
Bonjean is
Okay. I
cross-examining.
got her on my list too.
Yeah, she just tweeted a couple of minutes ago. Well, you'll see it.
But Miss,
Yes.
can I ask you one?
So when I saw that motherfucking octopus, see, that could that you know that tell me certain things, but that can also say that hey, they could I don't know what they could be using from New York. Well, I don't know. It says okay, it says defense Bungie now crosses MIR special. What you just said, right? So
That's the latest one. The
it,
one you see was 6 minutes ago. That's the latest one.
yeah,
Mhm.
right. Okay, and so let me come back around the phone.
Angie,
So
I got a
go ahead.
question, Angie.
Yes, ma'am.
So is the octopus basically referencing the enterprise structure?
Right. In this case,
Right.
they're
Okay.
probably using it. Yeah. In this case, they're probably using it to show how business, is being conducted, but also how this conspiracy, the players and all that is being done at the same time. How the cover up is going on, who is, the participants in the cover up or what have you, and all of that. They just to give a visual illustration over that to the jury. To say, hey, this is these people
Mhm.
day-to-day operations. And on top of that,
Right.
they also have a underground operation that
Hmm.
allegedly um abuses little girls, whatever. You know how they would play it off. I'm just yeah.
So the saying, hey, one man ain't no enterprise. The government needs to stop telling lies. You can null and void that right now, correct? With the octopus.
Yeah, you could avoid it that
Okay. Yeah.
by the law itself, as I have read it 100
Absolutely.
times. Because when you
Hmm.
read it, it says any individual, okay,
Right.
all right, and then if that wasn't enough for anybody, then you saw one person being indicted as the one man as far as the enterprise. Now, in his indictment, it said associated in fact, which means he had allegedly had some other people that worked as a part of the enterprise to carry out whatever. But one person can definitely be indicted, under RICO. We
Miss Angie,
saw it.
can I
You
ask
know.
you?
Go ahead, Miss Henny.
My thing is this: I don't get how could I hate a man that a family seemed to love? They even put him in the obituary of the father. I mean, I
They
just
put him
don't.
in the obituary.
Yeah, and her dad's obituary.
Girl, no. That's some crazy shit.
So how could how? And I'm not a judgmental kind of person. How can I
Yeah.
judge? It's just it's a very tough situation. I agree with that, and because I do feel bad for Rashana, but I also feel bad for R. Kelly, and I just like every family has their own thing going on. I don't judge that. What they do is what they do. I just I don't know. It's crazy. Crazy. I don't really.
I think we all, Miss Henny, feels if you're a compassionate person, you will feel sorry for R. Kelly and his childhood trauma. Okay,
Yeah.
but unfortunately, this man made over $145 million, Henny, and you trying to tell me not even $20 was sent to some therapists, not $100? Like you couldn't find anybody to help you,
I
but you can find. But wait, you can find any and everybody. You can pay $200,000 $250,000 to cover up something, but you can't find the money to get the help that you need. Because see, that's the thing about the R. Kelly supporters, not just you. In its totality, the first thing that you guys, well, I'm saying you guys just in reference, okay, that the R. Kelly supporters say is find the help that you need, get the help that you need. God damn it, when are we going to hold Robert Sylvester Kelly accountable for the help that he needed? Like, you want the sympathy and you want to be the victim for what happened to you, but you don't want any help to get you to the mental capacity that you need to know that this is no good for you. What you are doing is wrong. And everybody that came around that man and said what you are doing is wrong, they left. He fired them. Wait, he fired them. He shamed them himself. You understand what I'm saying? So then you have stragglers around. If June would have, if Milton Brown would have just said, you know what, R. Kelly, this some bullshit, bro, and I'm not finna pay no fucking body else. You know what? Matter of fact, this is your battle. I feel like that if I keep on being conducive to what you're doing right now, that I'm gonna be in some goddamn paperwork too. Yep. But see, the only thing that they was worried about is to save his image first, not even their own. Because one thing about a covert narcissist is they are going to make themselves the highlight of everything. Nothing is more important than them. They don't give a damn if it's their mother, their father, their children, their grandparents that raised them and took them to church every goddamn Sunday. They don't care. They care about what they want. And when you put perversion with narcissistic behavior, that is a time bomb waiting to blow up. Unfortunately for him, fortunate for the victims, that it has blown up in his face. And he thought that just him having this mouthpiece, this Chicago twang that he has, he thought that he could talk his way out of this. He thought that he could still manipulate, coerce, and have these people do the exact same thing that he has been doing since at least 94. It's not working anymore. It's a new day.
I want to say that he also said on the Gayle King interview that his past did not affect him as far as, his abuse. It didn't affect him at all. It is in the Gayle King interview. And also,
you're right. He did say that.
Also, if you look at his sentencing materials, he blamed the victims. Example, he blamed Aaliyah for the marriage. So therefore, that tells you what type of person he is.
In my opinion, I don't know R. Kelly personally. Just reading the transcripts and reading everything, I believe he chose younger girls because of his mentality. I don't.
That's not what the sentencing materials have said in New York.
The materials said that he had below what was it, 3rd grade IQ?
Yeah, under 79, and let me tell you, that's pretty high. If anybody, and listen, I got goddamn
They said, what was it?
I don't want to say attack. Well, no, only the ignorant and the ones that couldn't score that high on the IQ test said something about.
What's up, y'all?
I'm a nerd. What's good with me?
Hey.
I'm a nerd. All right. And our pastimes around here sometimes it's just taking tests. Okay. Shit. We got people that be sending us they college tests, just to take the test, whatever. So now you look at my scores. Okay, where my scores were, and you saying his was what they say 79 or under 80?
79. Yeah,
it was 79. That's almost entering into like I don't know if that's below average. I know that's below average. I don't know if that's retarded or what.
Well, they don't call it retarded. They call it intelligence disorder now.
Oh, okay.
But he was smart enough to know to hide the crimes that he did, and he was smart enough to know that the crimes that he did was wrong.
Facts.
Right.
But also,
He knows.
So I don't care about an IQ. Even my 4-year-old granddaughter, okay, can tell you what is right and what is wrong. Okay, in some aspects of her life in the 4 years that she has been here. She knows that
Mm-hmm.
when you get close to the oven, it's hot. Damn it, don't touch it. She know not to go by electric shot sockets because damn it, you might get shot. She don't like her hair comb right now because she feels like it hurts her head. These are things that are taught, not even taught behaviors, but just if somebody, like say for instance, somebody never showed you that that stove was hot, or the stove was always cold when you went by, or your mama just said, you know what, don't worry about it. It's okay. You can try it next time. You can try it next time. And that person keep on trying the same shit next time. Let me tell you where Robert Sylvester Kelly messed up. Robert Sylvester Kelly messed up when he did the same acts that was done upon him to children.
Right.
He messed up right then. Even when he was not of legal age, somebody molested him. And guess what his mother did? Covered it up.
Yep. She took money.
Because
That's
of
why he do
what?
what he does.
Because
And
of
that was
what?
a
Because she was in a impoverished point in her life with 4 children, working one goddamn job in Chicago where rent even then was high.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's
That's
She
right.
it
didn't
right
have no
there.
child
But
support.
I
She
think
didn't
he
have
had.
none of that.
I was gonna say.
but
I believe
the speak of your point, you
it's
do
learned
know.
behavior.
Oh, what happened to oh
It's
shit? He
learned
popped up.
behavior.
What
Kids
happened to
do
this
this
shit?
all the time.
But to speak to your point, you do know that you describe taught and learned behavior versus intellectual tests. In intelligent test measures. Why y'all keep popping up? What's going on with this thing?
I'm here. I'm trying to listen.
Why you up there
Can you hear
twice?
me? Can you hear me?
I
Yeah,
can
I
hear
do
a
see
Why I
lot.
Dahel.
got
Yeah, I can hear
Dahel
you.
got twice. Yeah.
The hell?
I do see her twice. I thought I saw Larry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they both, she just dropped
the
down.
hell? Oh, hold on. I don't know what the hell going on with this shit. So heavily, so a test based on you know intelligence measures something different versus taught and learned stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's another thing that falls in line with common sense, the taught and learn and all of that. That to me, that's just me. That's in that family, right? And a lot of stuff. So your common sense may be, sometimes should be greater than your intellectual sense. Because your intellectual sense is, is not centered on common sense, but it's more as, okay, how you would function intellectually. All right.
hmm
How move over the overall, can you look at this and figure it out? Can you figure it out?
hmm
Opposed to somebody teaching you, or you learning or whatever. You learn, okay, you touch that, that's hot. You touch that,
Right,
that's cold. If you do something, you're gonna
right,
get your ass if it's wrong. You know what I'm
right.
saying? And
hmm
so he may be deficient in intelligence,
I
but
think that's the only area.
common sense, he might be scoring. I wish Mo was around here somewhere. Larry could have been
In
on break. I don't
everything
know.
he does, Angie, I feel like he's learned the behaviors that he practices. Of course, he's watched and learned from other people. He's watched and
And
learned. He was
and also, I don't want to negate that he is from what they say, the South Side of Chicago, to where you have to have some kind of street sense too. But then they put him in a narrative to where he was just this little bitty old frail little baby, that never went outside and just got molested all the time by his sister, and his mother had no idea, but both of his brothers knew. You know what I'm saying?
right.
And then also, you have to put in the fact that not only was this a little boy that came from a single parent home, it was by environmental design that he ended up where he was, but that does not negate what he did to children. And when I get upset, just as Keith does, and I be yelling and cussing these bitches out too. When I get so upset when they say, "Oh, he's just mad because the money ran out." Oh, they just mad because they didn't get the Birkin bag. Oh, they just mad because
It's easy for
they
them
wanted
to
to
say
take.
that because they don't want to
It's
face the truth.
excuses.
They
It's
know. They know the
excuses.
truth.
And it's the same excuses that he has been giving all of these years. It's just like the Pied Piper is really, really active still to this day. So okay, let me give you an example. When Levi recorded R. Kelly, when he called him and he was telling him, "Hey man, it's a whole bunch of people out here on YouTube, and they some terrorists, and we got to get this under control." What did R. Kelly say? "Man, I know shit. I ain't nothing I can do about it." It's not like he don't know. But guess what? They are yes men. All of these people on YouTube are yes men to him.
What happened?
Oh, the hell, I think, yeah, she went out. The hell, went
I
out. I
heard
don't know what
something
happened
cut
to her.
out.
Yeah, she cut
Yeah.
out.
I'm not
I'm
nowhere
sorry.
near the
Can y'all hear me? My bad. I'm sorry.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. But I don't understand, like, if you for a second think that Robert does not know what's going on in these streets here and how people have been behaving that are on his side. If you don't think for a fact that he was in his cell when he found out about Debo getting his own indictment, like, damn nigga, didn't I just talk to your motherfucking ass? Man, you supposed to stay out and do the calls and shit. That's not helping him. Anything that y'all supporters do that negates exactly what he's been doing, I would run far away from y'all. I would run far away from a Debo. I would run far away from Dana. I would run a
Right.
1,000 miles away from Kevin Terrell. A
I don't
thousand
want
miles
to.
away. And the reason why is because the message that they are giving is that, honestly, yeah, we saying that he is free, but we are acting on the same things that he is indicted for. And it's ridiculous. Who in the hell wants somebody fighting for them that's doing the same shit? Of course you would if you are guilty, but bruh, come on.
Yeah, I
Like,
gotta
this
say
don't make
this.
no
Can I
sense.
say something?
For the record, I love Miss Debo.
Absolutely.
For the record, I
Uh,
love Miss Debo.
okay, I
Y'all
You
don't
go
you
ahead.
really.
love Debo.
Yeah, I love to miss me some Debo, girl.
You know what?
I don't want nobody.
Debo had some points, but let me tell you, Debo's downfall is his ego. Debo thought he was bigger than the case. Debo thought he was bigger than the cause. And you are not bigger than the cause. Anybody that comes on here and think they're bigger than the victims, they just as bad as R. Kelly. Anybody that comes in here and thinks that you have to prove your point by bashing other people, you are just as bad as the cause you are trying to go for. Okay. And Debo did it in an unorthodox way, a street way, and an illegal way. So unfortunately, his illegal ass got into some trouble. And this is exactly why R. Kelly has these excuses, because now you see people parading and making excuses for what Debo did as well. Now we all might
Can I
like him,
say
okay,
something?
and I like R. Kelly's music, but I ain't finna stand for the bullshit. I'm sorry, Miss Ann, go ahead.
My thing is, I see people on both sides. I don't get into none of that. But I have went over to tears and I've stated my opinion and then I get bashed. I've went to Atmospheres and I've just said hi, blessings everybody, and I get blasted. I'm like, dang, I never even said nothing negative. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, it's both sides. It's like they're out for blood, both of them. I'm just like, my goodness, this is YouTube. This is not even our lives. We're all people with opinion, and yes, we all trying to fight a fight, but it shouldn't come to where we're calling each other names and doxing people, and people are getting indicted over this stuff. Everybody on here has a life, has
That's
a
true.
family, has kids.
Okay, you're right. But what triggered you just before I got on this call when you and Keep was going in on it? Something triggered you, just like something triggered Keep. You see what I'm
Because
saying?
you
And
didn't
then
get
you
your
had an
message.
explosive rebuttal.
Yeah, because she was being all aggressive and mean with me, and I never even said nothing bad. I said I felt sorry for both of them, and she tried to say I was attacking victims, and I didn't even do that. That's what triggered me because she was saying lies to me.
And you don't think that on both of you guys can agree that lies have been told on both ends?
Oh yeah, I can, but I wasn't on here telling no lies. I physically listened to the transcripts. I've been reading them myself. But
Right.
I wouldn't come on here and lie. And I have no reason to attack that lady. I don't even know her, but don't call me a liar when I didn't say a lie. Do you get what
So
I'm
does
saying?
yes, but
I
her
got
calling
good.
you a lie warrant okay. So again, see, we're going
She
back to
was
the same behavior we're trying to get away from. So her
right.
calling you a liar triggered you to call her a bitch. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So
Correct.
at some point, guys, we have to get to something to where we agree, we
To
disagree, and we
disagree.
move the fuck on.
Right. I
Absolutely.
The
agree.
hell, the hell, the hell, and I 100% agree with you. What triggered me is when she said what the transcript said, and I felt like she was making an excuse. That's why I got like that.
And
So
everybody gets their different perception of the transcripts. When you're reading it, when you're listening to it from Atmos, you get a different perception than when you
exactly,
go to Sylvia's channel and they are plugging different things that is not even being said in the transcripts,
Right.
but they are ad-libbing it and making their narrative what they want it to be. And as adults, we have to have, like Angie just said, our intelligence. Use your brain and
Right.
and try not to put yourself in this situation, but think of if you had a child and they was in this situation. Everybody was
the
saying
hell,
every
the hell, I got to clear something out. As far as
mm-hmm.
bringing family up, my exact words were, "I hope your family is listening to you on YouTube, and I hope they keep the kids away from you." That is how I feel, and that's what I said. That's my
And
opinion. That's
and
what I
that
said.
see
I don't know her family.
that's why
She's absolutely right. I don't know her family. I said, I hope,
that's
just like people
why
say I need to get the help they need. I said, I hope your family is listening to what you're saying, and I hope they keep their kids away from you. That's exactly what I said, and that's what everybody said that feels like this man is guilty. So, and they're
And
trying
that
to make
it,
excuses.
let me ask you this, Keith. Is it because of the mentality they have coming into this?
Yes,
Because of
100%
the excuses that they give?
excuses, and people
but
have
hold on,
witnessed
hold on,
Henny,
hold on.
just like
Please
just
let
like
me
people
speak.
talk about
Wait,
people
Keith.
say
Hold
no,
on,
wait,
Keith.
hold
Hold
on, let
on.
me
Let
finish,
Henny.
let me finish. Just like people said they've been seeing me disrespectful on this app for 3 years, people saw her victim blame. They not just on not on this channel, but they've been seeing her in very instances where she
You
victim blamed,
name
and she
one
knows she
time I
did.
victim blame. Name one time. One time on one channel. Name it.
You do it on Sylvia's channel.
I do
Everybody
not.
see
You
it. Oh,
name it.
okay, okay,
You
okay.
name it.
That
Pull up
that's
the
how I
clip.
feel, and
Pull
it's not
Angie.
Is
me.
it
Pull up
gonna
the clip.
change anything? That's like a mute
No,
It's
it's
point
not.
at this
not.
point.
No,
It's
Yeah.
not.
no,
It's
One
like
thing
no,
about it
build a
is
no,
bridge, get
she
over
no,
it.
she
no,
can't she
no. I'm
can't.
out.
I mean, don't
I
sit
don't
up
have to
there and
say
bring
nothing
my
else.
family in it. I'm a grown woman. You're talking directly to me. What my family hears and what my family does is none of her business. Just like what she does with her family's none of my business. But I guarantee you none of this type of shit goes on in my family.
But
None
would
of
you
it.
excuse it if it does? So what's the
Just like I
excuse
said,
now?
I wouldn't be complicit to either side. As a
Right.
parent, I wouldn't be complicit. To be honest, if it was me on that side, my that goddamn guy wouldn't have left that hotel room. He'd have had a bullet in
Damn
his
right.
goddamn heart. He'd have left in a body bag. You want to keep it
Right.
real? I'm keeping it real.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Mm-hmm.
agree with that. But do I feel it's right what's being done to him either? No, I don't.
Henny, let me ask you a question real quick. This is Melanie. If it
Hi.
wasn't R. Kelly and he did not sing, would you care if it was just Joe Blow going through the
Yeah.
same thing that R. Kelly's on trial for now? Because yeah,
If it was,
how do you
if
support a man who doesn't even have a relationship with his kids? That's not odd to y'all.
if it was as public
Where's
as
his
it is,
family at to support him? His family's
I
not even
don't know.
supporting him.
And that's
Isn't
sad.
that odd?
All his whole situation is sad.
It's not sad. It's
Odd.
something that he orchestrated himself. So you
No, I
cannot
feel
say
like
that it's sad when he
to me,
orchestrated it himself.
to
He's
me,
the one who he separated himself from his entire family because you have to think about he has two sons and a daughter now. You understand what I'm saying?
yeah,
Now he has two sons and a daughter. What did he start out with? Two daughters and one son, correct?
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
So
So
what does
you
that
have to
mean?
think of, but what I am saying is it could be, I'm not saying it is, but it could be that the best thing that Drea could ever do was get those goddamn children away from this pedophile.
And they're adults
The,
now.
According
So
to the
really, if they wanted a
paperwork,
relationship with their
Drea was
father, they
just
could
as
have one if they
complicit.
wanted one.
Drea was
according to
just
what? I'm sorry, Henny, say it again.
according to the transcript, Drea was just as complicit. She was having sex with Roshana herself.
as an
And why do
adult
you
and
think
a
that
minor.
is, Henny? Henny,
It
why do
was
you
all
think that? Why do
okay.
you think that is? If this man
Because
was
they was
beating
all
you
trying to
upside your
please
head,
one man,
exactly. Please, who though?
R. Kelly.
Exactly. So if
And
you would do anything to please this man, and this man would do anything to make you do what he wants you to do, how are you feeling sorry for that? Because at
right.
some point you have to hold this man accountable
Yes,
at
you're right.
54 years
Everybody,
old on his actions. When he went up to
everybody.
Azriel's high school and took pictures with that girl in her school uniform, he knew better. He got a child Azriel's age. Buku is Azriel's age. Now you trying to tell me instead of taking Aaliyah, instead of taking Azriel, instead of taking Javante, instead of taking Tiffany, instead of taking all these inspiring, even Sparkle ass, you trying to tell me he couldn't help Buku, bro? Buku is an amazing artist. An amazing artist. They did one fucking song together and it went nowhere. You trying to tell me this man made $145 million and he couldn't even help his daughter get on her feet with her music career? And she is a musical genius just like her father. But he took all the time and energy away from his own protege, which is his child, and did it for sinister behavior with other people's children. That's what I can't get with. Now, I do have sympathy for him when it comes to his childhood. I have sympathy for him, but that's when it stopped, bruh. Because I don't
Right.
have $145 million, okay? But even with my little bitty budget, if I was molested or violated in any way as a child, the one thing that me personally, I would not want to do is have that pain onto someone else or inflict that pain onto someone else. Knowing how confused I felt as a child on is this the right thing to do? Is this the wrong thing to do? I wouldn't do that with my 100. And think about this, Miss Henny. Out of 50 something years this man has been in Chicago, where in the fuck is Robert Sylvester Kelly Boulevard?
Mhm.
Oh,
In that jail too.
Where is the R. Kelly Musical School of Arts? He's a musical genius. He bought so much money, just like Michael Jordan, to that city, but nothing. Like literally nothing. Has anybody found a key in his goddamn apartment that they didn't gave him? I
Nikki,
mean,
look at the private chat. I was telling her to look at a
let-
private chat because she'll see it.
I just want everybody to think. Just really, really think. And
can I
quit trying to make
say
excuses for this
something?
narcissistic, nasty ass behavior. Yes, ma'am.
My okay, this is my whole. I'm just gonna tell you my frame of thought. I think that what he has done, it's learned behavior. I believe that when he became famous or whatever, and that he had a lot of people around him that were
You still there?
You cut out, Henny.
oh shit.
Let's give a couple minutes. We can't make the excuse about the people that's around him because
Hello?
he hired those motherfuckers around him.
Okay. And can you hear me
Okay, I
now?
can hear you now. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry. I feel like the people, I like to meet. I don't know if I'm supposed to say names or not, but DS, he also messed with younger women. Very BH, younger women. And I mean, if you look back and research them, I think he kind of followed what he had learned. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
That's
get
what
what you're
I
saying.
feel.
I do.
That's what I
I
feel.
do.
And then as far as AZ or AC, I'm sorry.
Mhm.
To me, her parents, that whole situation, just to me is mind blowing. I just don't know
But
what to
guess
say.
what though, Henny?
I
She's
can't even.
still a victim.
Yeah, and then do you know when she left? I heard it on your guys' side that the dad said that the dad stole money. Why wasn't it given to her?
The
Have you
dad
Why?
seen
did
any
what?
hardcore proof of this
Wait a
stuff?
minute.
People say a
You
lot of
said
shit, but I don't see no proof
Angelo
of it.
stole money. Angelo stole money from who? R. Kelly?
Here we
Yeah,
go.
that's what
Here
I
we
heard
go.
on your guys' side.
You
I
Who is
heard,
your
well,
guy?
where's the proof?
Wait, wait,
heard
wait,
from
wait, wait,
the
wait. Oh,
guys.
who said it? Who's wait. Hold on, y'all. Okay, so you heard it on like OCOV that Angelo stole money from
Yes,
R. Kelly.
yes.
If he stole money, does that give him the right to fuck his underage child?
No, no,
So
no.
so
I'm not
I
saying.
can.
Hold on.
Oh,
You're
okay.
misconstruing what I'm saying. You're saying they all left with nothing. That she had to go do stuff to get the studio and whatever. I'm saying, why is that? When if he stole money from him, that money should have went to his damn daughter. Just
Because
like
there
that.
was no money
Can I
stolen,
finish?
sweetheart.
Hold on. Can I finish? Just like that precedent with as is. Why was Angelo getting a percentage of that? That should have been
Penny,
straight up to his daughter.
First of all,
That's
there's
not
Wait, let
right.
her finish. Let her finish, y'all.
let her
Let her
finish.
finish. Let her finish.
I'm just saying that's my point. Why was he getting a percentage of that as is that precedence when it should have went to straight to her? She should have got all that. She's the one that went through what she went through. He didn't go through shit.
Well, Angelo, I don't know how the logistics went with him and Shabazz and things like that, but
Well, Shabazz
how
said that. Shabazz said that Angelo got a percentage and she agreed to it. But
Man, a
why?
whole
I
bunch of
don't
people
know.
said a
It's
lot of
not
shit.
right.
I don't believe
That's
what
what I'm saying.
everybody
A lot of
say.
people say like this is shit I'm talking about.
People
People just
say a lot of shit, but I don't
somebody
hang on
said don't
everybody's
have no
words.
proof and no paper or nothing. When you ask people to produce the documents that's when he's supposedly did all this, nobody got shit to produce. Like
Well, my
that's what
thing
gets
is
me out
this.
there.
She's a victim, right? She's alleged victim. How come you guys ain't, supporting that? I even support
We
that
did we
strong.
have supported that for 3 years, just like you've been victim blaming. How about
What?
that?
For the
keep hold on, y'all, hold on, cause here y'all go again. Hey,
Yeah, I'm
take your
getting
10
tired of her
seconds.
mouth. I
Take it.
respect her. Why can't she respect me? She keeps running her mouth at me like she's crazy. I'm
It's
not the
not that
one.
she's. Well, listen, none of us are the ones, okay? And we've all
Well,
made that very clear. Everybody
okay,
on
well,
this
I'll
panel
show
has
that
their
I'm
own
not the one.
stands. Well, you can't show it. You can speak
I
it,
can't
but we're
show
not
it
finna
because I
show it.
can come to wherever she stay at. I have no
And
problem
for
with that.
what? So you can get your
Because
own indictment? Girl, stop. Like, this is
these
what I'm
people
saying.
run their mouth
Y'all
to
don't
me
have to
like
take
that.
it this far. It is words. It's
Would
not
you sit
actions.
there and let someone keep disrespecting you when you're not
Penny,
disrespecting them?
Penny,
Would you?
Absolutely, especially if baby,
No, you
listen, I
wouldn't.
live in Atlanta, Georgia. If you are not in my face right now disrespecting me, I don't give a fuck what you say about me. I could care less.
right?
Wait,
Words
well,
is
hold
If
on,
if,
words.
y'all.
if you not,
Excuse me, y'all. Hold on. I mean, I done ran. I had to run back. I just up the stairs, round the corner, trying to adjust the thing, and I done come back. Did I hear Miss Henny talking about pulling up? Miss Henny
yes,
don't
she
say
Yep,
about
did.
pulling
Yeah, you
up.
did.
Oh hell
yep.
no! What done
Okay,
happened?
I'm trying to get her to take a 10-second breather. Let's just calm down, y'all. Let's calm down.
Yeah,
Ain't
please
nobody
calm
pulling
down.
up to no fucking body. Nobody is pulling up because guess what? This is not our fight. We just have a stance and a cause, y'all. That's it. That's it. Okay?
And I agree
That's
with that,
it.
but I'm not
That
gonna
don't move me.
tolerate being
Oh,
disrespected.
bruh.
I give
That
everybody
don't move
respect. I
me.
try to let you
That don't
speak.
move me at
You know,
all.
I don't try to disrespect nobody.
What's
And I
pulling up
understand
gonna
that,
do
but
though?
guess what? But guess what, Miss Henny? These victims are being tired of being disrespected as well by Robert Sylvester Kelly, and they're speaking up right now. It doesn't matter if it took 20 years. It doesn't matter if it took 30 years. It doesn't matter if it took 2 minutes. They are speaking up right now because they are tired of the disrespect
And
that they have been hearing. But none of those victims has pulled up to none of the supporters of Robert Sylvester Kelly and said, bitch, come out here so I can beat your motherfucking ass. None of them have done that. But guess what has happened? We have had a supporter go to a victim's job, stake
That's
it
right.
out, and wait for her ass.
That's right.
okay, and I
Unexcusable.
don't even
And
mind
that
being
is the
supportive.
behavior that we are trying to get away from, which the behavior that I'm seeing that you might don't even think that you are mimicking right now just because somebody says words, guys.
I don't even.
Listen, I will call Sky Life a bitch all day. I don't care. But listen, at the end of the day,
Some
I
men.
don't give a fuck what happened to Sky Life. I don't care what happened to none of y'all motherfuckers. Honestly, I could care less because I don't know y'all personally. I just don't agree with your stance on this cause. That's it. Yes, I
And
will call you a bitch. Yes, I'll call you lazy. Yes, I will call you anything. But what I won't do, if you're not in my face, I ain't pulling up.
Angie,
I ain't pulling up.
Well, say I don't waste
wait,
your
wait, hold
breath with
on.
me. In order for
Hold
me to be offended, I gotta value your opinion. I don't value
Yeah,
nobody's
yeah,
opinion that support a pedophile. That's just it.
exactly.
Well,
And
I
my
don't
thing
care.
is,
I
I don't care
respect.
about people pulling up on me. I'm gonna still walk out the same door and go to work every day like I used to. Angie, look at Jason Meisner's tweet when you get a chance.
I
Oh
don't
yeah, and also
disrespect
y'all, please,
anybody.
please
And my thing
realize
is,
that. Go ahead, Miss Henny. Miss Henny,
I
you know what? You
value every.
always real low. Can you cut your volume up or come closer to the phone or something? You always
I
real low.
I always value everybody's opinion because that's how you learn. That's how you know, your mind grows. So I do value
Yes.
people's opinion, and I do
Hmm.
respect people's opinion. I do not want to disrespect anybody, and you know, I have an opinion. Yes, people don't agree with it. Oh well, just like I don't agree with yours, but I'm grown enough to have
Right.
a conversation, and like I said, you pull up one thing where I've ever victim bashed. I've never done that. I've read transcripts, yes. And oh, one more thing I do want to clarify: we do read the real transcripts on infamous Sylvia. We
Man,
don't read.
Sylvia is a liar. Everything she do and stand for is a liar.
Sylvia
Even
is
her
a big
prayer.
fat
I
fucking
said it. She
liar.
is a
Hey,
Hold
hey,
liar.
on,
hey,
hold
hey,
on,
Big
guys.
hold
liar.
Hey,
on,
Fat
hey.
huh?
fat. She's
Okay.
a
Hold
big
on,
fat
hold
fucking
on. I
liar.
don't know what your problem is with Miss Sylvia.
Hold on, y'all.
I like Miss Sylvia, and you know, to me, she's not no liar. She's a good person. I've never seen anything you're talking about.
Mm.
Nothing.
I mean, I like
and,
everybody.
and and just as a lot of people have not seen a lot of things that R. Kelly has done,
Right.
so everybody has their own different stance. But the thing about it is when you are reading transcripts, just fucking read what's on the black and white, bruh.
I do.
Read
I
what's
do.
on the black and white, and if you comprehend them different, then perfectly fine. Ain't nothing we can do about your comprehension skills. Nothing at all. There's nothing that you can do about my comprehension skills on how I compromise. How I comprehend the things that I comprehend when I read them as well. Okay,
And let me
that's
say
my whole
this.
thing. But we can all be respectful.
Let me say this real quick before I
Exactly.
read this updated tweet. Please know that
But you guys,
a
please have
lot
a blessed
of the
day.
support.
You too, Miss Henny.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Yes, ma'am.
Bye
All
bye.
right, Miss Henny. A lot of the
Bye, Miss
support,
Henny.
whether what side it's on or whatever, it is more comprehensive than whether you support him or you're against him, right? It's more comprehensive than that. A lot of people have reasons that they feel this way or that way. That's when you go along. If you on team lock them up, you might hear some comprehensive explanation as to saying like, well, well, because of, well, he did it back in this day, and they went through with the alleged cover up, and then these people involved in whatever. That's more comprehensive and say, I just think he's guilty, and I'm just boom, I'm gonna bash him or whatever. And then there's some people that have a comprehensive way, reason as to why they support him. They think, it was mainly, the girls came to him, and all the other reasons that you hear, whatever. So I think we also have to keep in mind that, most people have a more comprehensive reason, I'm sorry, as to whether you are supporting him or you're on team lock him up. So let me look at this, because it looks like Jason, is that who we are? Jason is updating something else. And well, I just had it up here. It was okay, this thing. Okay, so let's see. According to the IRS agent, acknowledges he has no way of verifying whether what written in the memo of some of these checks, like child support and one check to Jane, have any real meaning. The child support payment would make no sense at all, he says. Meaning that he's saying that he's actually trying to say he don't know if what's written in the memo section is actually what it's for. So, and this is this is the prosecution's witness. I don't know if Jabo is examining him or not, but he's just pretty much saying that pretty much what I said. He don't know if it's actually for child support or could it be for some other cover up. That's pretty much what he just got in. I don't know if that last part he said was objected to. If that was Jabo's up the cross, she probably objected to that, or asked the judge to remove it from the record.
Angie,
Uh-huh.
did you just say that he had a check and in the memo of Jane it said child support? Is that what you just said?
Yeah. He said, also the IRS agent acknowledged that he has no way of verifying whether what's written in the memo of some checks, like child support and one check to Jane, you're right, have any
Right.
real meaning. Right. So he
Okay.
said
Okay.
that payment child support wouldn't make no sense at all. Meaning, and I'm glad you stopped me there, because honey, my mind was on to the next thought. So I'll expand on that a little bit. Thank you. That's why I said y'all so helpful. Everybody's so helpful, right? No matter what side.
We try,
Um,
girl. We try.
who's the child you're supporting? Are she ain't got no baby from you. She don't have a baby from you. So why is it child support? Or is this
Right.
godfather child
Right,
support or
right.
whatever? And he's saying it doesn't make any sense at all. So he's
And
indicating.
then
So
the settlement memo that he put on her rent check, right? He put settlement on one of those checks when he gave her payment for her little rent, right? That was in the
oh yeah, I
transcripts
know
as
he said
well.
settlement, but I forgot what it was for. Now,
Yeah.
Jabo can come back and reiterate that he did not handle the his own books, his written checks. So I don't know. All right, let's read this one. It says aside, it says one name that has come up repeatedly today is Linda Minch, a longtime Chicago lawyer who represented some of Kelly's businesses and cut some of the checks in question. Mitch was killed last year by a hit and run driver. Let's see, what is this? This information is an ongoing traffic crash investigation. The case has been potentially becoming news with some blah 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 blah. What is so that's talking about the hit and run of that lady. It says so far Kelly's attorney is pointing out on cross-examination that there is no indication that Kelly himself directly paid anyone, including Jane. So, which goes along with what I was saying. We did this 40 minutes ago. 40 minutes ago. It says one more exhibit showing the layout of Kelly's tricked out home on George Street, a converted church that at one time had a swimming pool, barbershop, and a full wall fish tank. Well, oh wow. This must be one of the pictures I saw. I didn't know it was a converted church.
Okay, now see that in itself, baby. Listen, mm, mm,
Who put this
mm.
up? It must
That
Wow.
be
in itself,
How coincidental.
a church,
A church.
bruh. And then we hear about some smoke detectors that had
Yeah,
cameras inside of
cameras.
them.
They
Yeah,
were, they
somebody
were, yeah, they were.
testified about that.
Some people said that
I'm behind.
he had those cameras because it was for security reasons in the ceilings, just to put everything
Only in
together.
his bedroom. Oh, okay.
Yes,
Only in
yeah.
his bedroom. You're right. Okay.
Yeah, I have never heard of people put security cameras in the ceiling, like a smoke detector for security reasons. I heard,
I have perverts do those things.
yes, I
Perverts do
did
that.
too.
Wait a
I
minute
haven't
now. Wait
heard
a
of
minute.
that.
Oh, we got some cameras, some hidden, some not. But this is a police ass outfit, so that's why.
We have cameras in our house too.
Oh,
Not in
People
nobody's
got
bedroom
rain.
or
We
bathroom, but
got
we have
rain
cameras in the house.
cameras. We got
Baby,
rain.
I got a 2 bedroom townhouse and I got a camera at the front. Okay.
Yeah, we got.
That's about it. I'm not gonna put nothing in my smoke detector. What the hell I need now? No.
Right. I'm need a smoke detector to work because it be getting hot in here after hours.
And
I'm
then
And
like,
and
wait,
then he
and
and then
wait,
he had
y'all.
a lock on the door.
Did he forget about them in the smoke detectors? Like, why the fuck wouldn't you take that with you when you left, bro?
he probably
Mm,
forgot.
mm, mm. And he also had a lock on the door that you locked the door on the inside or outside. Didn't they say some shit like that? Ain't that
Hmm.
what they said?
They did. So what's the explanation for that? He had small children in there and he didn't want them to tear up his studio. Like, I don't understand.
But the owner took away that lock because he said it was a safety hazard.
Of
So
course, and it's a fire hazard as well.
Yeah, I'm going in. I'm behind.
mm, mm,
I'm just
mm.
trying to figure it all out. And this is my thing. I don't have a jail to put R. Kelly in, but the evidence is showing that there was no big mad situation. There was no, okay, well, she didn't get a Birkin and her titties too big, and she upset about that. That didn't happen.
And
That
there's no
didn't happen.
extortion either.
The first
And there's no
thing that the
extortion
first
either.
thing that narcissists do is they make sure that you are isolated and that you can only depend on them for everything. Eating,
Exactly.
sleeping, shitting, money, all that. And anybody that is in the way of them having full and total control of you, they have to be destroyed.
That's right.
That's it. So if you're
Facts.
gonna sit here and say that, then who destroyed him? It wasn't his mama. That motherfucker was broke. So you see what I'm saying? Like he started this. He started this, and still to this day, he still thinks that he can control this situation. He think he can. They gave this man fucking McDonald's for lunch. No bologna sandwich with a cup of fruit. None of that. McDonald's.
Bologna sandwich with a cup of fruit. I can't.
Now, come on, y'all. Like they already know this man been going to Rock and Roll, trying to at the McDonald's, trying to pick up little kids, and then you gonna bring him a hamburger with no ketchup, bro?
Hmm.
No, wait a
You
minute.
just rubbing that shit in everybody's faces.
Wait a minute. Someone, I was now. You just brought something up. Who brought this nigga McDonald's last week? I want answers. Someone said that there was a fan that
Y'all, the
brought
man
McDonald's.
gotta eat. Y'all know he like McMiners. I mean,
right.
You know
McBurgers.
what, Melanie?
Let me stop. I'm
Not the
going mute.
McMiners.
No, this ain't
Let
funny.
me
I'm
read
sorry.
this.
I'm off today,
Let me
so
read
I'm
this.
laughing
It
at these
says,
comments.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, what's this, Andrew? What's this?
it says
Let me
R.
turn
Kelly defense attorney Jennifer Von Jean is not cross-examining an agent. He has so far acknowledged that the settlement between Kelly and McDavid contained no admission of liability, and that Kelly did not appear to be the signatory on payments to Jane's parents. So that's what I was saying. She's going to get. Remember when I said so she can come back and say, keep in mind that R. Kelly is not signing any of these payments. So that is to counter, like whenever the person said that child support makes no sense
Mhm.
as being in the memo line and whatever, he's gonna
Mhm.
come up and, she could come up and counter with that. Something that says R. Kelly's prosecutors turn focus to alleged obstruction of justice conspiracy. And then it
No, did you
says
say?
Yeah.
attorney for
Oh,
Kelly. Huh?
no, I want you to read that one
Oh,
right
that's all
there.
it said.
Mm-hmm.
All right
So
here.
somebody worth $145 million is writing their own checks every day. So you're gonna write your rent check, you're gonna write your little car payments and your insurance. You ain't got no CPA or accountant doing all that shit for you, right? Huh?
I know that's what her point is. Well, what she's doing is, and this is where it gets tricky for
Yeah.
the defense team, because I'm talking about all of them
Mm-hmm.
now. This is where it
Yeah.
gets tricky. So she's getting up there and saying, well, he ain't writing the checks and whatever. Now that's pushing more suspicion onto who is writing the checks and whatever. So we already
Right.
know Darren McDavid functioned at some point as his accountant, his business manager. He had the pen
Mm-hmm.
at one point. So
Y'all know what?
there's a whole
My
bunch of
Go ahead,
man
shit
is a
Angie.
going
Uncle
on with the defense
McDonald's
team.
comment. Y'all are so scorned.
Go
I'm
ahead. Let
scared
Angie
that
finish.
y'all mad about me bringing up the
Let Angie
McDonald's.
finish.
Okay? Oh,
Let me
sorry.
read the 11 minute. This one moment. It says an attorney for Kelly co-defendant Darren McDavid reveals through his cross that if McDavid had breached the settlement deal with Kelly and exposed what he knew about the singer, he would owe Kelly Baby, they throwing each other under the bus already.
Wait a
Hold
minute.
on.
What? Say that again, Angie. What?
Hold
Say that again, Angie. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
I love it.
It says an attorney for Kelly's co-defendant Darren McDavid reveals through his cross that if McDavid had breached the settlement deal with Kelly and exposed what he knew about the singer, he would owe Kelly $100 grand. So so let me tell you what he's doing. This attorney's doing.
Girl.
He's saying he is he's trying to get his client out of this conspiracy by saying, like,
He did it. He
well,
did it.
wait a minute. I'm gonna take that back. His attorney is kind of conceding a little bit. Let me tell you why. Now it's going from he didn't know what was going on to if he would have exposed what was going on, then he will owe Kelly $100 grand. So he's making
Mm-hmm.
it as to why he didn't blow the whistle. So now he's
Right.
trying to
Right.
give his client some favor and some kind of sympathy from the jury. That's what he's trying to do now. He's trying to get now I think he's kind of realizing these shoes are falling and it's falling hard.
Yep.
This nigga go, these
And they
people.
pointing the finger at each other, girl.
So now,
Angie, look at James Harris' comment.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Mhm.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Who?
Look at James Harris' comment. James Harris, just look at James Harris' comment.
Okay.
And that interview was around 2002 when the text first came out.
Right. So what I was saying for the co-defendants is, so now Darren McDavid, and we already knew that if push comes to shove, he was gonna be the first one to throw R. Kelly under the bus. So it looks like to me, this one here is kind of trying to break free, and he's trying to save his client. Fuck the overall we came in and said we was gonna do as a unit, as a defense team. We going for broke. Now we go every man for himself. So now he's saying, look him. He couldn't tell what was going on, because if he did, he would have owed R. Kelly $100 grand. Remember, Milton tried to come in with, I ain't know, so how can I be, obstructing something that I ain't know about no minors, I ain't know nothing, I don't know this nigga, I don't know nobody, I don't know why I'm here, I don't even know my name Milton,
Facts. As long as I don't go to prison, I don't give a damn. Right.
And then here comes McDavid. He tried to come in with, I ain't know all this was going on either. But
So
now,
Angie, can they bring that
the
NDA into the court for
yeah,
McDavid? Can they bring that
They already
NDA in there?
They already did.
No, I mean, can they go over the details? Y'all know I'm behind. I ain't had time to pay
I mean,
attention to
if
this
they
shit.
can, I don't know if I don't know what was what's admissible or not, and we're not going to know if that would be allowed. It can be allowed. Normally, in NDAs are not allowed because it's not an admission of innocent or guilt. However, they would have to get not special, but they would have to, duke it
He
out
would
in
have to
front of the
testify
judge
also, right?
to see, yeah, and to see if it
Both
would
of
be
them.
admissible in this particular circumstance, right? Because now this is a little different because allegedly these NDAs were used to cover a crime. So most likely this judge is going to allow that to come in if this brought up. So now, y'all, so Team Kels and everybody else and Team Lock 'em Up, now you see Darren McDavid and them, they going for broke. They were like, fuck this. Okay.
And I think Boho started that, Angie. I'm going to just say that. I think Boho started that when she started pointing fingers and trying to throw McDavid under the bus. And they all was like, okay, listen, motherfuckers, we're going to go in here as a unit. We're going to try to get everybody out. I just need y'all to shut up and let me do my fucking job. But then, I mean, listen. R. Kelly is a mastermind, y'all.
But now that I think about it, actually, I think it what's his name? I don't know, it was Bo Brinley or Redeem, one of them attorneys for Jeremy David actually started in court the other day. Remember? And he got up there and said something that appeared to throw R. Kelly under the bus. And they said that J. Bo was objecting so motherfucking much, she damn near had a goddamn fit.
Oh yeah, she breaking out in hives in that motherfucker. Yeah, she did.
Yeah, that's when the shit started. And she realized now they no longer look like they are working together as they should. And this is hard for those three because they got some statements. We ain't got to them. I mean, I guess Atmos and them will get to them when they get to the.
Yeah, I can't wait for that.
Yeah, but apparently that's what I want to hear. I want to do Jane. I want to do the motherfucking statements, and I want to do Lisa. Those are the main ones. I'm because the statements is going to tell who is blaming, who is talking about who, because they tried to keep the statements out because there were some damning omissions on those statements, and that's problematic for any defense team when there are co-defendants involved. It's just there's no way around it. You got people pointing at each other, people talking about they knew what was going on when the shit was going, was happening, and all of that. It was in the motions and shit. What the statements were going to attest to. So now, but he is going for broke. He's saying that if he would have knew what was happening, that's letting you know right then. He's saying something happened. And
that's it. Yep. Because if it wasn't for the representation that he had for R. Kelly, he wouldn't even be in this situation at all. Period.
Yeah, he going for broke. He's getting the fuck up out of this.
Yeah, he trying, but it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work, bro. It ain't gonna work because your hands is too up in this shit.
This is because I got white people in my family, whatever. But y'all white people, y'all don't play that bullshit. Y'all ain't going down about no bullshit. Hell no, get me out of this. Get me out. Hell, he probably saw that octopus and probably said, hell no, hey lawyer, get me the fuck out of this. I don't give a damn. We'll sit all the way down to the other end of the table. Fuck that. I don't know.
Because these tentacles is showing my name on it. At least one of these tentacles got my name on it, and I'll be damned. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, it's too late, bro. Too late. You should have went to the police. Why didn't you go to the police? That's what they say, ain't it? You should have went to the cops. If you saw any crimes being committed, instead of taking R. Kelly billions of dollars, you should have went to the police. Ain't that what they say? Huh? Yeah, buddy.
I'm getting the fuck out of this today.
You damn right. I'm finna go home. I don't know what y'all finna do with him, but baby, I'm finna go to home and eat me off a little lobster bisque or whatever the fuck they eat. Listen, he's trying to get to the house, baby. He's trying to get to the house.
To the house as soon as possible. This is some bullshit. He done got it. Bro, I can't believe that man said that shit. What? What happened to everybody working together?
Shit, I can. Once that evidence, once Boss Baby got up there and really started talking and naming people and saying, yeah, he in the courtroom, there he is right there. Shit, that just changed the whole ball game right there because then she done implicated that you was with him.
Breaking
Hold
news,
on, hold
breaking
on.
news. The mom
Uh-oh.
understand. Breaking news, mom
Mother
understand.
alleged R. Kelly sexual abuse victim taking a stand in Kelly's latest trial in Chicago. Oh Lord, the mama up there too. Hold
Oh,
on.
Father God. Listen, y'all.
Oh, hold on.
Listen.
Hold on. Testifying under pseudonym Susan. She is the mother of the woman who testified against Kelly last week. Here's a sometime story about the testimony from her daughter. Okay, I don't need that. Oh, y'all. They going hard, So okay, so if this is what they're putting on now, towards the end of the prosecution,
Girl.
towards the end, they're probably coming with They're probably coming with more of that cover up.
Mm-hmm.
They might be, because that would be a strong ending.
Go to
Yeah.
Jason's tweet. He just tweeted something. Jason is
Oh,
tweeting.
Lord. Jason is on it, baby. Jason don't miss a beat. Do you hear me?
That's right, cousin Jay.
Yeah,
Let's
let me see.
go, cousin Jay on the
This is
move.
crazy.
God damn.
I'm pretty sure this Susan, she got many regrets. She should be ashamed of herself.
Damn.
Bro, I got turns.
These folks didn't
You know,
even have a damn job. When that tape came out and everybody knew, hell, didn't they say they got fired from their jobs?
Mm-hmm.
all right, let me see what's
Hey.
going on. 59 minutes. Okay, that's
Nah, go up. There you go. Go to tweets and replies because that's where you get most of the new tweets from.
You said tweets and replies.
Yeah. So you see, it's 3 minutes now. He just left the tweet 3 minutes, and there was one 2 minutes. There we go.
Okay, that's okay. It
Up
said
top,
Justin
up top.
prosecutors have called mother of Jane, the 14-year-old girl on the infamous tape from R. Kelly 2008 trial. The mom, who is also using pseudonym, is expected to tell the jury about how and why she helped cover up what Kelly had done to their daughter. 1 minute. It said the woman who was going by Susan says her husband passed away last July. She worked for Fox Sports Chicago and a chiropractor, and once owned a family shoe store in Oak Park. Oh, okay. She got a lot of jobs and shit going on like me. I do a lot of shit. I got 2 intakes right now. I'm working when I shouldn't be working. The hell? Child. Baby, when I first read that paperwork, that motion, and it told me that Jerry McDavid and this lady, I'm trying to see um who got mad first, because I forgot how it went. I think oh, Jerry McDavid adopted one of J-Bo's motions. I believe that was how. And then when J-Bo, after that, when J-Bo came out with the next motion, it seems as if she had no correspondence with Jerry McDavid and McDavid's team, and which would mean that they would have no direction with regards to the defense with regarding all the clients. So then, she was saying this and saying that the testimonies, she will be antagonistic towards each other and all of this, that, and the third. And then that next motion that his Jeremy David filed, they went off on J-Bo.
So that's when they went rogue.
Yeah, no. So
Mhm.
Refresh
as you can
Jason.
see,
He
they
just
they
tweeted something.
who did?
What'd you say?
Oh, Jason just tweeted how
Damn,
Susan
Jason.
met R. Kelly. Jason, yeah, I gotta be honest. Jason is.
Baby Jason be on it. He don't miss my damn beat.
Yeah, Jason will light it up. I hate that dude Dave Barnes ain't in there either because let me see.
Let me tell y'all a funny story that happened to me the other day. I was in somebody's chat, and the person said that sorry, I gotta eat a little bit. The person said, "Oh, it didn't came out that R. Kelly was paid for Jane to go to junior college and shit like that, right? Paid a little rent and things like that." So I just made the comment and said, "Well, what's wrong with that? Didn't he send you to college to Morgan State, right?" And I got
That's
blocked.
if he went. That's if he went.
Oh, Lord.
Wow.
I got blocked.
Two
I mean, wasn't that true? And didn't he send the little baby to Morgan State? That's what he said. So why you mad because you went to Morgan State and this little baby only got junior college paid for? What the fuck wrong with you? Seems like he's been treating these men way better than these women, but I do digress.
Let me read what Susan said. But Jason says, you got me all confused. Susan says she met R. Kelly through her sister, Stephanie, at a concert at Percy Julian School in Oak Park, where her daughter was performing. She also knew of him before that, saying he was a recording artist, a Grammy Award winner. Mm-hmm. Let me holler at some more people that slid in here. What's up, JoJo? Who else? What's anybody else? DJ Cadillac, DJ Cadillac ain't never been to him before. I don't know DJ Cadillac. There's somebody else named Rossi. I didn't get a chance to speak to. Hey, Rossi. I don't know what happened to you. Hey, Dolores.
How they come up with all these names? Susan, Brandon, come up with all these names.
All these names, honey. They are coming up with a whole bunch.
Yeah, I would be asleep in a minute. I'm about to fill up my wine glass again. My last day off.
Oh no, not the child. I'm on my second Tropicana, fruit medley Tropicana, baby.
Girl, I'm drinking me some. What is this?
I'm tripping because
Stella.
baby mama in love with him.
Look, how about I take the bottle upstairs and I don't have to come back down?
She said, take the bottle upstairs. So, Jesus.
I'm tired
of now you're going to take the whole damn bottle upstairs,
don't
girl.
judge me.
Now they're going to call you an alcoholic all over the YouTube streets now.
I don't give a fuck. They can call me whatever they wanted to. It ain't what they call me, is what I answer to.
No, she know.
Ain't none of that bullshit on my birth certificate. Everybody on YouTube be on their feelings. He talked about my kid. He called me such and such. Learn to say I don't give a fuck. Because I don't. I used to give a damn, but now I don't give a fuck.
That's right.
I'm fresh out of fucks again. Been out.
I'm kind of jealous. I ain't got no wine. I'm kind of jealous. I ain't got no wine or no spirits. I'm sitting here quite
shit, and I'm the same with or without wine. It is what it is.
You know what? I be so jolly and happy that
right.
People be like, girl, you got to be on something. I don't know, I'm happy all the time to you.
They do try to say that. This is social media. You be enjoying life, don't you, Angie? Ain't nothing wrong with cussing somebody and going back to your regular scheduled program.
Yeah, my regular schedule goddamn pro. What happened to the hell? Yo, she dropped. Oh, here you are.
I'm here.
I am always happy. I really am. I wake up in the morning. I had somebody used to tell me, I can't even tell when you on your cycle. You can't, because I don't have mood swings and shit.
Now
like
that you can tell. I
never had them. I never
Mel
have.
be ready for a hot compress and to
I'll
go
be
to
ready to
bed. That's
nut a
what Mel
smile
be
in your
ready.
motherfucking neck. Don't fuck with me when it's
Yeah,
that time of the month.
yeah.
I'm a
I
bitch.
don't have an issue.
That first
I
2 days, I barely even hear from Mel. You're right.
Yep. I ain't fucking with nobody because I'm a monster.
Angie, Angie, refresh Jason.
Oh damn, Jason. Yeah, damn, Jason.
Jason is quick, y'all. Y'all gotta be quick. Jason
Child,
be,
these
be,
people,
be, be
you
speeding
some
up those
social
fingers like
media
Tasmanian
motherfucking
devil
expert.
when he be doing these tweets.
Angela.
Oh, Shaw Baby on the line. Hey, Miss
Yes,
Lady.
Shaw
Hey, how
Baby.
y'all doing? Hey,
Finding you.
doing good. How y'all doing?
All right, what's good with it, girl? What's good with it?
Well, good with it. Angela, I called you to ask you, do you want your martini today or do you want to wait to Friday?
I'll start taking them today. I still got a great bit of cussing to
Oh,
do
okay.
today,
I'm
but
gonna
I'll
get
take
them.
them today.
Okay, okay. I'm gonna get them dry ice to you. To Jacksonville. I'm gonna get them dry ice to you.
Oh,
Cause,
okay.
'cause I know
Now,
that
are they already
octopus
made?
tearing
Because
your
I ain't gonna know
nerves
how
up.
to
I'm
make
just
them.
make sure you get some martini.
Yeah, because, honey, that goddamn.
I,
Oh, wait a
I
minute.
want
Guess
them
what?
octopus.
Yeah, girl, that octopus almost took me the fuck out. It altered my whole entire life because I was supposed to come on. I was going to do the updates, but I was coming on much later because I wanted to read. I come on at the nighttime. I wanted to read all of Jane so I can see what the hell happened, so I can try to figure out, the strategy on both sides. Girl, I saw that octopus. I'm like, wait a minute, hell no. But so let me read what Jason just put in here. Okay, okay. So it says, Susan says her daughter started going to Kelly's studio more and more to work on music. It was then that her sister arranged for Kelly to be Jane's godfather. How did you feel about that? Kind of strange because my sister told her to ask him that. Oh,
Mm,
well, goddamn.
Thickens.
Wait, somebody told DJ Cadillac he need to go to a R. Kelly supporter channel. You better have your tithes and offerings because they're going to ask for them.
We'll support
Take
both
what your
sides
mama
over there.
gave
Who
you.
told him that? Who told him that?
You better come up them cash apps or they're gonna block you,
JoJo, ain't
man.
nobody talking about tampons. Who the fuck wear tampons? I ain't fucking with that shit.
Oh
Amen.
man,
JoJo in
Judge
the
called
chat
the
talking about
break.
tampons.
Shit.
Keep watching out for the mail, Angie. I got your
DJ
martini in there.
Cadillac,
Don't you worry
we
about it.
do on both sides over here, honey. You can speak your opinion. Actually,
Mhm.
it depends on who's in most. Sometimes, generally over the last couple of months, or whatever, it's been, Team Kales. Then now today, it's a little kind of us more team.
Look,
Us
it's
more
just
team.
us. Call us us because we just individuals. Just us.
Just
Yeah,
us. I
Just
mean, why have I
call
gotta?
us
Yeah.
call us
Just
family.
us.
stay down here. Okay, DJ Cadillac, if you're a goon, I'm telling you, it's get rough sometimes. Now, sometimes it don't have nothing because I'm nice. I'm not for or against no goddamn body. But sometimes I go to going off. So it gets rough. So if you sensitive or anything like that, make sure you wear a helmet, baby, and duck. Okay? All right?
Angie, Jason just put up something new, and they just want a
God
15-minute
damn,
break.
It
Jason.
ain't
What
nobody
Jason say now?
I keep telling
oh,
y'all,
you
man, y'all
know you
gotta
on
be
this
quick. You
side.
gotta keep
Nah.
refreshing.
Baby, and
Jason,
it's just Monday morning. It's just Monday afternoon. Girl, I'm not.
It's Monday.
They should be trying to adjourn. Shit.
well, it's probably getting. Well, it's 3:33 over there,
Mm-hmm.
and the judge just called a 15-minute break. You're gonna see it within
Oh, okay.
Jason.
Okay, Susan said. Okay, okay. It says, Susan says her daughter would go to Kelly's house and hang out with him and his family. She would spend time with them. She was going there a lot. We would drop her off. Ask what did ask what they did. She asked movie shopping or just hanging out with the kids. Okay, so that's I was gonna say that. So by that time, so J Bo got a little room because he could say, well, he was I don't know what she's gonna do about the video. So depending on what her strategy was about the video, which I haven't read yet, she could say, the girl was being dropped off over there to babysit or to hang out with the kids or whatever. I don't know how old the kids are. Is the kids under 30? The kids are under 30, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think the oldest is what, 28 or something like that?
What,
20,
R. Kelly's
20
oldest child?
Yeah. How old is he?
Mm-hmm.
Well, no,
It's the
ain't it?
second one that's it's the second one that's the change.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Jay.
I don't know
So
how
it's
old they are.
Joanne.
Shit,
Joanne is the
ask the
oldest.
chat. One of them R. Kelly supporters should know. Shit, a birthday coming up or something. I don't know. Shit.
Y'all should be sending y'all cash apps to those kids if y'all want to support somebody.
Baby, I'm gonna tell you right now. I don't give a fuck what y'all say. I'm going to Drea's little burlesque thing, honey. She finna teach me some things. I'm finna be walking backwards with that ant booty. I'm gonna do it.
There's Miss Mo. Hey, Miss Mo.
I'm gonna do it. I'm finna go to one of them.
Girl, I needed you. Mo, I did the best I can. I tried to explain common sense, okay, versus intellectual sense. Where I was trying to explain, what the intellectual, the IQ test, what that scores, and what common sense and the learned behavior and all of that, how that works or whatever. And I was trying to explain that, one can be higher in one and lower in the other, because it measures two different things. Now you can come on through here and clean that up. And I listen, then that stuff like that, I have to Google. Because hey, listen, I just do intake, baby. And the paperwork and all that stuff be done from the doctors that's already done. Honey, I'm just looking at the first couple of sheets. I'm trying to get somebody in the area, baby. Set up housing, a resident in there so I can operate out of there and baby, boom, give me a check and put them in the hands of somebody that can do the work that you do. Not me. That's not what I do. I told y'all go listen to that call I had with one of them clients, and you can hear that girl caught me, and because I was trying to catch her. I was trying to get her to face her fear about the Marshmallow Man at the end of Ghostbuster and all that shit. Yeah, see, I don't have time for bullshit. I have challenging fucking jobs. I got somebody that, by me being a person that's not challenged in that area, I can understand why you couldn't watch the rest of Ghostbusters. And she said that it was because of the end of it where the Marshmallow Man, they killed the Marshmallow Man or something. I'm like, huh? And so I tried, to do basic little field work. But, try to face your fears. That girl caught that. And you can hear it on the call. She told me, she said, I know what you're trying to do. I'm like, oh, shit. Oh, shit. See, that's why this is not what I do. This is what I assign others to do. I'm not me. I don't do this. Not me. Okay, Dale about 22. Joanne about 24. And Robert about 20. Okay. Oh,
What's the ages? I didn't hear it.
Hold on.
24, 22, and 20. 24,
Oh, okay.
22, and 20.
Okay. All right.
Hello, what's good with it, honey? What's good?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. How you doing, baby?
I'm not echoing or anything crazy.
No, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Somebody is.
I'm good. Hold on 1 second. Let me get myself straight here, and then I'll see if I can help.
Somebody. Wait a minute. Who that got the background up? That's you, Mo? The background
I think
up?
it was me, but I just fixed it. Did I fix it now?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, sorry about that. And I'm going to try to I'm on a different computer because I had to upgrade and do all kind of stuff. I came straight out of a meeting, and you called on me, so here I am.
Yes, ma'am, honey. Like the civil servant, baby, coming on in. Yes. Help us, honey. Help us.
Yeah.
Help us, honey.
What's going on?
So we was trying to I was trying to best I could explain how he could score low in the intellectual realm of
Mhm.
things and not high in the what I group together, and I may be wrong, in the common sense, the learned behavior
Yeah.
type of thing. Just the stuff where if you see fire, that's hot. If you touch,
Mhm.
that's hot.
Mhm.
Versus what an IQ test would measure you on. Go
Yeah.
ahead, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm glad this came up actually because I've been wanting to talk about it. I've been talking in my head over here, but I've been wanting to bring this up for a while because I know so many people go with the place of. I think they said his IQ was like an 89 or something of that. Is that correct?
79.
79. Oh
Uh-huh.
wow. Okay, that's a little lower than what I had heard before. Okay, but even so, I hate to tell people this. That is considered low, but it's considered low average. Okay. There's a
Okay.
difference between being so low in IQ that you, quite frankly, you can't function without the assistance of someone else, right? If
Uh-huh.
you think about it, 100, hopefully everybody understands this, and I'm not going to try to go too far down into it. If those of you who remember, or you might want to Google the term a bell curve, okay? For the bell curve, 100 is the average. That means the largest majority of people in our society have a 100 or some,
Mm-hmm.
very close to a 100. But then there's what we call one standard deviation above and one standard deviation below that
Mm-hmm.
number, which is usually about 15% on either end of 100, is still considered average, which means they can still function, they can still make decisions, and quite frankly, they can still understand a lot of things to a good degree. Now, it's people who go even outside of that standard deviation that they would be people that we would say, okay, now you're talking about outliers. These are people who are significantly below what is average, or they're significantly above what would be considered average. So the fact that he's still in that kind of 79, 80, and who knows which tests they used as well, because those are up for debate, that he still very well can have the cognitive ability to be able to do a whole lot of normal things and be able to make a lot of normal decisions, quite frankly. And the best way I can explain it in with lay terms for people who didn't want that statistics lesson I just gave is that
Yeah.
think about when you went to school with people, right? And we all went to school, I believe, with individuals who might have been in, remedial classes, or at that time that's what they called it, or in classes where they need special assistance, or we knew that they took special education classes or had additional assistance. We did that, right? But we could still sit down and talk to them at lunchtime if we wanted to, or if the teacher said sit down, they knew what that meant. They knew right from wrong. It was just if you ask certain types of questions. So for some people, it might be specific to reading comprehension, but everything else they can do perfectly fine. So other people, it might be math. His apparently was dyslexia. So the fact that he just has lower, let's put it that way, lower IQ scores does not mean that this is someone who's totally incapable of learning, understanding, knowing right from wrong, that sort of thing. Now, what often happens as well as people in our society who may have a lower IQ tend to be able to function very well in terms of social interaction. So, for instance, let's go back to that same analogy I just brought up of all of us being in school and interacting with people who might have had a lower IQ or received special education. Many of them still had girlfriends and boyfriends and still could know when to go to the party, and sometimes could tell you better than us how much it costs to get in and what you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because just talking and interacting, that is something, if you think about it, they're getting constant exposure from that from the moment that they're born. From the moment we're born, our parents, our siblings, all these people are talking to us, interacting with us. They take a little bit more time to make sure that we understand how to do X, Y, and Z. So it is very, very possible that individuals can have a low IQ and still know very well how to make decisions, and also totally understand right from wrong, what to do, what not to do, or how to do certain things. In his case as well, and this will be the last little piece unless people have questions. In his case, there are also this idea of being a potential savant. Okay. And so what it seems like, and I think what we can all agree on, is musically, which you don't put me in front of piano and ask me to do anything, right? And I would consider myself to be an intelligent person. I have an above average IQ. I have a degree, all these different things. And I'm saying this is an analogy. I'm not tooting my horn. I'm just saying I can't do those things well, even though I have a doctorate degree, right? However, when you sit him in front of of any sort of instrument, based upon what we've heard, he immediately catches on in very in-depth ways that the average person does not. So many times individuals might be low in one area, as I just talked about before, which might be for him reading comprehension, that sort of thing. But then there are other areas that he actually would probably have an extremely high, or what we would call a savant in the area of music. So when we talk about cognitive ability and learning and that sort of thing, it's really multifaceted. Okay. And so I really think that a lot of people on both sides have really either underestimated or underestimated what the impact of his learning ability may or may not be. And I do think that's a good conversation to have. Hopefully I broke that down without going too far in the weeds.
I have a question for you. I have a question for you while you're here. Can we get on to high? Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Dale. And just if you want to know about when she refers to a savant, she's talking about what I was talking about, a person that learned, that type of person.
Idiot savant.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Dale.
I have a question for her. How does that go when you are hypersexual, when you have those disabilities? Okay. Does that play into it?
It can.
Hypersexuality?
It can in certain instances, but I have to go down the rabbit hole a little bit on that. It is okay. So some individuals will have increased or decreased sensory responses. So for instance, we commonly hear about this a lot. If you study about autism or individuals who are on the autism spectrum, it may be that you put a shirt on them that's itchy. Me and you, after a couple of minutes of wearing it, it's like, all right, I don't even feel it anymore. It's cool. Unless it's, extreme. But, if you sometimes you put on a shirt and it's like, wow, I can really feel it. It's really soft or it's really scratchy or what have you. But the average person, our senses are picking up on so many things at so many times that we're like, okay, I don't even feel it anymore. I continue on with my day and I start thinking about and doing other things. However, individuals with certain IQ, as well as just certain learning and living disabilities, as I'll call it for our purposes today, may have increased sensory stimulation. So, for instance, if I do touch in a I don't want to mess up your channel, Angie. If I touch in a special zone, an erogenous zone, as we would call it technically, that individual.
Oh, you good, child.
Okay, I just didn't want to, get your channel dinged or anything. But if somebody touches in an erogenous zone or a bikini zone, let's call it that, you are going to feel a heightened amount of stimulation, period. Well, individuals who might also have other cognitive abilities, they might be hyper aware of what stimulation happens there. And therefore, there might be even more or a greater tendency to try to stimulate that area. It might be for very different reasons, so on and so forth, but it is something that can happen. And it is especially if it happens without intervention in the early stages of life to undo that. Now, in this situation, I don't know if we're dealing with that being the case or that being the case plus the trauma being added onto it, that all intermingles together and potentially, or as the allegation suggests, put us in a situation where, he may have done some things that were far more egregious than most. Hopefully that answered your question. Did it?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for that. And I think that is good for all of our audience to get a better understanding of the mentality, a little bit of where he's coming from with his defense. You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely think that anyone, and if you're trying to defend him, I want to make that clear.
Yeah.
Or if he's
Right.
trying to defend himself, that would
Mhm.
absolutely be a place that I'm sure a psychologist or his attorneys or what have you might attempt to make.
Mhm.
I will say though, eventually they're going to have to answer some questions on that I think could also backfire. And it goes
Right.
right back to what I was talking about the cognitive ability and so on and so forth.
Mhm.
Well, then you're going to get another, or even that same psychologist is going to come and say, yeah, but he's not that low. He's not low enough that we could say this person is incapable of making any and all decisions. And then it's going to be this back and forth. But it absolutely, I think, could be one of those angles that they try to use as reasoning for. Mm-hmm.
Of course. You would be a
He's
fool not.
exercised how smart he is by everything he's done for 30 years, by hiding, covering, and paying stuff. He's orchestrated a lot of stuff, so he's not too slow.
But
Like,
they could
in one area maybe, but not in another area.
Yeah, but
Like
they can
she said.
attribute
And that's where the savant comes in at, I think.
Yeah.
Y'all, I don't mean to interrupt. Oh, Angie got it up there. Jason just tweeted something new.
Ooh, another update. Let's go.
It says we're back. It says Susan says that in December 2000, DCFS contacted her and her husband about an allegation about Kelly and their daughter. They met with Kelly and Darren McDavid to discuss it at a hotel in Oak Park. She said, so she was born in 84, and this was in 2000. So she was 16, right?
Well, I was born in 83, and I'm 39 right now. So she would have been.
And 30. She's 37.
So her birthday probably hasn't come around yet.
Yeah, so she 16 and 17 at that point. So if we use that at the first indication that her parents knew, I mean, because I knew it was, I thought I heard somebody say, maybe I'm wrong, that by the time her parents knew about it, that, she was grown. Now, maybe this is let me see. Okay. Discuss it at a hotel. So maybe this is the time when the dad was supposedly went outside, went out there crying, or R. Kelly was crying, somebody was crying, or whatever. So it must be most likely if they go into a hotel to discuss this, because if they just go
another update in regards to that.
Yeah, if they're going to deny it, they can deny it over the phone. Man, that ain't happened or whatever. And you know what I'm saying, till the video comes out. Then but they're going to a hotel and all that. So that lets me know that they're going to discuss it. So it's probably beyond denial at this point. They got to go discuss it. So at that point, she was 16 or 17 years old.
Right. So, and the acts happened. The sexual act started at 14, but then the sexual contact started at 15.
Right.
That's what she stated.
Right. So I was.
Either way is wrong.
See when the. Yeah, right. I just wanted to.
But then when they found out, they didn't find out until after she told them about the tape. And that was in 2000. Yeah.
That's what you're saying, 2000. So
yeah, and that's what she said. So her mom is corroborating exactly what she said yesterday on the stand. Okay.
So here go another. It says Susan said Kelly never admitted directly having sex with Jane, but he was just saying he was sorry and he was crying. I was bawling and crying, and they also said that we needed to leave town right away, and that's what happened.
Damn.
So we don't know. I guess we'll know in the next couple of tweets whether or not the parents, believe that it was true or not. Because she's saying, he never admitted that directly having sex with Jane. So maybe
it's another tweet.
At that point, maybe it's another tweet. They were still in denial going.
Another tweet? Damn.
I told y'all Jason's quick with the fucking hands. He just tweeted just now.
You gotta refresh, Angie.
God damn.
I know.
It would have been easier for me to just tell you this in a private chat, but I don't think you look at the private chat, so that's why I keep cutting and saying refresh. All right, so that just tells you, that
Yeah.
there's
Hold on.
some
Let
more
me go
testimony
see.
going
Let
on.
me see.
That goddamn octopus done took me out. Hold on.
I see
Oh,
him
man.
and John. They
Okay.
like neck and neck.
Hey,
Hold on. It says Susan seems nervous and is getting confused by some of the questions and time frame. When asked why she was upset over the allegations about Kelly and her daughter, she said because she was 14 years old. She also
Ooh.
said Kelly told them, "You're with us or you're not." Oh. So at that point, they did know. So this is 16 or 17 years old.
So
Oh,
there's
and they
wow.
more.
found out 2 years later after the incident. They found out 2 years
Refresh.
later.
Refresh.
God
Again?
damn.
Yep, there's
Is
another
it,
one.
it must have been an overflow because goddamn, I mean,
He is in the overflow. Him and John, and I think somebody else is in the overflow. Him and
okay,
John,
because I'm insane. Goddamn, I mean, can't be having
because
all this
remember they
going
can't
on.
use phones in the actual courtroom, but him and John, they are in the overflow room. And those transcripts going to be mighty interesting.
50, is that it right there?
It
57
should
minutes.
be.
That's 57 minutes.
No, it should be the 1 minute.
Oh, right
The
there.
1
Okay,
minute.
say, hold on. It says Susan says she took that to mean that they were going to harm us if we didn't do what they tell us to do. So we were very fearful, frightened. We packed our bags and we left town. So I'm gonna tell you something. Guess what else? Guess who's supposed to be allegedly at that meeting? Daryl McDavid. No
She
wonder his
mentioned
ass
that.
was
Yep.
trying to get the hell up out of this shit. Daryl McDavid is in it too. Is
And
that, is
see,
that
that's what
supposed to be at
actually
that meeting?
that's what actually prevents the fact that he didn't, if what we hear here is true, the fact that he didn't actually explicitly say I'm sorry for blah 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 with your daughter, right? He didn't say that. That gave him some level of plausible deniability to say I might have been crying because I was so sad that they were saying it was
Mhm,
her, but it really wasn't,
mhm,
and whatever. So that actually gave him some plausible deniability, and I'm sure J-Bo may hone in on some of that a little
mhm.
bit to say, well,
Go
you don't
on,
know why
girl.
he was crying, right?
But she
Go
go
on,
definitely
girl.
hone in
Oh
on
no,
the
I know,
obituary and
no,
Texas
I
and
I
last night
definitely
tweets.
know. But here's what ruins your plausible deniability is when you then start putting things in place
Yeah.
that suggest that clearly you had to be responding or crying
Mm.
because look at what you did thereafter. You said, you're with me or you're against me. You need to get out of town. I sent in
Mhm.
Daryl McDavid. I sent in June Brown. I send you overseas. Then he really kind of ruined himself. If he would have really just cried, we still would have been up for grabs now as to what's going on. But now you just ruined your plausible deniability by doing all the other things that followed that shares, hey, well, you wouldn't have done that if your concern was just, hey, I'm sorry you're on this video. You would have tried to get her counseling or other things. You would have taken a different route. So it's still going to be quite difficult, I would imagine. Of course, Angie is the legal mind here. I'm just going off of what I
On
hear.
and listen, baby, girl, let me tell you something. You ain't hit me hot back. Oh, hallelujah. Baby, I'm always winning. Look at this all-star shit I got up here today. I ain't got to do nothing today. My job is already fucking done. She just did it. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
That's the law. That is the law.
No,
No matter what them
getting the
transcripts be
strategy
saying,
and
you know what
everything.
them transcripts is going
Child,
to
let me
say. We
try
know
to
what.
tell you, I'm moving around, baby, like a hammer. You know, when he just with his hand on his hips. That's what the fuck I'm doing.
That's
Don't play with
right.
me.
Yeah.
I am a winner. I did
That's
good.
right. All day.
Yes,
All
that's
day.
exact. That is perfect. Straight up strategy and straight up counsel as
Yeah.
well as to how that particular plan can be foiled, right? Because the prosecution is going to say, but listen, going to just go down the line of question, may go back over it, and hey, well, if she gets up here and say, well, he was crying about something else, and remember, jury, and I'm talking to y'all. This is not how it's going to actually she would deliver it to the jury. You know, she had to deliver it in a certain way. But I'm just telling you what is the overall thought process that she wants to project onto the jury. Look, jury, yeah, he was crying. He never admitted why he was crying, and you know, this, that, and the third. So he could have been crying that, you know, this is like so terrible that it's coming out. It's shameful to have your personal business out. And look at the nature of these tapes. You know, in one part, I don't know what part it is, one part, my face, his face is in between somebody's ass. All kinds of stuff like that.
Oh,
And
God.
then the jury, you know, and then which I still to this day don't know how that girl, whoever that was, held onto that chair. I don't know. I would have gave out. But anyway.
I know, Angie, right? That girl in that video?
That was a strong goddamn woman, huh? That was a strong. That
She
had to
sure
be a woman.
was.
'Cause
That
baby,
nigga was using his tongue like a credit card, wasn't he?
yes. And I was like, how is you
See?
holding on? You should have seen us out there in the car looking at the video. It was like, how is they holding on? She holding on like that. What is wrong?
Girl,
She ain't about nothing, or what is going on?
that shit was something else, child. That shit's still in
I'd
my
have been on that
brain.
ground in that chair.
Oh, y'all do remember
Baby,
that
I
this
would've
young
been
lady
laid
was a
out.
minor, right?
It wasn't her that was in the chair. It was somebody else. We don't know who was in
Yeah,
the chair.
that was an adult.
That was somebody else. It was more than one person on
that
the
wasn't
tape that I
somebody
saw.
Yeah, that was an
And a
adult.
couple of scenes.
Yeah, that was because I even think they said that they verified that those two people was an adult. But
You know what, Angie? I wonder if that was Lisa Van Allen. I used to wonder if it was
somebody,
Aaliyah because of the hairstyle.
no, it wasn't no Aaliyah. They said
Maybe it was Lisa Van Allen.
somebody said it was Lisa Van Allen, but we do know now that they said she was 18 when she met him, so she
Because
had to
her
be.
rap was on point, wasn't it? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead. I'm joking.
Angie,
yeah,
John Sedell, he just tweeted something.
he did. Okay, let me go to John. And so, but as to Mo's point, the prosecution would just get up and say, "But hey, remember, they did this. They had an elaborate plan to cover up, and as you see by this octopus, they pretty good at covering stuff up. This was and with the octopus, that was a whole nother set of circumstances that octopus was used for, and they covered something up then. Look what they could have covered up now. It says, John says, Susan says she told the Cook County grand jury it was R. Kelly on the tape, but not the girl on the tape was not her daughter. Oh,
Right.
so she put R. Kelly on the tape, but she didn't put her daughter on the tape. What's up, JoJo?
Uh-oh.
Hello?
Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
You're low. You're very low.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Can y'all hear me now? Yeah, shit, fuck.
Yeah, you're a little louder.
Wait, hold on. Calm down. I was talking to myself.
I wasn't speaking to you. You see how that works? Try it with somebody else.
God damn it, y'all. Didn't we just go through this? We're going to take our 10 seconds and chill out.
Hey,
Let's take a breather.
No,
We've been doing good.
No. Wait a minute.
We've been doing good.
Calm down.
Hey, JoJo, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm still learning.
Well, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. We're just having a nice little chit chat today. Your day been going good?
My day always going good, even when it's going
right
bad.
on, sir. Right on. It's a great answer. Great answer.
Yes, indeed. Mm-hmm.
You have any input? What are we talking about?
I'm coming up here to kind of ask you young ladies, because y'all all strike me as intelligent beings.
Why, thank you, JoJo. That's a nice compliment.
Appreciate it.
Now, what was interesting, what I just heard was, everybody's getting they panties in a bunch, so to speak, and that's for a lack of better word. That he's admitted to having sex with the young lady. Did he ever admit that?
When he paid her off, he did.
Excuse me? I couldn't hear that.
When he paid her off, he did.
Wait. I said, did he ever admit?
No, he
Verbally,
ain't
no,
admit to
but when
Yes,
he
nothing.
made
yes,
those
in the
That
I
payments,
Am
just
Admit song he
that's
did.
a
Oh,
single
and what,
question.
Keith? I'm
Not
sorry.
all at one
And
time.
the I Admit a song he did.
Oh, are you talking about folklore, a song? I could tell you I killed a motherfucker 30 times in a song. Are you kidding? You dismiss. Young lady, what was you saying?
Ease up. Ease up.
No, I'm easy like a Sunday morning.
he
I'm as
writes all
cool
his
as
songs,
the
and he
other
said on one of
sides
his
of the
songs that he
what
liked
he
them
said.
16 and he liked them 16 and
Oh,
under and
so we
18 and over.
okay, let me ask you this.
He said that.
So okay, he said that. How would that stand up in a court of law? Would he write in folklore, meaning
It goes with
songs?
those videos that he's on with those people that are 16 and under and 18 and
We
But
don't
over.
but
even need his
I like
words. He was on
I
video. It's
like the
been
way
confirmed
we
that he was on video.
I like the way we transitioned into what he said versus what is true
May
and
I?
what
But
is.
it's true, he's
Wait a
on
minute,
video.
can I say something? You know, not all at one time.
I never got to give my
Y'all gonna
answer.
get y'all to attack me. This all good. Ain't no but love. No, don't think I'm coming up here to be aggressive towards y'all. I
No,
just got questions.
no, I just didn't give my answer. I know the rest
Oh,
of
I'm
them
sorry.
did.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Who am I speaking with at this time?
this is Mo. How you doing,
Okay,
Mr.
Mo. How
JoJo?
you doing, Mo? You know I cut for you, Mo.
What? I didn't even know I had it like that. um, so my answer is, according to the testimony, he never did say in the instance that they're talking about right there. He never did actually say, "I am sorry for doing X, Y, and Z." I think I said that before. He never said that out of his mouth based upon what I guess the mother is saying on the stand. So no, I don't know what will come later or in between, but based upon what I heard, he did not say that at all.
Thank you. Thank you very
But it
much.
is
Now
it is
that was very hey, thank you. That was very I like the way you put that. You was being honest about it and you're giving what was being presented. And that's all I'm asking right now. And I asked that question coming in here. I say, based upon, as we all been stating, what's been stated, did he ever admit to having sex with the young lady?
not
Nope.
according to the testimony. No.
Yeah, so I don't want nobody up here trying to be intellectually, dishonest right now because of they personal feelings, and I get that because we all have them. We all have them. So I'm just asking a question, and then this is where it gets bumpy and murky because we allow our personal feelings to get in the way of facts, which we don't know the facts, but given from what your guys have been up here arguing, based upon what you're reading off of the statements, I didn't see no one read that he said he had sex with the young lady. Now, if it proves to be true that he did, so be it. But we're addressing what we have in our face now.
Absolutely. But
So,
Mr. JoJo, can I
yes, ma'am.
maybe pose a similar since we're having some interaction. This is my first time talking to JoJo. I got a little scared when he logged in because sometimes JoJo come in and he's going, I'm like, oh Lord, I don't know if he gonna come, what he gonna come with when he log in, but it's always a good time. So this is what I want to ask though. Okay, so me, I flat out call it like it is. The testimony, nobody has said he admitted to it. But I think what was being discussed prior to you logging in was that there is this kind of passive then admission, if you will, based upon the things that then followed that suggested that there was some concern on his part. I guess the same way that maybe I could acknowledge or the rest of us who did acknowledge that there was no explicit admission of guilt or involvement in what was taking place there. Can you maybe acknowledge that the testimony does suggest that there's maybe some passive admission based upon the things that then followed that? I think that's what we were discussing. What's your take on that?
Absolutely. I agree with that 110% because, see, I could be in a car when some of my friends rob a bank, but I didn't actually go inside the bank and rob the bank initially with them.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, that makes a whole lot of sense.
Okay.
So when the questioning come, were you in the bank? No, I wasn't in the bank. But was you with the guys that robbed the bank? Absolutely.
Yeah, and you going to jail.
I'm going to jail, but am I going to spend the same time that the ones that robbed the bank and
It
actually
depends
held
on
the
the law.
person? Well, see, now here we go. We finna go in that realm, and I'm already ready and prepared for that because I know that by me giving that example, I already knew where you was gonna go, giving me studying how you work this thing
Oh,
and your expertise. Yes. So let's go there. If
okay.
you may.
Everybody, I don't mean to interrupt both of y'all. Jason just put up an update. Angie Bonjean is now cross-examining the mother. If you want to
Oh,
see updates.
oh, this is gonna be good.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
I'm interested in how she picks stuff apart. She always goes with an angle.
Yeah.
To be clear, and Angie knows this. I just like the sport of it all. I like understanding the law better. I
Yeah.
like seeing the different
Right.
strategies.
And
That's me. And so
it's
I like the way she picks it apart just because I'm like, you know what? She's thinking in the level where she would need to potentially give him the best possible defense. Now, again, I don't support anything that's being accused, and I think same with that I've heard Mr. JoJo said. Like, I'm not down with any of that. However, the law is the law, and the law needs to
absolutely,
be able to work on both sides.
absolutely.
So I
It's very it. You know what's intriguing to me is very stimulating the way she attack it because she attack it. If anyone ever heard me when I initially started speaking, I said you're going to have to attack this based upon the law. You're going to have to remove your emotions out of the situation. But of course, you got so many different avenues and channels. When I say channels, I mean just different things that going through the parts of your brain cell that you're hearing every day based upon this case in this particular thing for fighting for Rob or fighting against Rob. So you're gonna be, and this is the human mind. You're gonna be drawing to a crowd. Most
Keith,
killers
I see.
don't stand in a crowd. They stand away from it. Would you agree upon that?
I'm gonna let them have. I think keep it Angie doing something, and then I'll get back
Oh,
to you.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
sorry.
y'all.
I
I was just saying, Jason just had just did some updates, so I was talking, and right now,
I don't see nothing
Well,
new.
you know what? I'm gonna get off here and let y'all just go ahead and do y'all updating. I just came on here to just give
Oh no, you're
that point
fine.
of view. I don't want to distract.
No, it
No,
was
you're
good
fine.
talking to
You're not
you.
right.
It was good
This
talking
was
to you.
actually
That's
Oh,
pleasant.
good.
likewise,
Nice talking to
likewise,
you,
Hopefully
JoJo.
we get to chop it up one day.
y'all can
Yeah,
chop it up
I'm
now.
not as vicious as they.
Yeah, y'all can
I'm not as
conversate now.
vicious.
We cool.
I'm not as vicious that they portray me to be.
All right, now, Mr. JoJo,
Uh,
I stay in the bushes, but I can't give you that one. I don't heard you.
He have his moments.
Oh Lord.
All the
So now
time.
let me ask you this. Now if I look into your blinds when you having a moment, what would you say?
I'll
Look at
take
them.
accountability for my bullshit, so
Mm.
I wouldn't give a fuck.
No, let
You
me tell
already
you.
know.
Here's the
Mm.
thing.
Oh, you already know what I
Wait,
said. You was
Reason
about to
why.
I
snap
ain't
on
perfect
me.
and I ain't no angel and I don't pretend to be. But
Yeah.
I don't start. I
No,
don't
I mean
start or
y'all
care to
all
finish
sound
it. It
alike.
is what it is.
All you Negroes sound alike. Who am I speaking with right now?
Can you stop saying Negroes? Like you
Yeah.
acting
Well,
like
what you
it's
want me to call you a nigga? You want me to call you a nigga?
Oh
That's what you're used to, huh?
you kind of in your
no.
See, that
feelings.
gets
I
your
don't do that.
attention. That gets your
There
attention.
we go.
I'm calling you what they
It's a
put on your
when
paperwork.
he say it, it just makes it sound like self-hate. That's the way I've interpreted it. But if you didn't,
I'm put.
then
Listen. I'm addressing you as America address you, Negro. I'm not
okay.
calling you a nigga, but you identify with nigga more than I'm calling you Negro. Shame on
Yeah.
you, but it's
No,
okay.
you shame on you to use
I
those
call
terms.
hey Keith from now on. I'm gonna call you a nigga.
Okay, call me a nigga. Nigga keep nigga. It
You
should make
like
your teeth.
that? You like
It should
that
make your
better
teeth.
too.
It makes
Y'all
your
You
teeth
like
white.
that
crazy.
better.
No, Jojo came in with the small. I was saying, oh shit, because my headphones went dead. And then he was like, shit. I'm like, I wasn't talking to you. He
You
was
know
ready to
what?
go.
You know where that came from, Keith? That came from learned behavior.
Oh my God. Okay. Wow. Thanks for educating on me on that. Should I give you something to your cash app for educating me on that?
You need a cash app?
No, I'm asking you. Do you want me to give you something for your cash
Oh
app?
no,
Would you?
baby, I've got the creator have truly blessed me. I'm not asking for shit.
And
Thank
you
you.
know that's really nice. Stay blessed. Stay blessed. I mean, we are all
Yeah,
blessed. We
absolutely,
all
absolutely.
made.
All I'm asking for is your ear right now. But sometimes I get your mouth, so it's all good both ways,
That's right. Like I get your mouth.
all the time.
JoJo loves me.
He does.
Yes, he's so lovable.
He
Look.
y'all.
He just
I think
he
That's
knows what
opinion. That now that's an opinionated statement. That's an opinionated statement.
I
yeah.
feel like
But if that
Keep and JoJo are the cousins at the cookout that like bickering with each other, but they would, but they really
Right.
love each other deep down. I've heard y'all have conflicts multiple times. I done heard y'all go at it, and then it'll circle right back around the next day. JoJo saying, "Oh, Keep, I rock with you." Maybe that's the Ace of Spades talking. I
even
don't
though
know, but
even though in her mind she have hang him high, it's all good.
I got what? I can't understand that. I got what?
Yeah, I put something over your head. I say even though in your mind you're presenting hang him high. That's an old Western movie, Clint Eastwood. Put a rope around his neck and kick the horse
I thought I saw
and let him
something
hang
else.
high.
Jesus Christ.
Let me read this real quick because I thought I missed something.
No,
Let
no.
me read this one. I came in
Jason just
5
tweeted
minutes.
too. Jason just tweeted
Hold
too.
on. Yeah, let me read this one real quick. Oh, that's it. I thought I
Be
saw
quiet, JoJo.
something else about 6 minutes. Okay. So it says, Susan said she lied to the Cook County grand jury because I don't know where the one was just said that she got the prosecutor asking about immunity, but here's this one. It says Susan says she lied to the Cook County grand jury because we feared for our lives and we were intimidated, and that they just wanted to make sure that our daughter was safe. She had threatened she was going to harm herself, run away, and not talk to us again, she said. Oh.
Oh, there's more. There's more.
It's a lot going on with all this. This is a lot going on.
Quick show the spread because he just tweeted something. He's saying that Bonjean is going much harder at Susan than she did with Jane. Do you got that?
Hold on, I'm refreshing. It's still up on the Jason?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Keep your refresh game is like no other.
Yes, honey. Yes. Baby, when I tell you,
the cousin Jay is the beast, man.
That's why I could tell he in the goddamn overflow. I got nerves.
I told he's quick with it.
He is with it. Let me see. Where
I love Jason. Jason been doing some good, and the rest of them, Megan, Andy, they've been doing good with these, reports.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Where is it? What did it say?
It should start. Bonjean is going much harder. Why don't you click on his name and go straight to his page, and you'll see it better that way? Because I
did. That's what I'm on.
No, you were in the search engine.
I'm on Jason.
No. Click on his name. Click on his name to go straight to his profile. You should refresh from his profile because then that's the way you can see it. She just denied that, Karen J. Because Bonjean asked, you sometimes had an intimate relationship with Mr. Kelly by yourself, right? She answered no.
Okay, here we go. All right.
Yes. So refresh from his page.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So 8 minutes. So say cross-examination now by Bonjean. She starts out by asking Susan's immunity agreement with prosecutors, which protects her from perjury charges for her previous lies. Whoa. It says Bonjean is going much harder at Susan than she did with Jane after Susan testifies that she sometimes hung out with Kelly alone at his studio. After Susan, Bonjean asks, you sometimes had an intimate relationship with Mr. Kelly by yourself, right? She answered no. Okay, so you know what she's doing there.
Yeah.
So she's asking the mom
if
she had a intimate relationship with him. Not to say that Von Jean has information that she had an intimate relationship with him. All of this is a strategy, okay? Pretty much showing, well, I hate to say it like this, but I'll make it plain and clear. Kind of confusing the jury, because now
Yeah.
you see parents with the immunity deal, parents who seems that, you know, she could make a case that they were okay with her hanging around R. Kelly, and that maybe they knew something was improper going on with them, and also want to seem like, you know, hey, I'll just throw this out here. Maybe the
Another
mom
tweet.
had some kind of interest in him as well.
It's another one. And another one. And another one.
So at this point, this is all strategy.
Yeah.
So don't attack this lady because you don't understand what she's doing.
Right. She just being a defense attorney. That's what
She
we
just
gotta
doing
that's
what
what
she
I
has
gotta
to do.
She just doing her job.
Yeah, she just
Everybody
being a
has the
defense
right.
attorney.
Everybody has the right to a defense. Period.
Exactly.
One way to,
Exactly.
like, and that's why I don't get bent out of shape one side or the other. It's very clear that I do not support the actions that have taken place or that anyone is hurt. But I think when it comes to J-Bo and stuff, sometimes when I read those motions, I'm like, okay, sis, I see you. Like, you know, you're doing what should happen. Is that if he is deserving of a defense, he should have the best defense possible, the same way that the prosecutor should be the best of the best. And that's the only way we can get to, as close as possible, get to, you know, justice. We're not going to get there if we just want him to hang out to dry and have nothing to be said and, you know, X, Y, and Z. That's not the way that goes. So,
I mean, and we're not gonna like everything that's coming out.
mm-hmm.
And it has happened. Even though we everybody listened or read the transcripts and everything. A lot of us did not like, no matter what's out or what whoever said. A lot of things that, you know.
Yeah, and you know what else, Keith? The thing that I get out of it most as well that I think a lot of people don't talk about is nobody's going to win. Let's suppose after all of these cases are done and heard and all of that, we're still going to have a black man potentially in jail who has lived through outrageous trauma himself and now is you know, having this happen to him. We're going to have victims out one side and the other that are hurt. We're going to have a black community. We got with people even in this own sector now, people got charges and, you know, and all kinds of stuff. Nobody's going to win. Like, and I don't know why so many people are looking at it, regardless of what side you're on, as, you know, we're winning or we're, you know, you know, we're taking the L or whatever the case. It's not going to be. We as a people are going to lose from this no matter what.
Exactly.
That's true.
We're losing. There's no winning in this, and it's very sad that or at least everything has dissolved, I think, so much into a win or lose and a team A and a team B, when the fact of the matter is our people are hurting out of this no matter what. We have an amazing musical talent, a savant, as I referred to him earlier, that is now lost to us. And look at what he was able to do. This is a person who was able to move the world with his music. I Believe I Can Fly was worldwide, and multiple other songs were worldwide phenomenons that we're now never will be able to see again. And the same thing with these young ladies and everybody is going to lose unless we change the conversation and the narrative around this particular situation.
There's lessons in this for all of us on both sides and messages. Period.
That's right.
All right, let me read this update real quick. It says, question. Mr. Kelly never told you what to say to the police or the grand jury, right? And answer, yes, he did. J-Bo's confronting Susan now with the report of an interview with federal prosecutors where she said she didn't remember anyone specifically instructing her how to testify. So now I don't know if this was the report from the first grand jury or the grand jury with regards to this case. But as you see, now you will see J-Bo intentionally asking her questions that she knows the answer to. She know, she'll say it, like this. Told you what to say to the police or the grand jury right? And answer, yes, he did. So she's saying he did tell her what to do. She said, wait a minute. What she said? Mr. Kelly never told you what to say to the police or to the grand jury, right? And she
Yes,
answered,
he did.
yes, he did.
Mhm.
So she's probably saying, yes, he did tell me what to say. She probably should have answered, um, no, he told me what to say, because that might confuse somebody, as if I just got had to stop and go over it again. This lady, I'm telling you, this lady knows what to do, and I would trust her on in real time, in the spur of this moment, on her feet. Then she got to come and pull this out her ass. You may sit up there and draft out how you're going to handle this, handle that, whatever. But a lot of that drafting don't occur until you hear what the prosecutors is asking those witnesses. The prosecutor has to turn over evidence. They don't turn over their line of question. All the shit they're going to ask them and how they're going to ask them and the order in which they're going to ask them, so you can be prepared. They don't do that. They just turn over the discovery.
Mhm.
And and then through the chain of pretrial motions and this and that and whatever, you get to include or exclude evidence, and then therefore you shape your case, or you shape your defense. But this shit is happening in real time on her goddamn feet, and she got two. And I'm just speaking as if I was J-Bo, and she got two other idiots on the side of her with that bullshit. She fighting against everybody. I got time for this. Honey, when I tell you I be somewhere crying and quitting, I'm trying to. I quit, Judge John. I quit. Can I get released today? Bye, Kels. I'll talk to you later. I'll talk to you later.
She should have been quit for real.
I'll talk to you later, honey. You need you a damn fool in here.
What did you feel like? Why did you feel like she should have been quit?
She should have been quick. I would have never represented his ass. And if she's a mother, how can you say you talk to Joy every day, but her parents and her family hasn't talked to her in years? As a human being, how can anyone support somebody keeping a parent or a family away from they loved one?
How do you
That's
know
evil
that?
as hell.
Okay,
That's
let me
evil
ask.
as hell.
Okay, that I heard that.
Exactly.
I heard the evil as hell the first
Hold
time.
up, I got
How?
an update real quick though. And somebody just
Well,
popped up.
I'm
Let's
getting
pop
up out of
y'all.
here. Y'all have at it, man. These updates and
No,
shit.
wait a second, JoJo. Go on and finish your question. Just let her read that update.
Okay, what's up, Levi? Hold on for a minute. It says we were
Oh,
Who's
intimidated.
updates?
Oh, here the hell
We
we
were
go.
harassed. Susan says he was a powerful man, so we had to protect our daughter. Jabo says, did you lie to the U.S. attorneys on May 25th, I guess, 2019, or are you lying now? Which one is it? She says, I'm telling the truth. All right, y'all, go ahead. All stop panel. Go ahead.
Okay. Let me ask this, and I'm gonna continue where I left off. How can you definitively say he was keeping her from speaking to her parents? Now listen to
Jojo,
my words
Because he
carefully.
did that to all of his
It's,
victims, JoJo.
how do you know that definitively? How
It's
can
him.
you?
Has her family talked to her
Okay.
since
If
she's
you
been with him?
Okay, let me ask you this. Just consume what I'm saying. What I'm asking you, rather.
I hear
How
you.
can you
Jojo, stop moving
definitively?
around.
That's not me. That's not me.
That's not
I
me
mean, I
neither.
know I get
That's not me either.
It stopped. It
somebody.
will just stop.
That's you, because
Shit, I've been on mute. It ain't me.
Jojo, that's you,
Okay,
Okay,
because
go
I
ahead,
did
JoJo.
real
I'm
quick.
not. I'm sitting down. I'm okay. That
Go
ain't
ahead.
me moving around.
Yes, it was.
It was. Go ahead, though. Ask
Okay,
your question.
it's me. Goddamn shit. Hang me high. No. But seriously, this is a
Go
serious
ahead,
question that
JoJo.
I'm asking you. And
Okay.
boldface the word definitively. How can you
Okay.
definitively say he stopped them? And see, I'm gonna rephrase it for you because I seen what you tried to put out there.
Okay.
Stop them from communicating from their loved ones. And you see
Because
how I
again,
changed that.
I'm going to repeat myself. He's done the same thing with all of the girls, including his wife, and that is documented.
It's
That's why.
it's
It's
documented.
documented. Why
Document, you
didn't
gonna
she
get
go to her
paperwork.
grandparents'
Wait,
funeral, JoJo?
I
Before she
listen.
started messing with R. Kelly, didn't she have a good relationship with her family, including those parents? That's
Men and women,
documented.
men
It's
and women
documented.
lie.
Absolutely.
He doesn't have
So
he
let.
doesn't have an
Oh my
answer.
God. Oh my God.
Have you,
Listen.
JoJo, since
I
we last
go
seen
ahead.
that statement that she read off that cell phone, have we seen her or heard anything about her? If she's a free person and she's staying with him because she wants to, how come nobody's seen her? Why nobody know where she is? How come she can't talk to her siblings and the rest of her family and friends? If you're mad at your parents,
That
you're
is a
mad at
question.
everybody
That
that you
is a
was in
Go
contact
ahead.
with.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm
That's a
just saying
question.
it's him. It's him.
That's a question I can't answer. But for you to answer that as definitively as you just stated, it's like you
Hmm.
was there and you know exactly what's going on. Versus,
I don't
and let
have
me
to
ask
be
you this.
there.
Let me rephrase this question. Then, do you believe everything you read?
No,
Are you sure about that?
absolutely.
Okay, so what makes you believe that you read this? That is documented, and when it's documented, it's something you
Because
have to.
that family, those friends, those parents, and those grandparents that passed on have not talked to that girl. The girl that went home,
How do you
because
definitively
it
know
came
that?
out of their mouth. I do
Okay,
believe that.
okay,
I believe
all
that.
right.
Why would you lie about speaking to your child? I talk to my
Why
kids
would
every
people
day. Why
lie?
would I lie
Period.
about not talking
I
about
mean, I'd
to
be
my
lied
kids?
to. I'd be lied to 100 times a day. So why do people lie? But we're not gonna
Jojo,
get
why
into
doesn't
that.
he have a relationship with his kids? And
Well,
why aren't they standing up,
Well, that is a
defending him?
question. That's a question I can't answer that because I
But
don't
why
know
do you feel the
exactly
need to
where.
support them if his own family and children don't? Doesn't that seem kind of strange?
What seems strange is a lot of this shit.
You're right. I agree with you right there. That we agree
But
well,
on.
I can't definitively say he don't have a relationship with his kids because it's a lack there of his effort. I can't say that.
It's not far fetched,
It's
especially when
not
you have
for
people on
it's
his
there's
side
nothing far
saying that
fetched
he
out
was
here.
not a good parent.
Miss Melanie, can I say something? This is Mo.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
I will say this, and I believe everything that you just said, right? I believe that, and I get your perspective. But I think this conversation started off, or this portion of it started off
Hmm.
with JoJo prefacing you with, "Well, why do you think she should have quit?" And and you were saying it's because how could she do this if she's a mother and so on and so forth. And maybe Angie might be the better person to speak to this, but I'm just speaking from my experiences in my professional life, as well as some friends that I have that are also attorneys. And they talk about, and I have to do the same, right? Is that
Hmm.
there also has to be this space where some people can compartmentalize things. And I think some defense attorneys, depending upon how they view the law and how they view their position, that they at times can compartmentalize their personal feelings about something or the morality of it all, still because they believe so much in the fact that this person deserves the right to an attorney and they deserve the right to the best possible one. And it sounds like, based upon the interviews that J-Bo has had, is that she's done that, or at least she presents to be that she's done that, in that her whole thing is all about, is the law fair? And if she can argue that point about
Right.
there is injustice, and she doesn't sleep in the fact of, hey, it's immoral or whatever. And that, quite frankly, even in her opening statement, she kind of said it without saying it. And I think she had to say it the way that, of course, that protects her client. But she pretty much says, I'm not saying he's a good guy. I'm
Yeah, I did hear her say
saying,
that.
I think that
Right.
might be the role or the angle that she views it from. It's about, is the law being applied appropriately, fairly, and equitably across the board? And so maybe that's the reason why she still is supportive of, or able to
I
serve.
get it, and he does deserve a defense, and
Well,
she's doing her job. I'm just saying, me
hold on,
personally,
y'all,
I
real
could
quick.
not defend
Let me
anybody like
read.
that. So that's probably
Let
why
me
that's
read
not my
this
profession.
update. Let me read this update real quick, and I'll
uh,
let Levi speak, and then I'll get into that. It says, after
That's
Susan
all.
again says she lied to keep her daughter safe, Jabo asks, so your idea to keep your daughter safe was to send her to live with Mr. Kelly and to lie to the grand jury? Is that what you're saying?
Mm.
Okay. Go
It's
ahead,
more.
Levi.
It's
What's
more,
good with
Angie.
it?
It's more.
Uh-huh.
It's more. Push show thread. Show this thread. Click show this thread. This is
Levi,
and
you here?
Bajim is still cross-examining. It's still cross-examining. There's more stuff.
I mean, can
Bajim.
you take a 15-minute break from the damn
No,
updates and then we can go back to them? Because they
You're
ain't
going in and out,
Well,
JoJo.
going nowhere.
hold on. Let me read this real quick, and then I can leave back.
I mean, it seems like damn.
What you mad? Why you
Susan
mad?
Wait, when we gonna get to the good part?
Why are you
I ain't mad. I'm just
Yes, you are.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad. It's like when we gonna get to the good part. Houdini. That's what you looking for.
Give me some E&J.
Man,
I
come
want some
on now.
E&J and Coke. Come on.
I,
It says
I ain't drunk
Susan.
I ain't drunk NJ since the 8th grade, but go ahead.
It says Susan acknowledges. Can I read this?
Damn.
It says Susan acknowledges she has maintained a relationship with R. Kelly, including accepting his invitation to parties and talking when her mother passed away recently. You didn't say he didn't say, "Hey, you threatened me. Don't ever call me again." Bonjean asked. The answer was no. What's up, Levi? Levi?
Hello, you guys. Can you hear me?
Hi, Levi.
Hello, Miss Angie, brother JoJo.
You've been quiet for a minute, Levi.
What up, Levi?
Yeah, that's why. Hey, brother, how you doing? Yeah, I wanted to dip in real quick because I saw that in the chat, and a lot of people were saying that I was missing in action.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Where you been, brother?
I've
How long?
Yeah, I ain't gonna. Hey, don't fall for the bait. They ain't gonna be calling you brother in a little bit. Get in that
I
shit and get them off my ass.
I ain't said shit.
I understand. I understand. I'll say this much: I'm from Detroit, so we move different. But as far as I being shy or like I'm just running from anything that has transpired over the last week, that's absolutely not true. I'll be addressing a lot on my live this week. Matter of fact, I'll be addressing everything in its totality as it pertains to the trial and its progression. But I understand that with social media, things can be said and it somehow takes on a life of its own. And I think it was The Hell had made a statement roughly an hour, 45 minutes ago.
Damn,
and
precise.
I wanted.
Been watching the whole time.
Definitely.
You're the precise ass dude. Okay.
Yeah, I don't. I'm transparent, and so she had made a statement concerning the conversation that I had with my cousin. That portion that was released, and for one, let me say, during that time, that portion that you guys heard was also sent to the proper judiciaries and judicial boards, confirming my intent was to confirm to them that my cousin was absolutely unaware of the terroristic activities that have been going on. We're going to keep it civil.
No, I'm sorry. I always get the giggles when you do the terrorist thing. Let me mute myself.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh, and thank you for removing the blogger who wear Hoochie Daddy shorts page. Thank you. We appreciate that.
That was you, Levi?
Levi, am I unblocked?
You know what? Who's this? Tears?
No,
This kid.
Melanie and
Listen,
The Hell.
Before I go live, I'm going to go through all. It shouldn't be nobody blocked unless you're a terrorist. So I'm
still damn blocked, and I ain't no terrorist, Levi.
Trust me, I'm a man of my word, and that will be resolved before I go back live. I'm going to make a note of it.
I just don't come in because I called.
All right, go ahead and explain, guys.
Yes, ma'am. What, as I was saying, when The Hell made the comment, if I were to not, address it, then it could get out there like it were so. And that is this. My cousin Robert was totally unaware of those things, as he is now, that have been going on out here. While there are some would like to paint the narrative, and I'm not going to name no names, but that he's been in communications with them and things of that sort. Absolutely not true. I think it was, is it Melanie? That's your name, Miss Melanie?
Yes, sir.
You made a statement about 7.5 minutes ago. You made a statement that to Brother JoJo that was so telling when you talked about, in so many words, I'm paraphrasing, how could Miss Bonjean defend my cousin? How, you would say, well, I wouldn't be in that profession to defend someone who you would deem or, think is guilty or according, from your perspective, maybe obviously guilty. And I think it speaks to what we lack in as a people. And I think Brother Jojo would agree with this. As a people, we really, one thing that I've come to know since this whole thing started with my cousin is that it's kind of astounding to me how I'm not saying this in a disrespectful way,
Don't
how
hold back.
unintelligent.
Right. If you
Jojo-
got to give a disclaimer, it's disrespectful, but go
Jojo-
ahead. It
Jojo
doesn't
trying to
offend
get me in a fight.
because I don't. Yeah, go ahead.
How
Go ahead.
how voluntarily unintelligent we are when it comes to how this quote unquote game in America is played. When you look at the four pillars of our society, one being religion, politics, law, government, this so-called construct, what we call America, I would think, Miss Melanie, that if you felt someone was absolutely 1,000% guilty, I would think that you would want that individual to have the best legal defense possible, because guess what? While you or others may seek to condemn that person, putting a person in a prison cell is the equivalent to killing a person. The Constitution of the United States granting all of us three things: life, liberty, and a pursuit of happiness. When we look at that Constitution, and there's been times, I don't know about y'all, and I was raised Muslim. I am as militant as it gets. But there have been times where I actually thank God that I was born in America, where we have freedom of speech. We have, legal recourse. There's so many amenities in America that we're all blessed to have. But it's so interesting to me that, as Brother Jojo said a minute ago, how some of us allow our emotions to obscure or to remove us from the same rights that we feel that we deserve as United States citizens. If you can say that R. Kelly does not deserve a fair shot and adequate legal defense, then I would suggest that you throw away your rights as it pertains to the public accommodations bills, what Dr. King and the civil
I
rights
never said that. I
legislators.
just said I'm surprised she hasn't quit like everybody else has quit. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Yes,
Of
ma'am.
course, he does deserve a fair trial. You're right about that. Everybody deserves a fair trial. I just said I'm surprised she hasn't quit. I could
Yes.
not represent him. That was my personal opinion.
Exactly, but that's interesting, because that means that you have lent yourself to the idea where you say, I cannot represent him. That means that you would go into it assuming and thinking that he's guilty. And this is the problem when I say our people don't understand how this really goes. Brother Jojo said it a minute ago. He hit the nail on the head. He said he wasn't there. I wasn't there. You all were not there. You don't know. But guess what? We're blessed in America to have one of the best, if not the best, justice systems where an individual can be put through a place through a process. And that process, more than likely, if that person is found guilty in that process, if it is a thorough process, more than likely that person's guilty. But when you take the position, well, I couldn't represent him, or this, that, and the third, and that presumption of guilt on anyone, I don't care if you're white, black, Hispanic, or whatever, then I say you're un-American and you don't deserve the amenities and to live in a country where you are being afforded the right to go on a white hotel, the right to vote, the right to do anything based under the Constitution and those amendments that were put in place to accommodate us as a people. Now, to the hell, let me say to the hell.
I'm here. What's up?
Sister, please understand me. Everyone that you have heard on social media.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Levi.
98% of them don't know my cousin. My cousin has never been in contact.
Hello?
I'm sorry, can you hear me, sister?
Yes.
Your statement when you said that he knew what the dude in Bolingbrook was doing and
He said it.
Okay.
He said, "Man, I know, but I can't do nothing about it." Isn't that what he said, though, baby?
Allow me to
Hold on the hell.
Expound.
Let me
explain. When he said that, he was making reference to the fact that he was attacked at the MCC as a result of the rogue actions of these so-called protesters. He was told, as we were told, the reason why the MCC was locked down was because they crossed the barricade. So he was familiar with that. However, he never condoned, he never sanctioned, he never endorsed what these people were doing. Only certain members of his legal team did. Robert, I'm going to say this to you, dear sister, has never verbally attacked any of the female accusers in his cases. So why would he have knowledge of or join on to people who have been doing nothing but that? Let me say this to you, Mr. Hale. I've never attacked them. I've never even called them liars. And Ms. Walker will bear witness to that. Anyone that follows me on my channel, I've never referred to them as liars because I believe in the American justice system. I never even saw the tape back in 2008. That tape everybody's talking about, I've never seen it.
Well, I did, and it was your cousin, Levi.
Okay, well, so you
Levi, can I rebuttal, Levi? Levi, may I
Let him
ask?
finish. Let him
Oh,
finish.
I thought he was done. Shit.
Can the man finish? Can he finish?
That's what he was saying.
Go ahead,
Can he
Levi.
finish?
You could call him.
Hey, brother JoJo, they have a very
I already
short.
know how it go. I know how it work.
Yeah.
I know how it work. It's the.
I don't
Negro
have a
mind.
short attention span. I don't have a Negro mind.
Yes,
I don't have any of this. I just thought that he was done.
No,
So
sir. No,
please
ma'am.
continue, ma'am.
But
Go
dear
ahead,
sister,
sir.
But dear sister, I just find it interesting. I'm not coming at you. I find it interesting when people say Levi talk a long time, but these same people will sit and read transcripts.
Bam.
Right, JoJo? They'll sit and read transcripts all damn day because the people inside of those halls of justice.
Yeah, and it fits their fucking narratives. But go ahead,
That's
brother.
right.
I'm done. I'm going on mute.
Excuse me. Wait a minute. I have to keep. Hold on. Keep. Hold on 1 second, because that's my thing. JoJo, you have made it very adamant
Wait,
that you
I
do
don't know.
not.
I don't know
No,
who I'm
listen.
speaking with.
And you're talking to the
We
hell.
got a panel. We got a panel up here. You know, we got to say,
You
this
know who it is.
such and such speaking, and then you continue on. Because other than that,
I'm not finna do
I
all
say
of
all
that
of you
shit.
Negroes
But listen,
think, all you Negroes
it doesn't
sound the
matter.
same.
We're sorry.
I'm gonna say,
Please
can I?
speak one
Can
at
I?
a time.
Go
Yeah,
ahead, Dad.
Can I speak?
Go ahead.
absolutely.
I would appreciate it. Thank you very much. Again. So what I was trying to say is that, okay, so Levi.
You got somebody got an echo.
Mo, get your echo. Turn your echo off. Go ahead.
Levi, what I was trying to tell you, well, what I was trying to express when I said that is just how you just said, well, he was talking about this. We didn't hear that in the call, did we not? All we heard was, man, you know, we got some terrorists out here that's messing up your case and stuff, but I'm on it, bro. I done moved to my building and I'm on it. I'm on it. I'm on it. And he said, excuse me, I am speaking, sir. 1 second.
So nasty.
See, that's that. No. I'm not rude. No, I'm not rude. I'm not just gonna let.
I'll just go on
You
mute
got
and just
people.
finish.
Hold on. Let me say this. Let me
Because
say this. Let me say
you
this.
don't
Because
give
see, I
people
understand
time
this
to. I wasn't even talking to you, sir.
I don't care if you
No,
wasn't.
no, but it should, because now you're having
Because see
selective
what y'all
outrage
do.
because I
What
was
this
not
is what y'all.
speaking to
This is
you,
what y'all
sir.
do. This is what
I was
y'all do.
talking to
When
Levi.
somebody come
I
in
was
here and
talking
speak
to
on y'all behalf,
Levi.
when somebody speak on y'all
Levi
behalf, y'all
addressed
amen,
me,
y'all
and I
amen
am
that shit.
addressing Levi
That's
back.
bullshit,
That
man.
is it. This is
No.
between me and Levi.
I
This
hear
has
that you,
nothing to do with JoJo
man.
Dorian. So JoJo
Dorian
Dorian
is
needs to calm
always
down a
gonna be
little
in
bit
the
and
goddamn. No,
just
I'm not
let me
calming
deal
down.
with it.
Shit.
Because this has nothing to do with you. I
No,
didn't
I
say
point
your
the
name, nor
bullshit. I
did
point the
Levi.
bullshit out. I point the
Levi,
bullshit
there
out
is
a
no.
mile
Well,
away.
point
Go
it to
ahead.
yourself, sir, because you're
Go
the
ahead.
only one
Go
on the
ahead.
bullshit.
The hell.
Go
The
ahead.
hell.
Go
Go ahead
ahead.
and address Levi, please.
Shit.
God damn! If I could
Shit.
say anything without
Yeah.
being rudely interrupted.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. I'm
Again,
sorry.
rudely
Excuse
interrupted.
me for
Never
my
mind. I
rudeness.
have nothing.
Excuse
I
me.
have nothing else to say about this nigger acting like a nigger on
Oh,
here.
now I am a nigga. That's what I'm talking about. That's the language you understand. Now I
Because it's the
understand it. Now
language that you
I will
give.
come.
It's the
I will
actions
calm
that
it.
you give, sir.
No. I will give that shit.
You
I
said
will
we
give that shit as it is
Because
initiated
the
out.
only thing that you know, and
You
we
coming here with
understand
this
that by
passive
now.
aggressive ass
It is
bullshit. Get
not
out of here.
passive. It is I am speaking to
No, it's not to
someone and
me.
you're
It's
rudely
not to me. It's
interrupting,
not.
sir. You're rude. I know, because it's
Okay,
niggerism
ma'am.
that you
Ma'am,
understand,
I
sir.
am niggerish. I am
We
niggerish.
know. So, nigga,
Yes.
please calm
So
down so I
what
can
do
talk to the
I
other
guess
delegate on the
the next
panel.
best thing is the next best thing is what do you
Here we
suggest they
go.
do with my niggerish ass? What do you
Um,
suggest they do
I
with
don't
me?
know, but
Mute
listen.
your ass for a second so I can speak. That
No,
would be
I
a
mute
The
start.
hell.
myself. I mute
The
myself, but
hell.
listen,
The hell.
don't
Can
take
you
it to
just
heart.
address Levi?
Don't take it to
JoJo,
heart.
please.
I'm
God
gonna mute
damn.
myself. But I see your
Go ahead,
bullshit.
There is none. When I was talking to Levi for Kelly, when I said that statement, what I was saying was exactly what I said. What we heard is what we heard. You said, "Hey, brother, I'm on it. I'm on it. I didn't move that. I'm at my building. We own it, but I have to let you know something. You got some issues going on, with the YouTube scene and these little terrorists, but I'm on it. I'm gonna get them." Hey, man, I know. But unfortunately, there's nothing that I can do about that, man. Ain't nothing I can do about that. Okay, brother. Well, I'm going to go ahead. Like I said, I'm working on it. I got everything in play and things like that. We didn't hear anything about an MCC lockdown or anything in that snippet that you gave us on the phone call, but just exactly what you gave us, correct?
If I may restate on here how the conversation went, and with all due respect to you, I'm not trying to start a fight, but Brother JoJo is absolutely right when he says you guys have selective hearing. Now, no disrespect, but let me tell you verbatim, damn near, what was said. I was speaking in the context of certain members of his legal team, and you're right. Everything you said about me going to the building and all of that is absolutely right. But what I was informing him of was certain members of your legal team have been in contact and formed relationships with individuals. These are terrorists who are doing that which is antithetical to your cases. His response was, and you're right, I know, but what you left out was, I'm glad you recognize that. Now, I don't want to, I'm going to say this, I'm going to be quiet and let you finish because I don't want to do that. But what you must understand, dear sister, I'm a grown man, big black nigga. But I have sat on the other side of the phone speaking to my cousin and actually had to mute my phone because I was boo-hooing, crying like a goddamn baby. One of the times is when that man told me during that same conversation, I'm blind. I can't see, Levi. I can't see. I can't hear. Anyone that knows anyone that's in prison, you always hear this thing where people say the prison know about shit before the streets, and that's absolutely true. Once you're placed in a prison, you have your ear to the streets. Once you're placed in, especially a federal facility or camp, but when you're detained in the MCC, the way they have it set up is that you're totally closed off. So I know for a fact that he was unaware of most of the things that's going on. Even right now, he's unaware of it. So I don't want to totally negate what you said. Yes, but you spun it. You said, so you can't tell me that he probably was like to the dude in Bolingbrook, man, what you doing? This, that, and the third. No. Even if you listen to that cropped and cut conversation between where you heard my cousin singing. If you look at how that went, that wasn't no real conversation, but I'll say it again. That what upsets me the most, I said earlier that I did not see the tape that everyone's talking about from 2002 all the way up into 2008. And I heard the Sister Melanie say, well, she saw it. Well, Sister Melanie, with all due respect, you should be put in handcuffs right now.
Well, I'm not, Levi.
I'm just saying, no, listen.
Levi, I want to ask you something.
Well, let me say this. Anyone who brought child pornography to anyone and said, guess what? R. Kelly's on here with a minor.
I did not buy it. And they
will listen. Sweetheart, with all due respect, Jojo, I want Jojo to listen to me because Jojo's a man. Listen to me.
Oh Lord.
Listen, no. Listen to me, sweetheart. Just listen. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna be quiet and listen to y'all. I was at the homie's crib about 10 years ago. This dude's crib. I'm at the homie's crib. It's 3 or 4 niggas down there. We sitting drinking. He pops in a tape. And when he pops in the tape, I said, what's this? He pops in a porn tape. He said, y'all got to see this shit. It was a woman screwing a horse. Yeah. I looked at him. I jumped up and walked out of that basement. Listen, I jumped up, walked out of the basement and said, nigga, don't you ever show me nothing like that.
Levi, can I say?
No.
I get to answer him first.
You won't let me. Yeah, I'm speaking of Melody.
Levi.
You are what you listen. Both of you guys. I'm gonna be quiet. You are what you're willing to consume. You are what you're willing to eat. So if you're so noble and you have so much, your morals are as such. I don't give a damn if it was R. Kelly, Michael Jackson, Prince, whatever. Somebody bring me a tape to say a man is sleeping with a minor. I'ma say, don't show me that.
Levi, you just assumed a whole lot of shit. Just like you assumed your cousin is innocent, but
there we go.
not.
There we go.
Let's keep it real.
Okay.
No. Levi was talking.
Y'all don't want to get into the real.
Quick. It ain't no argument, but you assume a whole lot.
I want to say something when Mel
Somebody
done.
brought me the tape. Sweetheart, we saw that shit on LimeWire and Napster. You know why the group of people that watched it with me watched it? Because we did not believe the bullshit about your cousin, and we wanted to see what the fuck what they was talking about. Guess what, Levi? We were disappointed. Because it was your cousin and it was a kid. That's why we watched it. Did nobody watch it for thrills?
Yeah.
Did nobody pay for the shit? That shit was everywhere. Do you know what LimeWire and Napster is? Hell, I'm pretty sure a lot of y'all saw Ray J fucking Kim Kardashian and Pam and Tommy Lee on that shit too. We did. Come on now. Again, we did not believe the shit about your cousin. That's why we watched it.
You can spend it all you want, but you just said that you're willingly chose to watch something that you were told was child pornography.
Levi,
sure did.
I got to expound on that. Really, I got 2 things I got to talk about. Go ahead.
Levi, you remember how you was just talking about how you had to mute yourself when your cousin was talking about the experiences that he's going through in the MCC, right?
Both places, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I've talked to a victim or two, and I had to do the same thing. I had to mute myself, compose myself when they was telling me about the things that he did to them. Now, I understand your stance, and you should be for your cousin, you should be for your family, and I understand that wholehearted. And I understand that you are a big black nigga from Detroit. I am a big black bitch from Texas. Okay? And it doesn't matter where we're from. But what does matter is the morality that we have. And as you say, you are a man that looks through the legal eyes. And I am a woman that looks through legal eyes too, not having any training, but I do know a little bit about the law. And just as you are compassionate and you can't hear your cousin speak the things that has happened to him, it was hard for me to talk to a victim and let her explain exactly what happened to her by the hands of your cousin. So I understand where you're coming from when you're saying that. I get it, because I do also have a heart, So I'm not trying to downplay what you're doing for your cousin. I'm not even trying to downplay anything that anybody is doing for your cousin. But what I am trying to say is look through those lenses, through those victim eyes for once in your life,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
just think. And this is not just for you, because you are correct. I've only heard you call one victim a liar, and that's when you was very pissed off and you was on one of Larry's lives and you said, okay, now I didn't say it. Now I think Azrael lying. Now I didn't say it. And I know that it came from a place of compassion. I know it came from a place that you just want to vindicate your cousin and make sure that he get a fair trial every step of the way, regardless if that is innocent, regardless if that is guilty. I understand where you're coming from. Okay, I
Yes, ma'am.
get it. But what I am trying to tell you is just how you said that tape, the voicemail that he had with Devo was chopped and screwed. You just sat here and said that yours was chopped and screwed too, because we didn't hear the full conversation. We just heard exactly what you wanted us to hear, correct?
No, ma'am.
So yes, that is
No,
exactly
ma'am. No,
okay.
ma'am.
So
No, ma'am.
so
No,
we
ma'am.
heard the entire conversation.
No,
You just
ma'am.
said,
No,
well,
ma'am.
what you didn't. Wait a minute.
No.
What you just said was what you didn't hear on that call was, because we didn't hear on that call to where he was crying, saying, "Listen, these niggas in here is acting a goddamn fool, bro. I can't tap dance no more for these motherfuckers." Whatever he said, we didn't hear none of that. But what I am trying to get you to understand is that just because, and everybody else, not just you, but just because we have a different stance doesn't mean that we are right nor wrong. The only person that can tell us if we are right or wrong is the law right now, because he is in an active federal case.
Yeah.
Okay? And whatever comes out of that is just what it is because of the evidence. Now, you can't go back just because you love the law and you want the law to protect your cousin. The law is protecting your cousin with his due process rights, and he is going through this in a fair trial. Now, unfortunately, you do have people outside of his law team that think that they are getting paid $250,000 a goddamn hour to do their due diligence to make sure that he is exonerated, acquitted, or whatever they, free R. Kelly, he should be home by Valentine's type of shit. But unfortunately, this, like you said, this is a law of men or something you say like that. And we have to go through this process with him. Not only do the supporters go through the process, the people that support the victims and the victims, they have to go through the process as well.
May I respond?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, check out my response. I wish.
Oh,
Now, wait, no, stop. Now, if I'm responding to you, why would I break out singing? I want to clear something up. See, that's not, what I said was you heard an excerpt of he and I, what we were discussing. Chopped and screwed means you take a phrase, someone says one thing like you were just talking, and then if someone were to record our conversation, after you make your statement, I say, can I respond? You say yes, and then it's, I wish, and I just start singing. That's chopped and screwed. Okay, that's for one. For two,
I say chopped and screwed because, again, like I told you, I'm a big girl from Texas. That's just what it is, chopped and screwed.
Ma'am.
But I meant the same thing that you were saying.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
get it. We didn't talk before. You get it.
Yes, ma'am. But it was a continuity. It was not before.
Just to give you understanding, you're not like the other supporters. We see that. We
Thank
see.
you. Thank you very much. However, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And you are a noble person. I don't never
Thank
want to
you.
take that away from you.
Thank
And you
you.
have always been very respectful to
I try.
us, to Larry's chat, to anybody's chat that
I
you've ever
try.
been in.
I
And I
try.
understand. And I think that, besides this, you are a cool person. Like, I
I
think that, I like Hennessy too. You know what
I
I'm saying?
try.
I don't
I
do
try.
Bud Light, but I love Hennessy straight
I
with 3 rocks.
But
That's just
yeah.
how I am.
I
But,
Levi,
okay,
I
let
want to
Keith talk.
respond.
let me say this. I have to get this off because I'm going to forget. The thing is about those terrorists that you speak of. Here's the problem with the supporters. It wasn't the problem with protesting. It's the problem of going to victims' jobs. It's the problem of you doing that, then at the same time you having a conversation with his lawyers. You're going on the YouTube video and saying you're going to storm or anything, and then you talking about that you're in contact with legally. You're in contact with this person that was close in this camp. That's the problem. And the thing is, those super fans, and it wasn't just Debo, a lot of them, the super fans, it wasn't just him. It was a lot of people. They just got lucky in there and getting a Fed case.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I want to respond to the hell when she talked about I being able to sympathize and empathize with she said the victims. Let me say this. The first time I saw Mr. Angelo Clary and his wife ever in my life, or even heard of an Azriel, most of the things that I heard in the docuseries and saw in the docuseries, I knew that first docuseries was a theatrical piece. Looking at the smoke coming from my cousin's face, and if you go back and watch it, you'll see when the alleged victims were speaking, Sparkle and all of them, they had a light illuminating behind them. I understand marketing. I get it. However, when I heard the Clary story, if you notice, going back 3 years, I never came at the Clarys. You know why? I sympathize and empathize with their story. I said, as soon as that shit went off, I said, I got to talk to my cousin about this. I want you to hear me. That man, before he was locked up or kidnapped, told me out of his mouth, do you believe that? I said, man, I don't know. Like, what's the deal? Because I never heard of Azriel. He said, man, it's way more to that. Now, listen to me, miss. When you say that you have talked to the quote unquote victims, and I'm saying I've spoken to my cousin in real time when he's expressed certain things to me that he was going through then. When you say you spoke with the victims, I must say this with all due respect to you and anyone else. Prior to him being convicted, if you were referring to those individuals as victims prior to him being convicted in New York, which I still contest, I can't take your words with much weight, for one. For two, how about when I empathize and others all over the world empathize with the alleged victim and the alleged victim's parents as they sat there on the Lifetime docuseries, giving accounts as if Robert R. Kelly kidnapped their daughter. Do you know, Miss DeHale, 95% of the individuals that sat there and listened to the quote unquote victims' mother and father, 95% of the people all over the world that saw that docuseries were not made aware of the fact that text messages came out several months ago confirming that it was a goddamn lie. So it's hard for me to empathize with someone or sympathize with someone based on what they say, just because they say it. Because if you're going to take, and I'm going to say this for my channel, and I want to be clear on something, I would never, ever, ever in my life speak ill or bash that young lady, Rashonda Landfair. You will never hear that coming out of my mouth. You will never hear me calling her a liar.
But Levi, you taking your cousin's word for it without no proof.
Listen, this is what courts are for, sweetheart.
That's what I just said. So if you can take his word for it before he was tried and convicted in New York, why can't I take a victim of his word for it if you can take his word for it? Because you talked to him prior, you talked to him during, and you talked to him post, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, that's my stance just as well as yours. And why is it different for me because I'm on the opposite side?
I'm gonna tell you the difference. When you hear Levi speak, Levi is very careful with words. Levi said 3 years ago, I do not agree with all or most of my cousin's moral decisions. That's what Levi said.
You did, I agree.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Now, the difference between you and I, you deem those individuals prior to. See, I know how words are, and I'm not blaming you. But what I'm saying,
you deemed him innocent prior to New York.
Say it again.
Because you was at the forefront saying that he was innocent and he was coming home very soon prior to the conviction in New York, correct? Because in your heart of hearts, you believe that your cousin did not do the acts that he was convicted and sentenced to in New York.
How could that be, ma'am? If I said I don't listen, let's
the whole channel before he was convicted says that.
Let's have a conversation.
Okay.
How could that be when I said I don't agree with all of his moral decisions? I want you to listen.
So it's not Cree or Kelly anymore.
You got listen. If you would allow me to finish, you would know exactly where I stand. Legally,
I love the theatrics.
Well, that's just how I speak, sweetheart.
Yeah, it's all right. Go ahead, baby.
Legally, what happened in New York and what's going on now in Chicago, legally, I still say he's innocent. Legally, I've said it 1,000 times, what they are charging him with, to have to go use the Mann Act, to have to circumvent the Constitution, bypassing double jeopardy. Listen,
okay, I get it.
Yes, ma'am.
I get it.
You follow me?
I get it. So now it's he did it, but the way that they went about it and and how they charged him was too much for you. He did it, but it was just too many charges. The Mann Act, RICO. Is that?
If I can go back to what Brother Jojo said, and with all due respect, no. With all due respect, the problem that I have with YouTube is when someone speaks profound words, they could be simple words. You all are going to have to start accepting profundity when it's spoken. When you just said he did it, Levi can't say he did it. You can't say he did it or didn't do it. Levi cannot say he didn't do it because Levi wasn't there. The man, listen to me, sweetheart, and I'll understand.
But the court said he did, baby, in New York. It's over with. It's done. So anybody in there, I can call a victim. I can call them a victim. Why not? Why not? Because he's been convicted, he's been tried, and he's been sentenced in New York.
Wasting your time.
Maybe you're wasting your eardrums and just go back on mute because I'm having a conversation with Levi.
Listen, I'm not having a conversation with you.
You're not, because I'm not listening.
Well, shut the fuck up.
And you do the same. You shut the fuck up. You should have shut the fuck up and not push the button, because all you're doing is just bringing aggravation, JoJo.
You're wasting your time. You're wasting your time.
No, you're wasting my time by me even answering your stupid ass rebuttals.
You can't even register what I just set you up for. You are so goddamn. You can't even register that this man has done this.
Your mind don't process. You can't do that.
Your mind processes.
Your mind processes brown liquor. That's what yours does.
I just set you up to speak to me and say something to me when I was speaking.
Who gives a shit about that, JoJo? I don't care. I was talking to JoJo and you. I mean, I talked to Levi and you interrupted. It's very disrespectful. Is what it is, and you should have better
it is,
home
You do
what
what
it
training,
that?
is,
You walk
JoJo.
over there.
what it is,
You
you
should. You
not
should
in
have
to,
better home
you not in
training.
to,
And you
you
should
not in,
not be so emotional
okay.
about this when you don't have a fight in
You
it
are
yourself.
not inept
Nor
to what
do
just happened to
I.
you. You
Nor
are not
do
inept to what
I.
just happened to you.
And you're not inept to being the fuck quiet. Now, what?
Absolute. I was quiet enough. I just spoke to Levi.
You
I
were
said,
not,
Levi, you
sir. You just
wasting
have to
your
be,
time.
you just have to say something.
Hi,
And it's
everybody.
I'm
okay.
going to say
Hi.
something. That is my
We know that
constitutional
that's
right.
your
Hold
MO. That is your
No,
MO.
my
on,
MO
I'm
is
gonna
shut
mute
that
y'all because
bullshit
I need to
down.
say something. I need to. I want to
The
respond. This
fuck?
y'all been
Okay,
talking about
I'm
shit.
The
muting. I'm
fuck?
not
I want
gonna
to
mute.
respond to
You
y'all.
wanna be a woman when you wanna be a
No,
woman, but you wanna step in a
you want to
man.
sit around and be in women's
Get your
business. I
ass
wasn't
up
even
out of
talking
here.
to you.
Man,
You
are you
get your
fucking
ass up out of
crazy?
here.
Are you
Y'all
fucking
Yes,
is
I
crazy? I
am.
already know what kind of
Absolutely, I'm
let
woman
me
you
say
crazy.
are.
something.
I am crazy,
Can
JoJo.
y'all let
You
me
I'm
one of
say
them
something
crazy.
women,
real
you know
quick?
one of them
I'm
women,
I
you
crazy.
know
tried,
what?
Angie. I'm going
That
on
doesn't
mute.
Yeah, I
bother me,
am.
and it doesn't
And,
scare
and,
me.
and it shouldn't because it has nothing to do with you. So why
Well,
even make the
shit.
goddamn
And my
statement?
statement didn't
Why
have
even
shit to
make the
do with you.
Levi,
I
this
statement?
would be
said,
a perfect
Yes,
Levi.
it
time for me to
did.
say
Yes,
I
hello
it
said,
to.
did.
Levi, you're
Come
wasting your
on,
time.
Pastor.
When did I say
Come on,
the
you can hold on.
hell? The hell what you saying? You wasting your time. I didn't even mention you.
Oh,
Are
He
you
did not
hold
say
serious?
the
on,
hell
y'all
what
been
you
talking too
saying.
long.
I was the one
Listen,
having
I
the
need to mute
That's
conversation.
y'all
funny.
because I cannot. I gotta mute y'all. Let me
Man,
say. Hold on, I got to read what I got to read. Hold on, just let me read this and say what I
shit.
got to say.
Find out who
Y'all
you
can go back
fucking
and
with.
talk. Hold on, y'all can talk about nothing when y'all get finished. Listen, okay, it says wait, okay, 38, 32 minutes. Okay, 32 minutes. Um, let me read 32 minutes because I don't know if I read it. It says, final question from Bonjean. You didn't take in money to lie before the grand jury so your daughter could have a relationship with R. Kelly, did you? Answer, no, I did not. Now it's on to cross by McDavid's attorney, Bo Brentley. And it says, Brentley point out that in Susan's recollection of the Oak Park meeting, R. Kelly didn't admit to having done anything wrong, right? Which is what we said. It says she confirms that um, was how she remembered it. She also agrees that the idea for the trip was for them to get out of town to avoid the press. She also agrees that the idea for the trip was for them to get out of town to avoid the press. Okay. And then it says a quick redirect. Susan is off the stand. She testified for a little over an hour. Unlike her daughter, her testimony seemed very disjointed. Next witness is Lawrence Berkland, a lie detector test administrator from Kansas City. And then 2 minutes says Lenny Weber adjourns the trial in the middle of Berkland's testimony back at tomorrow at 10 a.m. So let me say something real quick with Levi. So Levi, you are absolutely correct, right? Because the reason why we do have this legal process, okay, is because with most of the crimes, majority of the people, the only people that was there was the one that allegedly committed the crime or the one that was allegedly the victim or victims, right? So
Mm-hmm.
we weren't there. That's why we do have this legal process. And that's the only thing we do have, because most time people don't say, yeah, I did it and here's the case. If they did, then, and even sometimes when they do say it, we still have a legal process to go through. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes if you don't understand how the law works, you'll say, well, because that's a waste of time, but it's not, because justice is still what people deserve on either side. So that is one. Two, when it comes to the defense attorneys, what have you, a defense attorney can really believe that he or she client is guilty. His or her client is guilty. They can do that. They don't all. Every attorney don't go in and thinking, okay, well, this client is not guilty, so that's why I'm gonna take this case. No, a lot of times we know, yeah, they're guilty as hell. But what we try to now, you have some clients, some attorneys will tell the person, yeah, I can, yeah, I'll be able to get you off and this, that, and third, whatever. They make promises that sometimes they can't keep. But attorneys will take a case that they know that their client is guilty. When they know that, they are looking for other ways to get them off. Like, what kind of strategy can they use? Can they find any violations? Can they see any issue. I mean, there's anything. If something wrong with the search warrant, any little thing, they come over, find anything, statute of limitation,
Absolutely.
double jeopardy, all of that, in
Let
order
me
to
ask you
try to get
something,
that.
Miss Walker. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, but I wasn't finished. Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, but go ahead.
So they'll do any of those things, right, in order to to try to get their client off, because again, everybody deserves justice. So you know I mean, and that's just what it is. And if you have real good client, they'll tell you what they did and did not do. And whether people know it or not, anybody find themselves in a jam, that's the best way to help you, help yourself, help your attorney get you either off or the least possible time as possible, right? The third thing is about the tape. Levi, listen, you know why I saw that tape at? A girl that worked when I was working for the state. Her boyfriend came up there and brought that tape up there. So I viewed it. A lot of law enforcement viewed it. Clerks, whatever. We were looking at the tape. We looked at the tape not for just to watch child pornography. No, we was watching the tape to see, hey, is this actual? Is that R. Kelly? Is this the truth? I mean, and what have you. And somebody, it came over and I'm gonna tell you, our unit managers and the officials, they came over the loudspeaker, because by that time they had found out that the tape had entered into the building, and they said, listen, if y'all are in possession of that, you do know that you are in possession of child pornography. So if you have because they know how we do, if you have downloaded to any internal or external hard
Right.
drive, whatever, you need to get rid of it. Okay? Because listen, and the only way that you can verify that it's possibly child pornography is to view it. And being that is the case, they do give you a certain amount of time in order for you to turn it, once you view it, in order for you to turn it over to the authorities. We know that you're not viewing it. Now, if you're some kind of pervert and you're viewing it for your own gratification, that's a whole new different, situation. But most people, and I'll say myself, and I'm telling you, it was all in the police, in the state's attorney's office and everywhere. Somebody had brought it up there, and yes, it was all uploaded and everything. And they were like, whoa, come here, and that's what was happening. So we weren't looking at it as, look at it as like, hey, we got child pornography and we shouldn't have it. And we was looking at it to see, okay, well, what's going on with this, whatever. Even though that was rumored that it was child pornography on there. That's the only thing I wanted to say.
Brother
who's next?
Jojo was saying something.
You know what? You kind of answered my question, my initial question, in your references. But what I want to ask you, because you made a statement, and you could correct me if I'm right or wrong here. You said when y'all was viewing it, y'all looked at it as it being child pornography based upon what you was looking at. Now, let's deal with that aspect of it. How do you confirm definitively, there go that word again, that it is child pornography based upon what you're looking at? Is it the conception of you're looking at this young lady and say she's young? Because I never viewed the tape, but the gentleman in my neighborhood say, no, ain't no way the way that young lady was working it that she was young. And this is coming from killers, dope dealers, pimps, hustlers, and all in the game. So how could one definitively, I'm gonna say that word again over and over, say she's underage? What's your best? What? Let me say I wasn't finished, as you stated.
Go ahead.
Your best response could have been based upon what you know, in an opinionated statement, because you can't definitively say it's child pornography, because Last time I checked, is anyone on this goddamn panel experts that viewed the tape? And because if you say you are, I got a rebuttal behind that shit. Because it came in a court of law that it can't be determined based upon a lot of legalities that faced upon that tape. So stop
And they
playing with
just,
me.
JoJo, they just got her birth certificate today, and
Listen,
that
I'm not
tells you
talking
exactly
about, I'm
how
not,
old she
here,
was in the tape.
here again, if you listen to me very carefully,
Man, you can
it's,
use all the big words you
if
want.
you
You know
listen
that kid
to
was
me
on that
very
tape.
carefully, I said the individual on the tape, meaning the individual on the tape, not necessarily saying
Everybody identified it
oh
with
my
him.
God. You
Yeah,
know
oh
what?
my God, it's
Y'all
him.
can have this
Well,
shit.
Hold
she
on, let
Y'all
looked
can
me
have this
let
shit.
young,
me ask
Y'all
you
can
a
and she
have
question.
this
did
shit,
testify
man.
Hold on,
under
let me
oath
ask
that
a
she
Y'all
was
can
question.
have
young.
this shit because
Let me
see,
let me
don't nobody
Go
want to
ahead,
really
Angie. I
answer
want to
these
hear your
goddamn shit.
legal.
You
I
know
want
what's
to
you know
hear it,
what you know
Angie.
what black people have been taught?
If JoJo will let you.
The black people, because I wouldn't finish.
Okay, there we go. But
Black
Angie
people,
was finna answer your question.
black people are taught
She's a lawyer.
to go along to get along.
Oh my
Yeah,
Go
God.
just
as
like
I
y'all
say,
doing.
go as I say, follow
Mhm,
me,
He in
because
all the
why? I
mhm.
time.
said so. And who am I?
Pied
I'm the
Piper.
one tell you
Pied
what to
Piper
think.
mentality.
I'm the one tell you what to think. I'm the one tell you when to
Hmm.
wake up. I'm the one tell you when you need to be at your job the next morning.
You need to
You
be at
don't understand this shit. The man just said it and he gave a reference point in it. And that's why I say, Levi, you're wasting your time.
you
When you
wasting your
gave
time.
those
And we
four
just
activities.
updated you on what
Oh my
happened.
God,
That
man.
they actually have the birth certificate to
Oh
verify
my
how old
God.
she
We
was in
talk
the tape. Oh
well,
my God.
let
Angie,
me
go
right now.
ahead.
I'm speaking to
hold
Levi right
on.
now.
Let me
When you describe those four areas of people activity,
Oh my
I'm gonna
God.
leave it alone. But go ahead, man. Y'all have this
okay, so
shit.
let me respond to the question, right? So let me respond to the question, both legally and with common sense, right? So once you pop in the video, right? If you don't know who that is or whatever, you can't definitively say nothing. You can't definitively say that's R. Kelly or some girl. You can just look and say, well, darn, that girl looks young, but you still can't say who that is, whatever. That's why it goes through the process of an investigation in order to identify who's on the tape. It's no different than identifying if somebody was murdered. You have to go through an investigation, which means collecting the ID, whatever it is on the crime scene, in order to make that identification. So definitively, no, you can't say that. Of
But
course you can't.
you didn't give that explanation the right to be explained because what you stated, and I'll let
Oh,
you
I
rewind
just
this.
said it.
I know what you just said, but when you was explaining, when you viewed it in your office,
Oh my
you
God.
said something
No,
totally
you
different.
no, yeah,
Okay.
because that was a different question. What are you talking about? That was a
Nothing.
Nothing.
different
I'm
question.
not talking about nothing.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
know you're
that's
not.
why he
I
said
mean,
something
that was
else.
a different question. That was
I have a
totally different about viewing child pornography or whatever, like what we was viewing it for or whatever. That's totally different. You're asking how do you definitively know if the person on the tape
No, I
is
think
These are big words, right?
I
murdered.
had reference points to kind of support what I said,
No,
but
you
I
didn't.
understand how it
But I don't
works.
know what you're talking about. But I'm just saying what was
You
the
ain't talked
question
about
that I
nothing.
was answering.
yes, ma'am. I
Okay.
had a question. I had a question for Miss Angie, and I want.
Yes, sir.
I just want to
I
give you
don't want
guys.
Mr. Levi, if I could, because
Yes, ma'am.
I wanna just jump in. I'm definitely, and I have a question for you too. So somebody better let me ask it. So before this is all said and done, but I will respectfully say, Mr. JoJo, my background and my credentials, and I can send them to Angie if she needs to see them if she hasn't already clicked the keyboard to figure it out. I do have the credentials to say that I am an expert in trauma. Okay, so I do want to speak to something that you mentioned. You talked about dudes, and also I want to make it clear that me, you, and I guess Mr. Levi out of three that haven't. I don't know if Mr. Levi saw it or not. I don't think he did, but I never saw the tape. I only saw the clips that they showed on TV and like the
Hmm.
still images and such. I never watched it
Exactly.
because I did. Now I have everybody. I think has their own reasons as to why or why not they may have watched it. But to me, I did see what the portions that were that could be viewed on TV, network TV. That's the most I've ever seen. Okay, so I want to make sure that's clear before that's brought up. But I want to share something that you talked about, that the people, a lot of the individuals you had spoken with that has seen the video said that because of the way that this person was, moving or participating in whatever they viewed, that they did not believe the person could have been underage. I will say that is a mischaracterization of what can happen. If there are children, especially children of sexual abuse, hopefully I can say that on your channel, Angie, but children of abuse of that nature, they absolutely can and will engage fully, especially if it's been an ongoing situation. Especially if they have been groomed or trained or they've been doing it a lot, they will absolutely, like any other behavior that we teach children to do, unfortunately, which is very sad to think of it that way. But they will
Mm-hmm.
absolutely fully participate because likely somewhere along the line there have been consequences and or worsened situations, so on and so forth, that teach them it's easier to do it this way. Also, and many people will know this when it comes to specifically sexual trauma and abuse, the body unfortunately betrays us in that regard,
Right.
because your body still has pleasure and receives pleasure, even if it's something that, for children at least, even if it's something that was wrong. So that can justify as to why it could have been. I did not see it, but I do personally, based upon the evidence that's been presented, I do believe that there's a high likelihood. And what we're hearing today is that there's a high likelihood that the individual was underage. So I will say that I would not use that particular
Okay.
assessment as reason to say that that's why this person likely would have been overage or could have been because of their sexual ability. And based upon what she testified as well, if you've had sex, I'm sorry, I'm saying the wrong words on your channel, Angie, bleep me out.
That's okay.
But if they've been engaging hundreds of times, and actually I believe she eventually said that it was innumerable, meaning that she can't even count because it was so many, that would be more than enough experience for that person to know exactly what type of pleasure or what to do in order to get the response that that person was looking for. So I just wanted to mention that. And I know you said you had a counter if there was an
And
expert, but I just used it within my area of expertise. I did want to share that. And also for people who are listening that might also have
and
viewed it and wondering the same thing.
and I agree with that. I agree with that 110%. But this is the next question I have to you. Why people are definitively saying she's underage based upon, like I said, the testimonial evidence that's been preserved at this point. He never said that was him on the tape. Now, let me ask you this, based upon your experience, how can you, if you, because you said you never viewed it and you're going on the evidence. So, I mean, I guess I can't really ask you this question, but let me ask you this for as being subjective. How do you think people that viewed it can say, excuse me, she's underage?
Okay. Well, I think there's a couple of ways, but I want to make sure that I stated something clearly for the record. I do believe that it was him as well, based upon the stills and the short images that I saw. I think that the individual there bears an extremely striking resemblance to Mr. Kelly, and that's part of what I want to
Man,
ask you later on. So
by
let me get
all
back.
means, by all means, that's not the question I asked you though.
No, no. Actually, what
Objection,
I did,
objection, objection.
and that's
Counsel is
fine,
Can
but
leading.
I
that's not
chime
what
in
I was saying.
briefly?
All I was saying
I
is that
just asked you a
I
very
wanted to leave with
specific
that.
question. I just,
Absolutely, but you and
ma'am.
Mr. Levi take the floor when you want to and go
Listen,
on.
she
Let
No,
me
no, no,
let
no,
me have
ma'am.
my
I'm
time.
just,
no
I'm
wait,
just,
no
I'm
wait,
just
wait,
trying to
no
stay
wait.
in. I'm trying to stay in frame and in
Yeah,
reference to
and
what
I
we're
and I
talking
want to
about.
answer that,
And I
and I
asked
want
you
to
a
Listen,
very specific question.
sure, and I want to answer that, but I wanted to make sure that I had not misled you with what I was saying.
Well,
The
you
reason
just
why I
tried
was
to by telling me you believe it's that. I didn't ask you that.
you can answer the question in any way you see fit, please.
thank you.
Go ahead.
So here's what I will
Okay.
say: that individuals, the same way that you can look at an image and you can say, "I
Lawyers
believe,"
fuck with lawyers.
okay, but
Go
I
ahead.
am
I'm
not.
sorry.
So
Don't pay. No, ma'am. Don't pay me no mind. I'm just being
okay,
facetious. Come
okay, I
on.
was about to
You know
say,
how
I
I
don't
do
want you to
it.
think I am because I'm not. So here's
I'm
the
just
thing.
being facetious.
That I got you. So here's the thing. The same way that I can, and this was actually where I was going, the same way I can look at the clips that I saw and say, I see enough evidence here that lines up that says this is R. Kelly. He had braids that I had from it. He looked like he was a similar height, a similar build, his nose, his features, that sort of thing. We know what the features of a post-pubescent person is. There should be certain.
I didn't ask that question though. I did not ask that question.
Hey, she can answer
Whether it
what
was
she's
him or
actually
not.
answering your question. You asked her, how can you tell on the tape if that girl was underage? And she's saying, based on
What does that? What does the determination of you? Wait a minute. Let me finish. What does the determination of anyone determining that young lady was underage have to do with Rob? I asked her specifically about the young lady, and I get this whole disposition about Rob. I mean, come on, man.
And she is on to answer your question.
Okay, don't worry. I have no further questions because my question ain't being answered.
Go ahead.
It's not even being answered.
I actually am, if you can hear me out in what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that individuals can look at that tape and they know what the characteristics of a person is once they have already gone through puberty. Meaning that there are certain parts of the body that develop at certain rates. And so some people would have looked at that and said, okay, I'm looking for X, Y, and Z characteristics of puberty.
That's what it was for me, Miss Mo.
Okay. And they looked at that and they said, okay, they don't check enough boxes. The person is not developed enough X, Y, Z. The person doesn't have certain body features. The person has certain things going on with their facial features. Those are things that all change when puberty hits. We talk about it, around the way. We say, okay, they done filled out or they done grew into themselves. That's the way that we talk about it. And how do we know that? Because there's certain parts of the body that have developed in certain ways that give the characteristics that puberty has taken place. And puberty does not take place until in the latter teenage years in which the person would have potentially been older. And my point is that that's the same way that people can look at anything. The same way I looked at the features of R. Kelly. I said it checks enough boxes that I believe that this is R. Kelly, the same way that those individuals could have looked at the person in that video and they could have said it doesn't check enough boxes of puberty based upon what I know the body should look like after puberty, and therefore I believe that this is not an adult or it is not a person who was of age. At the very least, this is not a person who has fully matured and gone through puberty. That
yes,
is all.
ma'am.
I'm sorry if I went around the bend. I'm
no
sorry.
problem.
Can I say this real quick, Levi, before you go? It won't take long. Just to add to what Miss Mo said, because I saw the tape. I don't recall how the young lady moved because I wasn't focused in on that. I was focusing on whether or not that was R. Kelly. And then we was looking at her features like Miss Mo was describing, and she was underdeveloped. That's what it was. I don't remember her movements and all that because I wasn't paying attention to that.
Yes, ma'am. And not to trivialize, because I would never make fun or trivialize what we're discussing, but let me tell you something. There was a time I was into thinner women. You go through phases. There was a time you had to be thin for me to deal with you, like real thin, like a model thin. And I've been with some flat-chested, thin women now, but that's neither here nor there. What I want to do is, I want to say this, that to the young lady that was talking, would you agree that scientifically, I know through my own knowledge and research that scientists can find the skull of a 10-year-old, 15-year-old, 25-year-old, 35-year-old, 45, the skull, and tell, especially the skull and certain parts of the pubic area, and tell how old that person was through other tests also. So would you agree that visually, I understand what you're saying, but when it comes down to a science, the science of identifying the anatomy of an individual, would you agree that science is normally perfect, is 99.9.9 when they actually have the skull or the human remains? Would you agree with that?
Using that particular test, there are other ones, but yes, I agree that is one that is known to be very accurate.
Great. Also, I want to say that for Brother Jojo and Angie being a legal mind, and you guys, See, the problem I have with it is this, and I want to ask Angie this legal question. When you take just a regular person that's not a celebrity, and you put that person next to another defendant, both of them are defendants. One is a prominent celebrity, but they're both defendants. And they're being charged with such a crime where it's considered like this is a huge crime. This is a big deal. You take O.J. Simpson, for instance. Everyone listening to me know if you from the hood, well, my cousin beat that 2008 case from every barbershop, from every porch, from every corner in the hood. There was just this resounding accusation that he paid the young lady and her parents off. This is in 2008, right after he beat that case. Jim DeRogatis wrote articles about it. He said that they were flown to France. Now they're saying it's the Bahamas. However, my question to Sister Angie is this. Whenever you're dealing with a state case, especially a prominent case involving a celebrity, after that celebrity has been allegedly filmed in the act, or in the case with OJ with the Bronco, the whole world was watching him in the Bronco. These are big cases. OJ gets off, my cousin gets off. Both are found not guilty. If there were accusations that OJ engaged in jury tampering or obstruction, just as there is now with Robert, my question to Ms. Angie is, even though that's a state case, whenever anyone is accused, especially in a prominent case, of doing that which totally erodes or attempts to erode the fabric of the justice system in state cases, Ms. Walker, isn't it true that the federal Justice Department has a duty and obligation to look into it? Yes or no? Ms. Walker?
Yeah, I'm here. Well, here's the thing, right? If they don't have a duty unless it amounts to a federal crime, right? Which and it checks off the boxes that makes it a federal crime, okay? Because you got dual sovereignty in Chicago, right? So, but if the state invites the feds into any case, they can start investigating the case. So are you trying to say, why didn't they start investigating the case way back then when it was allegations that it was some jury tamper or whatever went on, some obstruction that went on? That's where you're going with that?
Yes, ma'am. What I'm saying is that right now he's being tried in federal court.
Yeah.
For obstruction in a state case.
Right.
Simple. That tells you that the feds have the jurisdiction. They have they're able to do it. Why did it take them 14 years when from every barbershop, every street corner, every porch, all over MTV, Jim DeRogatis writing articles? Why did it take them 14 years to investigate what was reported as outright obstruction? That's a fair question.
All right, good question. All right, good. So they could have immediately, like I tried to explain before, they could have immediately right then opened up a case, all right, saying, hey, we got reasonable suspicion that this happened. We have bits and pieces of some evidence that this would have happened, whatever. But until an allegation is founded, that's when it turns into a charge, meaning they got actual, in their minds, direct proof or circumstantial proof that is really strong that this did happen. They have some witnesses. They have the players. They have the financial. They have whatever it is that made that that created the obstruction, the conspiracy, or whatever it was. When they have that type of evidence, then that's when they move. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Now here's the thing, right? Because you have to get this approved. Somebody has to agree to prosecute. And before that, you have to agree. Somebody have to agree to have put a budget on it. It can. You can have a lightweight case open. Nobody's really working on it, but then somebody got to prove to put that money and that manpower to it to actually have a dedicated team. Then that moves from, that's when they go to actively trying to find people, get evidence that they think can't be refuted. All of that. The makings of a case, which builds into an indictment. So, and you might say, well, why it takes so long? Well, a lot of, just like other crimes that take a long time to solve, right? The people may have, they may have a subject, they're looking at, then it turns into a suspect, and then now you have a criminal, right? And you have somebody that's being charged, not a criminal, but someone that's being charged. So, it moves through stages. And even though it was rumored or whatever, those are just rumors. Okay. And yeah, if enough of them, it'll get logged in reports, get logged in. Nobody's not seriously working it. But then when I say, this is what I believe, I believe that they had, all these people coming in and saying about my daughter, this, whatever. Then they had all these civil cases open and this happened or whatever. Mm-hmm. And then they had all this open. But then when they found that they had willing participants, meaning although the federal government bring cases on behalf of the federal government and not any accuser, when they saw that through Surviving R. Kelly or whatever other vehicle you want to use, when they saw people that were willing, that's when they really moved. Just about as fast as they go ahead.
I'm gonna, and we always bump heads on the legal thing because I view you as an idealist, which is fine. Idealistically speaking, I agree with you, but let's deal with the facts. For one, Mr. Messner, that does the tweeting and stuff, if you go back, he'll confirm it, that according to them, what sparked their investigation was the Lifetime docuseries. They admitted to that. Okay, that's for one. For two, when you say willing, that's the operative word, witnesses. If you go back to the Lifetime docuseries itself, Dream Hampton herself said what she found to be absolutely astounding was when she interviewed all those women, she said that she asked them all at the end of their interviews, so what do you think should happen? Should he be locked up? Do you think he should go to prison? She said 100%, not 99%, but 100% of them said, no, he shouldn't be locked up, including Drea. All of them said, no, he shouldn't be locked up. However, you saw a change where you had certain ones saying he ain't get 30 years ain't enough. And what changed from no, he shouldn't be locked up to now lock him up and throw away the key? That's for two. For three, Ms. Walker, when you say willing, I agree with you. I concur. I'm 1,000% with you when you use that word willing witnesses. Now, here's the problem. I said it to my assistant the other day. I would not be fighting so vigorously for my cousin if Miss Landfair, at age 37, if her mother or her father, God rest his soul, woke up in the middle of the night one night and said, you know what? We lied to the authorities. He did that to my daughter, or he did that to me. And they went to the federal authorities. I wouldn't have a leg to stand on because that's what you call a willing witness. But when you contrast what they're doing now in Chicago with what Jerhonda Pace said when she left New York and they came to her, Brother JoJo, and they said, we need you in Chicago. She said, you know what? I'm done with this. I'm not trying to testify against him no more. They told her, well, you don't have to testify, but guess what? If you refuse to answer the subpoena, We will issue a warrant for your goddamn arrest. That's coercion. That's making a person speak. So listen,
Damn.
in the case, and I would never demean Sister Landfair, but when you have people sitting there testifying, they didn't go to them. They went to her and her parents. And I guarantee you they said to that young lady, you were 14 when you made those statements, or 15, whatever. But I tell you this, if you don't play ball, your parents definitely going to prison. You want to talk about coercion? How can we, and this is, Ms. Walker said it earlier, when you talked about a defense attorney may believe that the person, that their client is guilty. But what they're doing, that defense attorney is believing and defending the process. They're defending the justice system as a whole. So they're going to defend their client to the best of their ability. So how can we sit knowing that these people went to that young lady and her parents, and to put a bow on it, to put a cherry on the top, Ms. Walker, you know, I know, and everyone listening to this know that the Fed's investigation only ensued after that goddamn reality show, which is unprecedented. It has never happened to a United States citizen in the history of federal prosecutions, where they sit in rooms and draft goddamn indictments after a goddamn docuseries, and then they find out later that the people that sat on there were lying like hell, sitting there talking as if that man, my cousin, kidnapped their daughter. Then you find out that the mother was tweeting him, trying to get her to sleep with him. This is what I was trying to say to DeHale. When I say I don't agree with his moral decisions,
Shit.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with his promiscuity. Goddamn, when me and my cousin were running the streets, Detroit, Chicago, back in the day, man, let me tell you something. The strip clubs and shit, I got tired of that. When I was getting caught cheating with this woman, listen, when I started getting caught calling the women each other's names and shit, I said, I got to quit this shit. Listen, it gets to a point when you get in your 30s, towards your 40s, you want one woman, you want to mind your business. My cousin never matured to that level. So when I say I disagree with his moral decisions, one of those moral decisions is his promiscuity. You don't need 3, 4, 5, 6 women. Get yourself one woman. Mind your business. So I disagree with that. But as far as this legal shit, excuse me for swearing, let's not pretend
Speak on it.
that
Speak on
those
it, goddamn.
federal authorities did not manufacture and construct the case against R. Kelly. That's a goddamn fact. They
All the
manufactured
time.
it.
All
They
the time.
constructed it.
All
They
the
set
time.
the stage. They wrote the script. So when they wrote the script, I'll be goddamn if we put you in this role and we asking you to read this script, you better read it or your ass is going to jail. And I'm done, Brother Jojo. Am I right?
And let me co-sign on that. Before hold on, Angie, please let me say this, and I'm gonna be done with this. And I want to ask y'all, since y'all been reading transcripts and how this thing formulated, when did she start, meaning RL, cooperating with the federal authorities based upon what you guys have read? After what? Surviving R. Kelly.
Say
If you
that.
think I'm bullshitting, look it up.
Facts.
Look it up. You've been reading it. You've been reading it.
Facts.
This is what she said, not me, God damn it. She said after that came out, that's when she was in contact with them, maybe prior to it, if you know how they get down. You did?
That's right.
But it was all in conjunction. You did? Yeah, see, let me tell you something. The man spoke on it. He gave you 4 areas of people activity, how they work. But see, that goes over a lot of people's head. And when I say that, we as people get offended. Like I'm just downing you. No, you don't understand what you're looking at. You don't understand how this shit works. But I'm going to ask you the same question. When did she start cooperating with those people?
That's
Y'all
right.
answer that, and I don't have to say no more.
And
Bam!
let me add,
Right in your
let me add,
face.
let me add that. Let me go behind with the alley oop. Those people. Let me say this real quick to what JoJo just said, and JoJo know it's true because he's been outside. He's been in the streets like myself. One thing I knew as a young man, though, when it gets to the federal level, those people will make you testify against your mama. Those people will make you testify against the woman who brought you into this world. And don't you ever forget what I said, unless you the kind of man or woman that will jump off a bridge before you would speak ill of your mama in a goddamn court. You have to be the kind of black folk that was on those slave ships that said, before I subject me and my babies to this shit, I'll let the sharks eat my ass and my kids before I give myself and my children to these goddamn savages.
And then there was.
That's right.
Okay, so let me respond to Levi, because Levi, there's very few people that make me get up. So as you see, I'm adjusting my position.
All right.
Because I might have to read your ass.
All right. All right.
You know I love talking to Levi. I mean, it's for a whole bunch of reasons. But listen, so let me go back to what you said. If you heard what I said that I gave you the steps, and we went over this before. When it becomes an official investigation, yes, that surviving R. Kelly, and I told you that was one of the vehicles that did prompt a official investigation.
Excuse me, dear. The only vehicle. One other vehicle. JoJo just said it. One other vehicle. It was just one vehicle.
Hold on, Levi. But prior to that, and it is documented in those people's office, they had complaints. This is internal paperwork. I'm telling you because I was there, and I'm on contract now. You get complaints, you get inquiries, and that's what you work them off of. Okay, you get that in. All right, and I said that I believe that the savages at some point somebody told them what would make the authorities take it more serious or whatever, being that you are reporting a child that is above of age to consent, and whatever. And I believe that he got the manuscript from what you can allege for kidnapping and just checked up all the boxes and reported it, whatever. And I'm not saying whether it was how factual it was not. I'm not going into all that because I don't know what he said. But I definitely know it checked off all the boxes, okay? Because I was engaged with somebody that handles, that prosecutes that type of shit. So what I'm saying is that there was a whole bunch of civil and civil lawsuits as well as criminal complaints alleging R. Kelly did this or whatever to these minors and things of that nature, allegedly, right? Once the authorities, and this is just how it works. Once the authorities saw that you got surviving R. Kelly and you got the state making a plea for people to come forward, and you got all this going on, once they got willing participants, what I mean by willing participants, people calling them, they don't have osmosis and can say, we know who did this or whatever. They was calling them, or they were getting tips. Once you get those tips, they throw money into that budget, put it behind it, get it assigned, get it official, opening and running. You got designated bodies working that particular those cases. R. Kelly, they got people working it. Okay, that's what I mean by an investigation. And they're not gonna sit up there and tell you, okay, unless they just want to break it down. Oh, we've been watching this person, for 20 years, just like with drug dealers. They can be watching somebody for 10 or 15 years, getting all kind of complaints from the neighbors. Oh, we see large boxes coming in with, we think it's drugs on Sundays or whatever. You can't move on that. That's just, you're just gonna log it in or whatever, and it's just gonna have a file open. But once you get something that you can take it to your boss or if you are the boss, and make that determination. Say, hey, I can see if I can run this. It's coming in hot and heavy. Y'all watch out. I need everybody to my desk. Okay? I need bodies. I need some people that can be designated. I need to pull people from Homeland Security. I need to pull people from, wherever. And I need help. I can get this budget. We're gonna work on this. We got a whole docu-series. Okay? We got a whole docu-series. And here's the thing. The fact whether the docu-series was confirmed to be factual or not, that is of no consequence to the case. Because here's the thing. All they have to do is investigate it. And whatever they find out, they're going to find out whether what's true or what's not. So the docu-series doesn't, nobody has to put out a docu-series that has to be truthful. Just like they don't have to put out a book that has to be truthful. And if somebody come by and sue your ass for it or whatever, if they can get money off it, then that's what it is. So that's what I'm saying. It does not, so it's not a how it was done or how it got kicked into up in gear or whatever, how it got more traction to it. It's just those are the steps. And you can't say that it's definitive that there have been all kinds of complaints. Even when the little hair braider lady said that, she called the cops and the cops went back and found a bag and all that shit there, whatever. She said that. It's paperwork with regards to that. It's reports. That happened before surviving R. Kelly. Once they did.
Let me ask you, Angie, can I interject? Okay, you on the road. You're on the road.
Hold on. You mean to tell me that the cops wasn't called prior to surviving R. Kelly?
That's factual. But this is what I'm asking you. The driving vehicle. This is what we're talking.
Did y'all not hear me say that?
Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Hold on. Once they saw that they had surviving R. Kelly, which is one of the vehicles. I said
I think that's his main argument, though.
Yes, that's what I said. Y'all don't listen. One of the
No, we listening very attentively. But if you take away surviving R. Kelly, do you think you have the magnitude of these? All right.
You keep moving. I got it.
I'm gonna pull over on the shoulder.
Yeah. So once they saw that they have that, and I'm gonna give you another prime example. Now you know damn well you can't just pick up the phone unless you me, okay? So, and call the feds and say, hey, this, that, and the third happening. I'm gonna need you to send somebody over there. That's not how that works. But you saw as Shabazz captured it. And we got the little bits and pieces of what happened because Larry filled us in on one part, Shabazz did too, Azriel and her dad. They all filled us in on what happened with that fight in Chicago. When that shit went down, okay, all before, Azriel was just named in the indictment, right? They didn't need her. They already, had her, whatever the situation with regards to her, she was already in the indictment, right? Once they found out, and I think it happened the day of, once they saw the fight or whatever was radioed in, that there was a fight or whatever, and that she would possibly, cooperate, they got there immediately. I don't know where the fuck they came from. I don't know that information. And that's how it works. When you see that you got somebody that may cooperate, and here's the thing, you get somebody that may be on the fence, or you get somebody that, you might be able to talk into, fucking with you, buying what you selling. You're going to go out there and make that attempt. At that, see, I'm getting all kind of internals, but you're going to make that attempt to try to get that person to cooperate. Because although you don't need them, but it's ideal that if you had somebody to take that stand to support your case, that's I'm telling you, that's a jewel. So no, I'm saying, I'm just giving you the technical timeline.
Oh,
I said that surviving R. Kelly was one of, if not the biggest vehicles that secured that indictment, moved that budget to secure investigation, put that money to get towards that
But
investigation.
what you know what's
Nothing happened
interesting
without
about
money.
that? Yeah, what's interesting about that? And I'm giving everything credence on what you're saying. What's interesting about that? If you're gonna give that the numero uno driving force, what has that panned out to be? Surviving R. Kelly.
That's right.
Given as we move forward and we move into the days time.
Exactly.
I mean, come on, shit, man. That's why I say, brother, you
I never said,
wasting
well,
your
you
freaking
you're fighting
time.
with somebody, because I never said that surviving our case was either
I listen.
factual
I
or
didn't.
not. But it don't have
I
to be.
did. Oh my god. Oh
Miss
my
Walker,
god.
Miss Walker, you don't you do you have American flag on your house? Did you fly the American
No, but
flag on your house? I need to know who I'm
listen,
talking to now. Hold on.
why you
You
asking
got
that
an American
question?
flag on your house? Yeah.
No, but I used to be military connected. Why? What's up?
Okay, I want to know who I'm talking to now.
Man,
Hold on, listen, Miss
Lord
Walker.
have mercy, man.
Miss Walker, when I say you're an idealist, you are someone who would just hate to think that our Justice Department, or should I say those functionaries that work within and under the Justice Department,
No,
would
I
I'm going
don't.
actually,
on
Are
mute.
you serious?
I believe that you are someone who would hate to think that these people would actually, my words were, they constructed and manufactured indictments and a case based on a foundation put forth by a reality show documentary. That's what I said. Now, you basically chose to say, well, they had already surveyed the land, they had already found the spot. And then when they started to construct it, it was because it was really predicated on other complaints and things of that sort. You pointed to the
I didn't
savages.
say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Well, you said
I didn't
one of
say
the
that.
vehicles. You said that was
I said,
one of the
I
vehicles.
said, and this
Oh
is,
my
I'm
god.
not making this up, and I am giving you this not only from my legal, because
You're
that's
gonna
the legal
lose,
part.
brother.
I'm giving you something based on because I was there and because I was one of the ones that get. You know what? We got to sit back and wait, or we got to sit back and play some games to see if we do A, will B occur. So that's what I'm saying. And I'm sitting and I'm telling you, as a person that got what? The ID to log on and to tell you, I hate to break it down like this, to
That
tell you
is the
where it's
driving
coming from.
force. That was the
Hold
driving
on. I
force.
wasn't finished. I did not say, you're not listening. I said
It's not
that
okay.
there was already complaints in there. Am I wrong? Before
You're
surviving
not.
R. Kelly even
Well,
started.
you know
And what's
what?
the problem?
I don't think you really. And no one is saying you're wrong or right in this,
Mhm.
but I don't think you're understanding how a flower blossom. It has to be
That's
a
why I'm
seed.
explaining.
Oh my God. Okay.
Jojo,
That's
let me
why
try
I'm
it this way.
explaining. And I
Let me
thank you
try it
for
this
the,
way. Let me try.
let me hold on, Levi, before you go there. And that's the perfect analogy. How a flower blossoms. Somebody keeps reporting shit into the office. Keeps reporting shit. Whether it be
Man,
civil or criminal.
you don't stand a
They keep
chance,
reporting
brother.
shit. Then when you get something like surviving R. Kelly, I don't understand. Does anybody hear me disagreeing with what Levi say? Because
No,
I want to make
Angie.
sure, does anybody
It's
hear me
not. It's not
disagree?
even so much a disagreeing.
No,
It's just being
Levi
heard.
wants you to say exactly what he wants you to say. And that's
Uh,
not going to happen.
Can
Oh my
I,
God.
Angie, can I get
Didn't
this?
I
Can
tell
I
you you
get
don't
some? Because
stand a
I've been wanting to
chance.
pose this question to
I'm
Mr.
just
Levi
saying,
for a
You
that's
don't
minute.
hear
what
me
I'm
though.
right.
I'm
telling
not even making this shit up, bro. I ain't gonna tell
you.
you shit wrong. I'm telling you don't stand a chance, bro.
Angie,
I'm
can I
telling you.
jump in? Can I jump
Uh-huh.
in?
Go
Okay.
ahead.
So, Mr. Levi, I've been wanting to ask you this question for a while,
Yes,
and it
ma'am.
goes with this same topic that's being brought up. So, and if you can indulge me for a second. So earlier you were talking about, the Constitution, and now we're talking about the law and the intent of the law and that sort of thing. I firmly believe that systemic racism is real and it's deeply embedded and ingrained in our legal system. And it can often be used in a manner to, or quite frankly, be weaponized against Black and brown people, which is the reason why we have, disproportionate numbers of incarceration, that sort of stuff, right? Yes. So that's another piece of this whole entire case, right? And I think that's part of what you and, quite frankly, even Mr. JoJo have been kind of insinuating and getting at, and oftentimes the topics that you bring up, which is why I love hearing many times you all coming in with a new perspective or a different perspective that other people don't bring out. Now, and we know that the Constitution was created never intending for it to apply to women, Black, brown. Pretty much, it was meant to benefit the people who were creating it, not anybody else. So I get all of that. But my question, and it's really probably a two-part question. My question for you is, how then do we reconcile if something bad happens in our community? How do we reconcile it? And I just ask for you to think of it from the perspective of what you've been hearing here today. For the individuals who, for whatever reason, believe, hey, this happened, or quite frankly, if he did actually obstruct the case that then resulted in him quote beating that case, what is our recourse? Because I think the issue that I have even been continuing to struggle with, not just in this case, but in many cases involving Black and brown people, Black and brown men specifically, is, okay, where do we draw the line in Black protectivism, right? Where we say, like you talked about, I ain't never turning nobody over to you because, it comes from slavery, as we know, because if I turn you over to the master, he might kill you. I take you back here and do what I'm going to do to you or give you a spanking or whatever case may be. At least I know you're going to be okay, right? It was never worth it to turn, to be turned over to the master, because you could be sold, whatever the case. All these things could happen. However, we still had a sense of self-governance within our own people, even in slavery. Back in Africa, the tribes, all of them had some sort and means of recourse for situations that happen that are wrong, when children are hurt, when people are hurt. That's the piece of this conversation that I've yet to hear anybody fully address. Yes, let's assume that we say, right now, systemic racism is being used, because that's the argument, or this legal system, which is also corrupt, right? That this corrupt legal system is being weaponized so that Mr. Kelly can be, held accountable in inappropriate ways. However, okay, let's suppose we say, okay, then let him out. What's the recourse? Where was the self-governance? And I'll even take it a step further to say, people talk about, their connections with the streets and what the streets wouldn't have allowed and all that. And I know that to be a fact. I'm not going to give all my background, but me and Angie ain't too much different in the way we came up, in the fact that we on one side, but everybody else over here on another side and gets it in, right? So with that being the case, why didn't self-governance come in?
Yes, ma'am. And I want to answer that. I want to answer that. My daughter's mother said to me just yesterday, she said, the shame that you were not hands-on with your cousin. Because you could have been telling him, like, man, look, what you doing with all these, with this, that, and the third. And I said, well, Robert has always controlled his environment, for one. And I'm not pointing to any guilt on his part. I'm just saying he's the kind of person that he can't be, you ain't telling Robert nothing, okay? However, I've never been a go along to get along tight. Now, with that being said, you're talking to someone who has turned people into those people, for one, okay? Mm-hmm. Even though it was considered a cardinal sin growing up, my mother, if she were alive, would have gotten on her knees and begged me not to turn those terrorists in. Now, let me say this. I'm going to talk real fast because I don't want to belabor this. Listen, my mother, when I was raised up as a child, would have friends in the hood, female her friends. And I remember my mother on the phone talking to one of her friends who was engaged in a relationship with a guy. The guy left her and went a couple of blocks over and started being with another woman. And that woman told my mother, She said, that's all right, because that bitch is on welfare. I'm about to call the welfare office as soon as when I know all his clothes are there, I'm about to get her ass kicked off of welfare. My mother said to that woman when I was 6 or 7 years old, she said, let me tell you something. If you call those people on that woman, don't you ever come to my house no more. Don't you ever call my phone. You never turn black people into those people. I was raised that way from a child. That's a fact. When my mother and I were in the market and I saw a man stealing as a kid, I said, Mom, he just stole something. She said, okay, you ain't seen nothing. Listen, when my baby is my right hand to the Most High God, when my baby was about 11 years old, we were in a supermarket and my baby said, Dad, that man just put a bunch of meat down his pants. Because kids are lower to the ground. They see everything. I said, well, you ain't seen nothing. Okay. I saw a guy stealing with me and my baby mama in the store and the police had him handcuffed. I walked up to him and both she and I walked up to the police and said, what did he steal? How much did it cost? Can we pay for it? The owner of the store said it was about $30-some. We paid for it. Let's let him go. I don't believe in turning black people over to that system. I don't believe in turning black people in on nothing. I believe in what you just talked about. I believe that the hood should handle hood problems. However, if you listen to me, if the man in Bolingbrook was listening to me, if the black alleged terrorists were listening to me, and I know Ms. Walker was listening to me, my target were those attorneys who had formed relationships with people who were doing that which was antithetical to my cousin's cases. So if I have to get them go through these niggas, I didn't file reports just with the people against these black terrorists. My first plan of action, what I did first was file these attorney grievances against the attorneys because it's their involvement with these people that caused my cousin to be denied bond. But more pointedly, let me say this. Power corrupts, sweetheart. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. When you ask, what do we do? I've never been the kind of person who believed in watching someone climb through someone's window in the hood. No, back in the day, I couldn't call 911. But the structure we were raised in, that person would have 6 or 7 niggas outside that house when they climbed out of that window. Y'all can reference this. 2 young girls. I don't know if they were molested, but they were definitely killed on the west side of Detroit, on my block. The news came out. I was at Cedar Point. We came back home. Them 2 young girls that I would see every day were killed. We standing out there. It was a guy in the hood who would be walking past, going to the store all day, getting 40 ounces. And we would be on the corner. What's up, man? What's up? When I got back from Ohio and we watched the news about them 2 babies who were killed, that guy was standing right there on the news saying, it's a shame what they did to them girls. They didn't have to stab them like that. He said whoever did it didn't have to stab them like that. The investigator said we never released how they were killed. So they knew when they watched the tape, it was him. They got him. They found the forensics, his shoe prints. He murdered those 2 girls. That beast did not last 3 or 4 months in prison. He didn't last 3 or 4 months in prison. He was killed in prison. That's the block I come from. That's the neighborhood I come from. We come from a place where no, you don't call those people because you deal with it yourself. Now, in the case with my cousin, when I see prominent individuals like that model, Tyson, when I see these celebrities calling for his death, when I see him being placed with this stigma that he sleeps with children, over and over again, you've heard it 1,000 times, he sleeps with children. You imagine a man sleeping with 10-year-old children and jumping out of vans and kidnapping kids. No, he's a celebrity. His sexual lifestyle has been as such where he said it himself when Torre asked him, Do you like young girls? He didn't say, no, man, all I did was is women, grown women. No, he said, what age are we talking? He told Gayle King, what's your relationship with the two young ladies? I'm seeing them. He's never tried to hide the fact that he will take them from 18 to 58, 68. He's never tried to hide that. Do I agree with it? Not at all. But ma'am, when you say, what do we do? The first thing we must do is hold the Justice Department's feet to the fire, something that Sister Angie's not willing to do. With all due respect. Don't let me say it now, Miss Angie. The Justice Department should never bring charges against any American based on public pressure, based on a docuseries. A docuseries shouldn't have nothing to do with him being prosecuted. You know what else shouldn't have nothing to do with it, miss? Individuals who have sought book deals, individuals who have sought to be on reality shows, individuals who have sought to monetize their so-called victimhood has no place in our justice system. You've had your car broken into. You've had crimes committed. Well, most people have had crimes committed against them. You go, you report it, and you hope they find the person who committed the crime. You don't go out and try to monetize your goddamn victimhood. And every single individual who has accused my cousin has sought to monetize their victimhood. So I hope I answered your question, but what I'm saying to you, ma'am, is yes, you're right. We should never turn a deaf ear and a blind eye or be so anti-government that we allow child molesters, murderers, people who violate people to roam free. I was one of the ones that said, shit, if it's that bad in Chicago, I'm not for stop and frisk. I'm not for the National Guard pulling up, commandeering and locking down black neighborhoods because I know who they are. But at the same time, when it gets so bad that children cannot play outside on their front porches without being the victims of drive-bys, when it gets so bad that which was promised to each and every one of us, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, where a child cannot grow up and be productive and have a good life, I don't give a goddamn if it's my brother, my mama, my uncle, my cousin, whoever. I said Trump should send the goddamn National Guard into Chicago, lock that motherfucker down, stop and frisk. But first, I would do what Mao Zedong did in the Chinese Revolution. Mao Zedong, all those Chinese people that were on heroin, he said, you got 1 year to clean this shit up. After a year, Jojo will tell you what Mao Zedong did. He took care of business. Mao Zedong gave him a year. That's called grace. Those people in Chicago, Detroit, South, North, LA, wherever you are, if you out here gang banging, you out here disrupting the lives of citizens and causing children harm in your foolishness, they should be given 1 year. And after that, send the goddamn troops in, because I would be hypocritical, miss. I'm gonna give me 10 more seconds and I'm done. I would be hypocritical to say, well, the hood, you hear these niggas on YouTube talking about the code and when I was in prison and always talking about the code and all that. I would be hypocritical when I know that I moved before my baby was born. I got the hell out of the hood. We moved to the suburbs when her mom was pregnant because I didn't want my child subjected to none of that. My two daughters ain't never seen the hood. You understand? So I would be hypocritical, but guess what? I want every black child in the hood to be able to go to a nice school, play outside. Remember, we used to walk to the store? We used to walk to the store. We used to have the most fun in the hood. When it gets this bad, oh no. Do it. Drastic situations call for drastic measures. So that hopefully I answered your question. I'm sorry for talking so long, but that's
no, that's the name of the game. That's why I'm still up here. I know how you do. I appreciate it. But I will say this then. I think it's not fair, perhaps, to suggest or the earlier suggestions with you and Mr. Jojo that Angie was only seeing it through the eyes of the law, because that's not what I necessarily heard. I heard her kind of saying the same thing that you just mentioned, which is that the law gave him time. The law can give you as much time as they want to for you to do whatever you need to do, and it gives them as much time as they need to, except for statute of limitation situations, for them to do their work as thoroughly as it may need to be done, as well as there can be situations where people's motivations change.
I want JoJo to answer that, JoJo. JoJo, go on and answer what she just said.
Well, I think Angie got something to say something about that.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Because see, what's interesting about what she said, I don't know if Angie's getting ready to say something, but I'll let her speak first. Go ahead.
Okay. So let me straighten. So first of all, when Levi talking about locking people up, I was not laughing about no Deboski thing, because y'all know I love some Debo, whatever. So
you cried. You cried.
Yeah, because you motherfuckers hear stuff wrong, like, oh, she said,
right.
No, damn well. And I always joke, I always laugh and say Levi's gonna lock us all up. That's including me. Okay, that's just a joke. You motherfuckers are overly sensitive. I don't want to cuss none of you motherfuckers out
right.
in the next 30 minutes. So, but what I was going to say is, no, are you serious, Levi? I firsthand know how the law is, as far as, and I know that the law, doesn't always work, one, as it should, and two, it does some strange things. And I don't have to say that, because it have been recorded in legal processes and legal outcomes to show that the law sometimes act unlawfully. So that is definitely out the window. I know firsthand. I know by me standing in offices, cutting my eyes and rolling my fucking eyes at something that I didn't feel that was just and fair. That's just me. And I have been a volunteer of judicial reform and rehabilitation since almost day one that I was able to get on those volunteer organizations, whatever. That's built inside the agencies and stuff. And I have also vocalized my complaints with regards to them. What I am saying is this, right? You seem to think that and this is just what I get out of it. You seem to think that a legal proceeding, a legal process, should not be brought on behalf of a and I'm just going by what your theory is. Shouldn't be brought on behalf of a docu-series or something like that. But keep in mind that a docu-series, a tip to 1-800 Crime Stoppers, somebody calling in, somebody coming down there, is nothing more than just that, a tip, a lead. It's a lead. I don't give a damn that everybody in the world saw it. It still starts off as a lead. A book starts as you, and it was so funny. A long time ago, I said, well, shit, if I was, one of them prosecutors, hell, I would have picked up Jim Derogatis' book and started there. Like surfing the goddamn yellow pages, looking for people, because I know how it's done. It doesn't matter how it starts, because it has to be investigated. So it doesn't make it less. It doesn't make the legal process less effective or less law abiding, because it may be the docu-series is what put national attention onto that thing. And if that's the case, do you know that the Supreme Court in certain instances only sometimes take cases, especially through a writ of certiorari, only usually take cases that have national implications to them, like Roe versus Wade, stuff like that. So so it's not, even if it's a pressure, and it can be a pressure, right? It doesn't mean that during the process of the investigation that it's going to skew one way or the other. People are going to break laws or whatever, this, that, and third. Now, I'm not saying that it won't happen, but at some particular piece of it, when we're going through the investigation till it gets to the courtroom, throughout the process or whatever, it should be caught up. It should be caught right then that something got, somebody was overzealous and did some things or whatever. And y'all seen this where the prosecution gets caught for a prosecutorial misconduct. Shit, how you think they came up with that being against the law, a violation of someone's rights? It's because those things have been found out through a prosecution or whatever. So it's not how an investigation ensued. That's not how that's not the what the determining factor whether one should go forth or not. I mean, that's just like somebody doing a documentary on people, a whole bunch of people getting slaughtered over there in Africa or whatever. And just because we don't trust the reporting or whatever, doesn't mean that the African authorities shouldn't look into it. And then based on what their findings are, go forth with it. And when we were on, when y'all were talking, I went and looked at the Michael Avenatti, right? I see that he did his one of those he had one of those he talked about the R. Kelly thing with CNN whatever in February 2019, and he had another podium press conference. It was July the 15th of 2019, and R. Kelly was indicted July the 4 days later, right? So you got the tapes. See, now you got evidence coming in. You see, you got the documentary. You got the other evidence coming in. You got evidence as by the way of people. You got them coming in. You got all of that. So it's a combination of a bunch of things. And I told you, I admit the docuseries. I believe, and I can't look at the paperwork. I'm pretty sure that's locked. But the docuseries was probably one of the biggest vehicles that said, boom, we can seriously talk about looking at this. We can seriously talk about looking at it. So, and invest in, and as y'all see, it was a prosecutor that used them their guy's book. And you think about it, a book doesn't necessarily have to be factual. You know that. It's not an autobiography from R. Kelly, nothing like that. So you can use different means and methods to jumpstart, inquiry, just looking around or whatever. And then when you hit what you think is pay dirt, that's when an investigation goes to moving. But don't think about, by no stretch of imagination, that I believe that the system is always, how could they would never. No, that is not the case. I know differently, but I do know that those things, and here's the thing, if it is found that the government or whatever agency brought that case and they did all kinds of stuff that they weren't supposed to do and it violated his rights, whatever, if there's another part of justice, there's a defense. They are going to get into that shit and they're going to find out what happened and whatever and see if there's anything that can make that case turn in their favor. They're going to do their part of an investigation as well. They are investigating it too. And not just the prosecutor. They're not taking the prosecution word. The defense is investigating whatever the fuck the prosecutor put down there. Whatever they put down there, they investigating it too. And to find out if this was done by the book and if this is a legal prosecution. Go ahead.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Herein lies the problem. You're right. Everything you said was absolutely right. However, when it comes to the Justice Department, they must strike a balance. It's a balance there. And what occurs is that when those who are charged with the responsibility of protecting the public trust and basically prosecuting those who are guilty, when they allow their interests to be sparked due to a theatrical piece, and I want to ask you if you agree with this, being that you even said that the Lifetime docuseries was in fact part and parcel of what motivated them to look deeper or whatever, would you agree or not agree that if you're going to use the Lifetime as your premise or part of why you're doing this, would you agree that they should have at least asked or through subpoena to see the full interviews of Tiffany Hawkins, Sparkle, everyone who sat on that docuseries, if the Justice Department was compelled to even consider indicting my cousin? Wouldn't you think they would have said, okay, let's at least look at everything that these people sat on there and said, and being prudent, if they were prudent in their efforts, they should have come out and said, the hell with discovery, they should have come out and said, well, we know for a fact that there were text messages to prove that what these people said on there was a lie. Well, we know for a fact that according to this, after we reviewed everything, this was a lie, that was a lie, that was inaccurate. Because when you really get down to it, and my cousin, I was telling her earlier, he didn't know these things until I had to tell him. Those 4 or 5 black editors who resigned from that white corporation, that white company, Lifetime, 4 or 5 of them, literally, these are all black people who were paid to edit those interviews, to edit that docuseries. They came to a point where they sat and met with each other at lunch or dinner, and they said, allegedly, well, I ain't gonna say allegedly, I'm gonna tell you what they did say. They said, no, this ain't right. They're trying to get us to edit this a certain way where we're going to produce something that is going to be totally condemning of R. Kelly, because the editor's job is to form it in such a way where the viewer is only relying on what the editor said. Sparkle said that they interviewed her for 5 or 6 hours. If those editors said, wait a minute, no, this is not right, but then the Lifetime people, Google it, made them sign non-disclosure agreements, paid them their money, probably paid them some extra money, but they paid them their money and said, go, but you cannot speak about why you're resigning. This is a voluntary resignment, but you can't speak to the press. You can't tell nobody nothing. See, they knew right then that they were doing a damage piece against Rob. They knew what they were doing had the prospect of creating federal and state cases against him. So I would think that if those in charge of that judicial processes, if they were going to be fair, they should have at least called those editors in. They should have at least subpoenaed the full record. I'm the kind of person that if it's part and parcel of my loved one or you or me or anyone sitting in prison or being subjected to prison, anything that is part and parcel should be looked at, scrutinized, and brought into it. The young lady said she can speak of the victims in New York. I think it was the Hale or one of them said, well, I can refer to them as victims now because he was convicted in New York. But what she didn't mention was the text messages never made it to trial. What she didn't mention was that entire New York prosecution was so corrupt. And this is what I'm trying to get y'all to see. No one has stopped. I've been beating this drum for over a year, but no one has stopped and listened to Levi and asked themselves, why would R. Kelly's attorneys, allegedly, I'll say that for the record, join on to people who were intimidating, engaged in attempted bribery, coercion, harassment, you name it, everything that they turned his bail down for and denied his bond. At every hearing, they gave a list of reasons why they were not going to let him out. And the judge, Miss Donnelly, said repeatedly, the conditions have not changed. Why would his attorney stand in court arguing for him to be released and saying our client would never intimidate, coerce, harass, do all of these things, but then leave outside of the courtroom and sit on YouTube channels and form relationships with individuals who were doing just that, knowing that every time they harassed the Clarys, the Savages, all of the alleged victims, everything that they did, those people were reporting that directly to the prosecutors, such to the extent that the prosecutors on April 17th put in their filings, there are people via social media who are out here attempting to intimidate the witnesses in his case at his behest. Why would his attorneys, Brother Jojo, and I want you to listen, Brother Jojo, why would his attorneys have two different faces? One face in court, and then allegedly go out on social media and have a totally different face, endorsing, commissioning, allegedly, and co-signing people who were doing things to keep him in there? It's a bigger picture, Brother Jojo. It's billions of dollars involved in this shit. Y'all don't see what I'm saying?
I know.
It's deep. This is deeper than, it's deeper and bigger than Nino Brown.
I've been saying that shit, man. I've been saying it from day one. And see, you dealing with it from a structural standpoint, how all of this shit is formulated. I deal with it fundamentally. And see, that's how it works. You gotta have these different components to understand how this shit is put together. Now, and Big Vi opinion, I was listening to his live the other night. He dealt with something that I have tackled maybe a year ago with nobody listening. But it was very interesting to hear it come back in full circle. When he was dealing with an individual that these people, the government that y'all place y'all head upon to say they are doing the right thing, with this individual that they tried to get Michael Jackson set up with it. I don't remember his name. If I knew I was going to have this conversation, I would have did a better job in preparation. But I dealt with this individual before. His story. It just been so long ago that I don't even remember. They came to this man and asked him, look, we just need you with a picture with your son or your daughter in the arms of Michael Jackson. We will pay you $800,000. And all you have to do is say, Michael Jackson, fondle your son. Just a picture.
That's it.
I can't make this shit up. See, I don't think these people understand how it works. And when you just broke down those 4 fundamental bases, that's why I say, brother, you wasting your time. I've been giving them 9. I gave them 9 before. Highest ran. And this is how they got Mike. So you could just imagine the salacious shit they was doing. They came to a brother and asked him to do this. Just go get a picture with your son or your daughter in the arms of Michael Jackson. We're going to draw up the contract. I'm not making this shit up. If Big Vi is listening to me, he know I'm not making it up. Because I did a cover on the shit a long time ago. We'll give you $100,000 just for the picture and for your testimonial saying that he fondled your son or daughter. He said, the gentleman said, man, I'm gangster. I ain't fall for that shit. There's no way I'm going to do it like that. This is your federal government playing these kind of games. But oh no, y'all don't hear this shit.
That's right.
Y'all don't you know why you don't hear? Because you don't understand. You don't understand it. Listening to it and understanding it is 2 different components. Now, okay, you was getting ready to say something. Go ahead.
No, I was saying, I absolutely think, at least based upon the people, I guess we got rid of everybody. Everybody that just dropped off had to get dinner. But here's the thing. I think what Angie and I have been saying the whole time is absolutely corruption does exist. Yes, corruption does come into play. Yes, our system, again, as I've said before, it has systemic racism built into it. But at the same time, bad things still happen. We can't then just say, well, no bad things happen, or if they use any portion of that to actually get a bad person, then we shouldn't even acknowledge that either. That's where I kind of get a little worried that, and that's what I was kind of posing to Mr. Levi as well.
It's so
And that makes
convoluted.
that,
It's so convoluted. And who am I speaking with again?
this is Mo.
Mo. It's so convoluted that's why I've always asked this question. It sounds repetitive, and I only repeat it for people to try to conceptualize it and understand what I'm asking you. Do you understand what you're looking at? These people study us. We study
Right.
each other. We
Right.
study each other. So they have a full grasp on what ticks us, what makes us move. They know what makes us cry. They know what makes us smile. And when you're dealing with such an emotional driven situation that we're looking at, without having all of the facts, that's why they asked that young lady, were you there? Well, no, this is what they said. I don't want to hear what they said. I've heard what they said. They've also told me Christopher Columbus discovered America. Now, how true is that?
False.
Yeah, but that's what they told me. So I asked the young lady, am I supposed to go on what everybody tells me?
That's right. But Sister Mo, have you ever heard of the broken window theory?
I don't think so. Enlighten me.
Ms. Walker probably had. That's more of a legal theory where this I don't know if he was an investigator or Fed or whatever. He wrote a book and he came up with this broken window theory, meaning what? That when you go to any neighborhood and you see a window broken, a regular community, and no one patches that window up, it sends a signal to the potential
Oh yeah.
assailant. You feel me? That
Yeah, I heard
anything
that.
goes in this community. So when I have spoken publicly and spoken with politicians, and a lot of people always talk about the culture of indecency that exists in the Black community, and I find it absolutely hypocritical that when I listen to Old Cove, when I listen to all of these people, when I consider the Me Too movement, all of this social clamor of R. Kelly's a monster, this, that, and the third. Let me tell y'all something about pedophiles and anyone who wants to prey on children or anyone who fantasizes about that. You know what I'm saying is true when I say this. A pedophile ain't got to access no damn child porn no more. All a pedophile has to do is go on goddamn TikTok.
Oh.
Tell me I'm lying. Young girls, 14, 15, maybe 13, on there twerking and dressed in such ways where you can see everything. So if our society, to answer your question, Sister Mo, if you really want to affect change, how about Me Too? And I want to talk to Angie about that, but these different social political movements start with this: pass legislation. If your child is on social media twerking with her ass and titties out and she's not an adult, we're charging you. You cannot, on one end, say we're against child predators, but at the same time, you allow a society, because it's called social media, where young girls can display their bodies. And now it's to the point, somebody told me, I think it was his websites now, where with the pandemic, these young girls, because they couldn't work at the McDonald's, started going on some website, advertising for sex and sending their naked pictures and receiving money for it. OnlyFans, that's what it's called. Where this is Boosie talked about it. Boosie, where they were talking about
And
shut
you know
down
what,
OnlyFans.
Levi?
Well,
You know what?
Mr.
That's
Levi,
interesting that you
the
said
women,
that.
the girls can't
Go
be
ahead. I'm
held
sorry.
more.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just gotta say, I think it's very clear that also I agree. And in the state where I live, you can file charges against the parent for various things, neglect, that sort of thing, if there are inappropriate things. For instance, if they're not going to school, they're doing certain things, they hit somebody else, whatever. You actually can do that in some states. However, I will say this: I do not think that we should be then holding the child and the parent more accountable than the actual perpetrator. That's where we keep losing what happens to the perpetrator. Where do we say regardless of what system we're working under, we cannot allow there to be perpetrators who harm children. We can get to the other stuff later. Yes, these other people need to be accountable. Yes, the criminal justice system is corrupt. Yes, we can do all that, but I'm not going to hold the child and the parent accountable and not hold or hold to a lesser regard the parent, the perpetrator accountable because of the corruption. That's where I kind of feel like we're going. I guess you go chicken or the egg, or you go vehicle or the passenger. What's more important? Is it more important that a documentary has helped with what sparked this, or is it that there was actually a victim? There's actual victims. The last thing I'll say is this: is when we got to be careful when we ask for or we mention like, okay, nothing should be brought up if it comes out of a social outcry or whatever the case may be. Well, I'll just throw a couple of things out there. Ahmaud Arbery, Trayvon Martin. Unfortunately, that case was lost, but that was the reason why it was because of that. You know, we go Breonna Taylor's. We recently got at least an indictment on that, and then we had George Floyd. Rest in power to all of them. You know what I'm saying? But like, if we go that way, now we're going to get into dangerous territory to where you can't take it or leave it when you feel that it is important. You see what I'm saying? So in this case, because it's someone or some situation that you feel like I don't want that person to be held accountable in this way, then we would take away all of it. And so that's again where I go to, okay, where can we find a level of governance that still says we in our community will not tolerate someone harming someone else? That's not going to fly. And it doesn't matter the vehicle, or the vehicle is less of our concern than is what is taking place. I want to hear y'all on that.
Miss Mo, let me ask you something. The vehicle you speak of, and who owns the eminent domain of TikTok?
Some white boy.
No, it's
somebody from Silicon Valley.
That's right.
Silicon Valley.
Well, that's
okay.
That's the U.S. side of it. It's actually owned by China.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this. See, that's just like them saying they in war with China. All of their imports come from China. So people stop thinking America's in ours with China. They in discussion with China for as exports. Who gets the bigger percentage? But that's another story in another book. Because they'll never cut off China. That means you're going to stop getting your fake Gucci and all of that shit. But nevertheless, I digress. When you're dealing with it from that aspect, and I took it to a more broader scale, that's like police brutality. They can stop that overnight.
Yes.
And here's why I say they can stop it. I think I said this before. You take away anyone that's obstructing justice in that area by what? Alleviating their pension. You got to take something away from someone that means something to them in order to get their attention.
I agree.
So police brutality, I totally disagree with that terminology alone. Because there's no police that brutalize anyone. Because if you look at the definition of a police, he's there to serve and protect. So the person that doing that eliminates him from that category alone. If you're looking at it from a logical standpoint, there's no way he can be categorized as a police officer.
You just said it.
Go ahead, brother.
I'm going to cut you off, brother.
No, go ahead. Go
y'all
ahead.
Remember what you just said was in the movie Scarface, when Scarface shot that detective.
Yeah. You see how simplistic that was?
Yeah, that's right. And he said to him,
and it had a huge meaning.
He said, you can't shoot a cop. And Scarface said, whoever said you was one.
You see how that works?
You feel me?
You see how that works?
Yeah, there you go.
It was very simplistic. It had a whole meaning behind that.
That's right. You a gangster, motherfucker. You with us over here. Whoever said you was
see how
a
that
police
works?
officer.
Man, I'm so glad you expounded on that, because that's what I'm talking about. It's that simplistic, but it's yet so hard to find when you try to think about it.
That's right.
Because of everything we got going on in our head.
That's
These
right.
people that creates these crimes that they call police officers, they have been eliminated as being a police officer. And he
That's right.
just gave you the perfect example. And I couldn't say that shit no better.
Levi, let
Take
me
something away from
respond
them.
real quick. Let me respond to something real quick that you said, because I don't know how long y'all gonna go. But when you said you saying that about the documentary, you said they should have subpoenaed the documentary, and I guess I'm paraphrasing, vetted everything that was said for the truth and what have you, right? This
Yes.
is what happens. This is what happens. They will take whomever, whether they come to them or they go to those people, and the interview is going to start over as if that documentary never happened. So that documentary is of no bearing on the actual investigation. It may like spark, what galvanizes an investigation in an office, the internal process, but they're going to start over as if they never said one word in there. And because that documentary is not under the penalty of perjury, it's not under oath. What they say under the penalty of perjury and under oath is what would be used against them. What would be, if they're deemed to be telling a lie or not, whether they perjured themselves or whatever. They could have said all kinds of wild stuff in that documentary. You know what I'm saying? Even, hold on, I'll give you one better. Even if it was a agency generated documentary, still doesn't have to everybody someone says and that have to be truthful or whatever, because it's not under the penalty of perjury and it's not under oath. So that documentary, while it is one of the largest vehicles to an investigation, it's not something that had to be evaluated for truthfulness, whatever. I'll give another example of something that happened. I don't know if you're familiar with that thing that went down with Ja Rule and this white dude, and they had this big old concert or whatever that was supposed to be on this island or whatever. Okay, they got all kind of
Fire
supermodels
Fest. Fire
involved.
Fest.
Fi-
It was
yeah,
Fire
what is it?
Fest. Fire
Fire
Fest.
Fest. Right. They got all of this stuff involved. White dude, all of this stuff, right? And they did, and the dude was walking free, this and third, right?
hmm
And people started to complain. All right, it was start national. People just started complaining, putting out, say, well, hey, this happened. Start uploading the images of what they said they was going to get and what they actually got. And after that documentary aired, that is when that guy got indicted. That's when if I might be wrong, or it could have been before, but when that documentary aired, it was, I need to check that real quick. But when that documentary aired, you know what I'm saying? Because during the documentary, they were showing clips of him walking all through it or whatever. But those people, individual people, they were flooding the offices. This happened. This
Yes.
happened. He took my money. Took my money.
Yes.
Took my money. Caused him to get indicted, and they did a
Yes.
documentary on it. So
Yes.
the documentary just sheds national light. It tells, and it will signal to the authorities that they got some people that may be able to play ball.
I got a perfect question for you.
Go ahead.
For you. Based on what you just said, let me preface it by saying this. It's a different story. It's a different situation when you're talking about social political movements like Me Too. That sets a different stage. If you look at the Salem witch trials, if you study that, do a little research on it. That was started by a group of females who were accusing people of being witches, right? Okay. Now, I forgot that. I was trying to think of the guy's name that had the communist hearings. What's his name? If you all remember the guy that he had the back in the 60s or 70s. They were accusing people of being communist in Hollywood, and they was
Oh wow,
locking
wow,
people up.
wait.
Remember?
I'm
Yeah, remember his
gonna
name?
tell you. I'll tell you who it is. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Keep speaking. I'm
Okay.
gonna tell you who it is.
When you're dealing with social political movements and that kind of influence, it sets a different stage. Now, my question for you: if what you are stating, which is it is true idealistically, but based on what you said, I said that they surveyed the land, laid the foundation, constructed and built a house, a building based on a docuseries. You said, well, that's partially true, this, that, and the third. I get you. But here's the question. The $1 million question is, outside of the docuseries, where can you show me the new victims? You said when they were talking about this man taking people's money, people came forward saying he took my money with the Ja Rule thing, and there was an indictment because people came forward. How many females came forward, brand new, that you never heard of, and said, you know what, I was at that concert back then in 2010, and he did that to me? That's in these cases. Can you please show me any new alleged victims?
Yes.
I think one of the
Those
people was
people
Sonya,
that-
wasn't it?
Yeah,
Sonya
those
was one of
people.
them.
We ain't know nothing about no Sonya. I don't know nothing about no Stephanie. We don't even know who. Let me see who's in the Chicago case. I'm still unsure. We got RL.
Pinky. I didn't know nothing about no Pinky.
Those were, what you just named, were allegedly RL's friends.
Okay, but they've come forward as.
But they've come forward part and parcel of RL. You follow me? They came for
She wasn't in the documentary. She wasn't in the documentary.
But guess what? They talked to Ms. Walker. 30% of the documentary was. Yeah, but she was represented in the documentary because all they talked.
Go ahead.
She was represented. That was the backdrop of the whole story, that he beat the 2008 case, and that's when they showed the video of the documentary. That's what it was all about. So when I think of a man like my cousin who has traveled all over the country, this man was dotting here, dotting there. I mean, this man was, which I found out later, he had to tour to eat, because they had stolen his money. Always that man was in so many different cities that a few times we didn't even know he was going to be there, or the next, maybe 70 miles away. Like, damn, Rob performing in Cincinnati, we drive on there. Man, it went everywhere. If you
headed to Ethiopia, he was headed to Ethiopia. I ain't supposed to know that though.
You said it. So where is the trail of victims, Ms. Walker?
Man, this is fucking bullshit.
Well, I mean,
I swear to God, man.
This is what I'm saying. Whoever will cooperate, that's who they'll go with. And they can secure an indictment based on the information and that they gathered during the investigation, right? That's the best they could do. If the people if they can't get no investigation, if they don't get no evidence, and usually you get an evidence based on somebody telling you a story, or you get some leads or whatever, like the tape. Okay, you got a tape. You don't know the people that's on it. Now you got to go and hit the pavement to find the people that's on it. So, and investigations come about and uncover things in different ways. That's what I'm saying. But you can't hold a documentary. Although, and I understand why you don't think we are somewhat saying the same thing. The only thing that differs is the legal part of it, and how much legally you're putting on the documentary. As if, I don't even think they're not even mentioning the documentary. well, man, I don't know if they did. I think she did in the opening statements, but I don't think they're using it, during the evidence. I don't think they use it in evidence in New York. I don't think they use it in evidence now or whatever. So it would show you just how much, because if that was the case, they will say they can easily use that. Okay, Miss Sparkle, you said this in this documentary. When you said it then, what were you talking about? Can you expound on it? Whatever. However they would dress that question up, right? Were you telling the truth about that? Whatever. And she can just show that, and I mean that would be real good. She could show that she's consistent. What she said in that documentary is what she said. What she's saying on the stand is consistent with what she said, and that makes me a
idealist. Oh, okay.
that makes me a witness that's telling the truth. That she could use that if the documentary was that important. You understand what I'm saying? It's important. I 100% agree with you. I'm speaking absolutes. 100% agree with you that it was one of the instrumental vehicles.
Shit, man.
And the indictment going, along with these mysterious tapes and all this, in the man in the basement and
Crazy.
the Avenatti and all these people or whatever. Yes.
Yeah,
But
and I want you to expound on that, because see, man, this shit is so. Man, when are you going live, bro?
Bro, it's gonna be this week. It is. I got one more thing to do, but it's gonna be this weekend. And you know what I was gonna say? I'm saying this publicly. I was telling my girl, I said, why hasn't Joe? Have you ever been on one of my lives, bro?
No, I've been in there. It'd be a lot of shit. It'd be a lot of shit going on in your shit.
I know.
It's a lot of shit going on, man. It's a lot of shit going on, bro. It'd be a lot of shit, man.
Look at this discourse and conversation that we've had with Miss Mo and all of them.
Absolutely, man. And I respect them and I thank them, because they have the discernment to kind of keep you on track, keep you within guides. Even though y'all know I can get thrown off a little bit, but no disrespect.
And this is all I've been, brothers and sisters, this is all I've been saying when people criticize me for going over there with the grown man debate. I'm the kind of person that I love a challenge. I'm going to play against the best. You understand? And I want you to bring your best. When I said Miss Angie was an idealist, I said that to Miss Angie. Even said Miss Angie.
That's a goddamn understatement.
I'm going to say the words that's going to provoke thought, and Miss Angie don't even know how gratifying that was when she said, "I done got up now."
You done made her sit up. You done made her sit up.
I got to sit up.
You heard me switch. You heard me switch. No, I'm not man.
Yes, indeed.
You follow me. I gained a lot of respect for JoJo. Our first conversation, because he had heard it all, like y'all heard it all. And I put him above the average person on YouTube because he asked me a question. He didn't cut me off. He didn't attack me. What do you mean by terrorist? Why do you say terrorist? And he listened. And after I explained it as best I could in the most articulate, respectful way, he said, well, I ain't found none you said that wasn't true. It's never personal with me when it comes to my cousin. It's not personal. I coined the word terrorist as a form of descriptive language, because Miss Walker and JoJo and anybody that's an intellectual, Miss Mo, when you speaking to those white folks, you can't use 10 words to try to describe some shit. You got to come to that one word. Like I was sitting here thinking when Miss Angie said overzealous. And I know what I'm accusing him of is being is overzealous prosecution of my cousin. But there's another legal term. I was just sitting here thinking about it. I got to research that. There's another word where prosecutors, the Justice Department, state or federal, should never prosecute someone based on where me and Ms. Walker part ways is that Ms. Walker is saying that they put the horse before the cart. I'm saying they put the cart before the horse. I'm saying, you feel me? I'm saying that it was that docuseries that motivated them. And when you're what motivates you? Once you're motivated by that which motivates you, everything that you
That's
build
nature.
upon that's nature. Then we got to prove these people right. The whole damn country is saying R. Kelly's a monster. So now we're going to construct something to prove that.
Exactly.
Nah, you got it. You got it.
And when you said that, I never disagreed with it. And I was like, man, he just said something that the average person is not going to get. And this is no indoctrination. I'm not talking bad and talking down on any in particular individual, but it's a thought pattern. You can't find this shit on no beach in a bottle, people. I promise you.
Right.
You gotta understand this, and to understand it, you have to been able to seen it. You have to been involved with it, some aspect of it, and you just something you just don't pick up from any teaching. The
That's
teaching is everyday life.
That's right.
So when
That's right.
people ask me how am I doing, I say I'm still learning. It's
right.
stuff you pick up, osmosis, and it's things you pick up within your travel.
Mhm.
And when I say travel, I'm not talking about flying to a different city and going seeing different things. No. A travel could be from you going from here to your local fill-up station
That's right.
and understanding something that you see. It could be
I-
from you very well looking out the side mirror of your car. You see something, and it takes your, and this is hard, man. It's hard, man, because my teachers, may they rest in peace. When you put these universal glasses on, you're going to see things other people can't see. And you're not going to be able to teach them what you see. It's just that
See,
simple. It's just
when you
that simple.
every time you say that, it reminds me, Jojo. Every time you say that, every time I hear you say that, it reminds me of Malcolm X. And if you remember, a lot of photos of Malcolm X, he had that vein in his head, and a lot of times Malcolm X be hold his head, he'll put his hand behind his neck when he's
And
talking
that's
to people.
crazy, Levi. You know what's so crazy about that? You know what's so crazy? I felt like this is the first time I said that. But it's the truth. It's the truth, man. And I used to struggle with that. I'm like, you motherfuckers don't see this shit? It's right in your face.
Yes. I know something you saw that a lot of people, I know I ain't got to ask you if you caught it. But guess what?
No,
90,
stop.
98% of the people didn't catch it, but I didn't even know you then, but I know you caught it. How many people on YouTube question why would one of the greatest entertainers that's ever dawned a stage, man? Listen to me. I've sat in front of the stage, on the side of the stage, and seen my cousin walk on stage.
Rip it. Go ahead and rip it. Go
and
ahead
let
and
me
rip it.
tell
Because
you
I know where
something.
you finna go. Go ahead and rip it. Go ahead and tell
you
it,
something.
man. Go ahead and give him something.
That man will tell you. I'm looking at the audience. I'm on the side of the stage, and sometimes I'm in an orchestra pit. I'm a tall nigga, so I'm looking at the audience, proud as hell to this man. I'm looking at their faces to see that magnetic whole sea of people staring at him. What I say, the greatest entertainer that's ever dawned the stage. Now that is in competition with Fred Astaire and Michael Jackson. But keep in mind, Michael Jackson went to him for it. But he's up there with those. The Fred Astaire, the Michael Jackson. Now, how many people caught this? And I know Brother JoJo did. The greatest entertainer to ever don a stage, in my sight, world renowned. Man's name rings all over the world, and met with Nelson Mandela, Winnie Mandela, then met with kings and queens. How many people caught this? Why would one of the greatest entertainer on the planet's attorneys be sitting talking to a homeless man in a goddamn hotel.
We're not gonna do
Huh.
that.
No, that's
You
a
know
hell of
what's
a
so
question.
crazy about you? You
That's
know what,
a hell of
Levi?
a
You know what?
question.
I gotta speak on that. I gotta
No,
speak
the
on what you
streets are too
just
hot.
said.
Can I go? Can I go? Can y'all let me go? I don't. The streets are too hot for that.
No. Cause we on that broom right now.
Oh Lord.
Because what he just said, and I'm gonna shut up after I say this because it ain't gonna be long. What he just said, I think a lot of people don't understand this. He didn't even care about that shit.
That's right. It was you got it. Them people don't do nothing when it come to us unless they getting something out of it. Nothing.
He didn't care about that. What people see him as oh he did. Man, listen, we'll sit on the side. I'm gonna be quiet, man.
You know what's up.
You done already told it. The 40 ounce, man. Come on, man.
You know what's up.
All right.
Come
So
on, man.
I am Angie, Mr. Levi,
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
JoJo. Yeah. Again, the streets are too hot on that topic, Mr. Levi. So I can't
Yeah.
do it.
That's why I asked you. I asked you to be quiet because he know how to lead me. You ain't shit, Levi. You ain't shit.
I told JoJo
You
in
ain't
private that
shit.
I come in peace. I come in peace.
I didn't. I
I
didn't
don't
see
want
that.
to. I don't want
I caught that. You're right.
So
Hey, Miss
I
Mo.
caught that.
yes,
Miss
sir.
Mo.
I caught
I
that.
remember my grandmother, especially during the holidays. My grandmother, back then the houses was hot and shit. Wasn't no air conditioner. Doing my grandmama be cooking in the kitchen, and I love my grandmama. I'll be sitting there. She used to make the pound cake, and she, come on, boy, beat this. I think it's 100 times. You just keep whipping it and whipping it, and I'll be sitting there on the stool watching my grandmother cook, and she talking to me about teaching me stuff. And I remember looking at my grandmama and saying, Grandma, it's too hot. I'm about to go outside. It's too hot in here.
Same
So,
with me.
yeah, but when it get too hot, nah, you gotta go.
I
I
gotta get
understand.
and
You
listen,
gotta
Yeah,
Mr.
that
go.
shit.
Levi, Mr. Levi,
Yeah. Well,
I'm
I
a
say,
real country
stop
girl.
talking to me, nigga. Stop talking to me, nigga.
Get
I'm
too hot.
I'm a real country girl. My grandma cooked up until the day she stopped having to cook because of her health. She
Praise
was still
God.
cooking on a wood stove. I don't know if
Praise.
you
Whoa.
and a wood stove. And do you know it's still in my grandpa still lives there and it's still in the house. They refuse to get rid of it. He don't cook, luckily, but she was still cooking on a wood stove. Lord
Well, they
have
put the
mercy.
wood under the bottom. Yeah, absolutely.
You
But guess
Yeah.
what?
you had to hold opened up. You had to have a little iron stick to pull it up and drop
Right.
down in there. And
Right.
how she cooked those
Oh,
cakes and
geez.
pies
I ain't
in
never
there.
seen that.
That was
But
And
guess.
wood. Came
But
out. That
guess.
came out of the yard.
But guess what,
yeah,
JoJo? There's a 4-5-star restaurant. I'm on my
That
bike.
does it now.
I'm trying to show y'all how these people take what we used to do. This is an expensive restaurant that we've been in a couple of times. I'm on my bike and I go around the back and they got a whole damn wall of wood.
mhm,
And
Absolutely.
they cooking on a
Yeah.
wood
Yeah.
stove. See, they take the
Yeah.
simple things
mhm.
that our grandmother and them did, and now they making millions and millions and millions of dollars off of it.
Exactly. Simplicity.
Yep.
Simplicity.
And
They does it.
Angie, my grandma refused up and again until her health began to decline prior to her passing. She couldn't do it. She refused to cook on gas or electric. We tried
Right.
so many times to get her to switch it out, and we're like, it's hot. You go in there and she cooking,
Wow.
it's hundreds of degrees in the summer. And she was one of those old schools. She cooked breakfast, lunch, and dinner and always had a plate of chicken on the top of the stove waiting for whoever might swing by.
Wow.
She still did it up until the end. I don't know how
That's
she
what's
ever did it.
up,
I would
man.
be just
Praise
like
God.
you guys. She would say, "Come on in and
Hey.
help me with my can and what." I said, "Granny, I can't do it today." I'm in there balling. I mean, dripping sweat, and she wouldn't have
Yes,
it any
indeed.
other way.
Praise God. Praise
I can
God.
remember
Yes,
back
indeed.
is that what that scrub bub or whatever that thing is you wash
Yeah.
clothes on. I'm like, oh my God, what is this? I knew when I was a little kid, I said, this ain't right. I ain't gonna never do this. I remember that. And I remember getting when we got our first color TV. I remember all of that back in the day. I did.
Mhm.
But I don't remember no
Oh,
stove money. I probably would have ran out.
oh, how,
Rob
oh,
got
oh.
Rob got a song. He got a song called "It Remind Me of the Good Old Days."
That's
He got
right.
a song out.
And oh, how I wish that as a people we were back in them days, man. Oh, how I
Mhm.
wish.
I know
Oh,
what I
how
do.
I wish.
I like my air conditioner.
Baby, I love my. Now I can remember as long as I was
Yes,
born, we done
indeed.
had AC. Now I don't think it was the one at the thing, but I know we had some form of AC when nobody was hiking no
And
windows
you
up
ain't
and
never
putting
went
no
outside. And you ain't never go outside.
whatever. Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Look at your
But you
color.
know
You ain't
what?
never went
I remember.
outside. You ain't
Yes, I
playing the
did.
sunshine.
Angie must have been living high on the hog. She was living high on the hog. She don't know the
Man, that
struggle.
Negro ain't that is a true definition of a Negro. I ain't say Negro. I said
Oh,
Negro.
Negro. Hey, y'all ain't never had the one. We had the one that looked like air conditioner, but you had to put water in the side of it. Y'all know
Oh
nothing about that, do
God.
you?
I
Oh
don't know.
God.
I remember
It was
going over to
terrible.
Oh, what you said? What you said? The one
You
that
had to
what?
put. It looked like an air conditioner, but you got to put water
Oh
in the
yeah.
side of it.
Remember
Remember
Hell
that
yeah.
one?
Come on. Yeah, oh yeah, bro. That was your ventilation.
That was a ventilation. Shit, I'll tell you, man. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
Yes,
cut y'all off.
indeed.
Bro.
I remember, because I come from, when they was teasing Don by tap dance and stuff like that. See, I come from a little short tap dancing family, and I remember having a baby grand piano in the living room. I remember all of that. And those days, when I tell you, those was the good days. Those when people were about shit. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like these people around here, there's some strange shit. And I hate to keep saying it, but I ain't never encountered no shit like this where you got to wonder, if people were about shit. Back in the day, you knew that most people were about shit till they show you that they wasn't. You can assume that they about shit. You can go on about your day and rest assured that these people about shit. But now you have to. I'm trying to take a survey. Can somebody please let me know if you about shit and let me know? Because I always say I'm only gonna deal with the best people. I own this shit. I'm not gonna deal with no bullshit. I don't like them type people. And that's just me. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's why, baby, I'm okay on the island, honey. But it's weird. It's the days, and it's not that it hasn't been that long ago, but it seems forever. I have never seen no kind of shit like this. Like,
Oh my
what the fuck
God.
happened to the quality
Angie,
of people?
Yeah, Angie, you and I think, and I love when I do come on. I don't come on too much here, but when I do come on, I love it, and I love listening to your channel because you and I are very similar in that we can do that duality of the mind thing that a lot of people cannot. They can only see it one way, and then when or the other way. But you and I are always functioning and
Mo,
seeing
you
it.
come on here just to talk shit to me.
Don't do me, Mr.
Shit,
JoJo. Don't you try me. This is my first time with you now. Don't make me regret my decision.
You sure about that? Are you sure
Yes,
about that?
I don't think
yes,
I've been on with Levi, but I don't think I've ever been on with
yeah.
you, Mr. J.
Oh
I've heard you
wow.
in the chat or whatever, but no. And one day
You
you
must have
tried to
you must
come
have
on.
put something in the chat that made me
Oh
like,
yeah,
oh, she talking.
I be talking to chat
Oh,
sometimes.
okay. That's what that
You
was.
tried
Okay.
and see. I think you was trying to bait me because you must have wanted a little action. Because one day I said something in the chat and you started saying, "I don't know what your name is. What is this name, Miss Whatever?" Yeah, then I said, "See, he must want some action. I ain't gonna give it to him today. I'm gonna save it for later." No, but
It's all good. It's
I've
all
enjoyed
good
it
though.
regardless of what everybody's ideas and opinions
It's
are.
all good.
I can
It's
always
all good.
engage and I can call it straight up. And Angie, I call you my first affirmative in my head, and I'm your second affirmative sometimes when we get on these panels because we really come at it from every angle. And of course, even though Mr. JoJo and Mr. Levi still don't think we get it, we really do what they be saying exactly what they just don't see the duality of it.
Right. I've been saying the same thing this man been saying pretty much as far
All
as
night.
all night. And he said, just because I don't say it what Levi wants me to say it, exactly to use the word that Levi said, but somehow I don't get it, and I'm wrong. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Miss Walker, Miss Walker, Miss Walker, Miss Walker.
Uh-huh.
When you said that, I'm a Virgo, you know that. But when you said that,
Me
you were
too.
right on point because I've been told that. So my mama, especially females, always tell me that you want people to agree with precisely what you say, and that's absolutely true. So I stand
Oh,
corrected when I
big old
when I talk.
bam. Big old bam.
That's
Bam.
just me.
That's what I did with him. Because he just understand
Wow. Wait,
himself.
hold
He's
on. Hold on. Can you
honest by
say that
himself.
again?
It's
Order in the
true.
court.
Honest by
Can you
himself.
say that again? God
it's the
damn.
it's the truth. I want people when I break it down and say, look, this is a red square. That's a red thing. That's an orange square. Put the orange square on the orange part of the table. Put that out. When I break it, y'all see I talk a long time. And after I've laid it all out, if somebody say, okay, I'll put the red on the red thing, I'll put the orange. If you don't put them all, if you say, well, I ain't gonna put this one, the green on it, I'll be like, wait a minute, that's how I am.
Right,
And,
right,
and,
right,
and
right, 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 right,
so
right.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
am.
yeah, yeah.
You're right about that. And it has its good and bad. But guess
Uh-huh.
what? One thing you can never say is that I'm not an absolutist. I'm absolute. It is. Now, is it wrong to say if I say it, it is? No, that's wrong. But at the same time, at least I'm going to stand. That's why I haven't been going live, Brother JoJo. I haven't said nothing because when I do, I want to at least be speaking from an educational standpoint. I want to know what Miss Landfair's mom said. I don't listen to disagree or well, I'm going to put some holes in a story. I disagree with every blogger who has attacked this young lady, talking about Section 8, who has been attacking. No, we are sitting here, Miss Mo. I mean, I'm sitting here with people
Yeah.
who basically are
My
vehemently
bad. I don't
opposed
know
to
what
Robert.
happened. My bad.
I'm sorry. Vehemently opposed to Robert. But guess what, y'all? No one can say that this live, Brother Joe, that we've engaged in today, it was very educational. It was very, it's like we leave here feeling, well, at least I accomplished something because we had real dialogue. We had real conversation. And I don't sit on anybody's porch. Ms. Walker will tell you that. I was raised, you don't just sit on anybody's damn porch. So I'll come over here, engage you, Brother JoJo. Certain people I'll come and engage. But the other people, bro, you ain't never seen Levi sitting on anybody's porch on YouTube.
Well, you know what? I can contest to that because I don't go around sitting on a lot of goddamn front lawns either. You know what I'm saying?
right.
No, that's real shit. That's real
Yes, sir.
shit. And
Yes, sir.
I ain't scared to speak on it because that's what I do. But yeah, I get it, man. It's just when I told people I came into this thing, I came into this fight for Rob, and it gets kind of convoluted because of all of the theatrics and the bullshit behind it, and everything goes. This shit is crazy, man. I never seen nothing like it in my life.
That's right.
And I'll just say I'm thankful that I made it through the night, and I'm still not on Mr. Levi's 50 pages or more, and I am not going to
Yeah,
quit.
you there? Yeah, you there? How you know you ain't there?
Keep my name
You gonna
off.
pass out, baby. I'm like, God damn.
Yeah, yeah,
No,
my name.
you on the revised version.
No, take my name off. I stay in the clear, and I follow the law exactly and specifically the way that Levi
Mm,
wants me to follow it, and
that's
that's
yet to be
what.
determined. That's yet to be
Okay,
determined.
Oh
whatever.
no!
Yes, whatever, honey. That
Oh
is
no! But
crazy.
I can't.
I'm gonna jump off here. I will say this:
Yes, ma'am.
next time that I happen to be on a panel with you, I've always wanted to ask you how you reconcile. Again, like we said, I haven't watched the video either, but I've seen those little clips in the stills. I imagine you have as well. At least you saw the little clip that was in the documentary. How do you reconcile that? You don't have to answer it tonight, but whenever the next time is that we happen to catch up or get on the same panel, I would love for you to address that because I've always wanted to know, you being a person who knows him, so much, and you see just at least those little stills of, again, somebody who just bears such a striking resemblance. I've always wondered and wanted to know from you one day, and again, it don't have to be today because Angela done 7 hours. She trying to do another all night live, I guess. But I've always wanted to pose that question to you, and I would love it one day if you would.
I can answer them. I can answer them in 1 minute, believe it or not.
Uh-oh.
How I reconcile it, my right hand to the Most High God. The same way I reconciled the Aaliyah situation. When it came out during the pre-sentencing or whatever about the marriage to Aaliyah, and everybody said, see, Levi, he admitted to marrying Aaliyah. If you listen to me, I said that 2.5 damn years ago. I asked the nigga at the Fox Theater, I said, you married Aaliyah? It wasn't like a contrived question. I just turned to him real quick. We going to the bus. I said, you had married Aaliyah? He said, man, that was a publicity stunt, but he did say he married her. Okay, so that's one. Two, as far as the tape, how I reconcile it, miss, is I allow the judicial process to determine whether or not it was him, whether that the lady on there was a minor. I'm in the best position, miss, because I'm allowing the judicial process to play out. I was with the man a few days. I will say this as it pertains to, that's a good question. I want you to understand this. My right hand to the Most High God, Almighty God himself, in Jesus' name. I was with the man a few days before he started the 2008 trials in a room full of 40, 50 people. My girlfriend at the time would tell you, when we left there that morning, we said, damn, for him to be starting trial, this nigga was happy. This nigga was cooking. This nigga was laughing. We were happy. And I said, damn, he started trial in a few days. And she said, damn, you couldn't tell it? I can only go by that. I can only go by how that man was not worried about nothing. Now, the opposition will say that's because he paid the parents, this, that, and the third. I don't give a damn who he paid. If you're guilty, you're gonna have some butterflies. You're gonna be, when you going, nigga going to court, nigga don't know what's gonna happen. But I go by that, and I go by letting the jury decide. So when he was found not guilty, that settled it for me. That settled it for me. But now, here we have double jeopardy.
No. If I could clarify, I guess
he just said double jeopardy.
I heard you say something about that shit earlier.
I can't do that. I can't do the double jeopardy.
Hey, bro, check the private chat.
Yes, sir.
But I guess this again, and I get you saying you'll let them decide. But for me, I'm talking about like as a person. I look at those little clips that I've seen or the little stills. And for me as a person, not with the legal system, but just when you look at that screen and you see it, do you see, yeah, it does at least look like it, but I reconcile it another way? Or do you look at the screen and say, nah, that don't look like him to me, and therefore I need to let the legal system tell me if it's him or not? Does that make sense?
I wish Angie, I don't have it, but I'm gonna send it to Angie and maybe the next live, or even when I do my live, but I want Angie to have it also. Miss Mo, I'm not making this up. Back then, as Almighty God is my witness, and I put God in it, you know I'm speaking the truth. When we were younger, I was not accused, but I was mistaken for my cousin so many times. People on the streets. Listen, I'm going to put the clips up. I'm going to find a few of them and put them up on my next live. And you're going to see it happened so much, I started to film it and show it to him, and he would laugh. Miss Mo, the man was performing at the Fox Theater. He and we hung out with the DJ and a few more people earlier at the sound check. The DJ, we all hung out. During the concert at the Fox Theater, the DJ was in the lobby DJing, and during the intermission, people were hanging out in the lobby at the exquisite Fox Theater. I'm backstage with my cousin. He says something. I said, I'm about to go out and get something. I go out, go to the DJ booth in the lobby of the Fox Theater. The DJ's assistant say everybody in the fucking lobby was looking at me. The DJ's assistant called back to the studio and say, R. Kelly's up here with us. The DJ, the studio, they were simulcasting, announced it over the whole city. R. Kelly's up there with DJ so-and-so. And everybody in the lobby started screaming. The DJ had to say to the people on the mic, no, this is his cousin. When you have been mistaken, imagine Mary J. Blige is your cousin, Miss Mo. Imagine Mary J. Blige is your cousin. And you've actually had people stop in the street turn around in traffic and jump out and say, Mary J. Blige. I've always stayed in nice neighborhoods. And a lot of those neighborhoods were near nice hotels. So I get it. I've always driven nice vehicles. I get it. So when you in a certain area, this one girl almost got in an accident, and I wish when my cousin gets out, he's gonna tell the story. On 9 Mile Road, she turned. I said, "Look at this." I didn't know what she was doing. Almost got in a bad accident. Turns around. I'm jogging. Jump out. R. Kelly. R. Kelly. I said, "What?" I said, "No. That's my cousin." I put her on the phone with my cousin. I said, "This girl thought I was you, man," and gave her the phone. She started screaming. He said, "When I come to town, I'm going to let y'all come to the concert, meet and greet. You'll be able to meet me." That girl went to that concert with 3 of her friends. Robert met them, kissed them. He's done so much. Listen, when you say to me, how do you reconcile mistaken identity or someone saying that's him on the tape? I'm going to show y'all the photos when we were younger where people swore up and down oh shit. I'm giving you the truth. I'm taller than this nigga. I'm darker than this nigga. I'm going to show you clips of people in the supermarket turning around, peeking, running up to me saying, "Are you R. Kelly?" I'm going to show you the clips of a black guy at the supermarket saying, "You know who you look identical to? A taller R. Kelly." I got it so damn much. So when people say that to me, it's not a big deal because I understand that people can look like people. However, that does not give me the right to exonerate him and say he's not on the tape. No, I leave that in the hands of the process, the judicial process. That's all I can do. But at the same time, don't tell me people don't look alike. What I'm going to show y'all on my live and what I'm going to send Miss Angie, I want you, Miss Mo, when you watch it, imagine Robert, who was not a celebrity, and Levi, who's not a celebrity. We just live in your hood. And someone, God forbid, robs you, takes your car, carjacks you, and then they pick up, say, "I'm the one that robbed you. I'm the one that carjacked you." And they pick up my cousin the next day and put him in a lineup. When you see these 2 photographs, I want you, Miss Mo, to be honest. Is it possible you would say it was Robert when it was really me? People look like people. And that's all I'm saying. But we'll see. Let the process play out.
Absolutely. And I appreciate you indulging me with that. So I guess when you look at it, you say it's possible that it couldn't be him, but it does favor. I've seen an old video, YouTube, you know how it recommends old videos or whatever, and I saw old one of you talking. I believe you do favor Mr. Kelly. And I've seen Carrie, the other person, his brother. I think they favor. But still, when I look at that video, I still can't help but say, but it looks more like R. Kelly than it does these other people. And I think there's only 2 things in this whole R. Kelly saga that put me in the space of I have to lean towards. I think that there were some improprieties here. And one is I can't get over the fact that when I look at those clips, those stills that I've seen,
Well,
it looks like
Miss Melody, can I ask you something after you finish?
Absolutely.
When you finish.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
yes,
go ahead.
Sir. And so that's the part I've never been able to fully reconcile. And then the other part is the marriage certificate for Aaliyah. Those 2 things for me, and for me, those 2 things are more than enough for me to be like, I'm not cool with his behavior. And I worry about him being out here doing these things, publicity stunt or not. But I appreciate your perspective, being closer to him. And, how do you walk the street every day? And quite frankly, I want to ask every R. Kelly supporter, how do they reconcile it to some degree? Because I'm very interested in the psychology of it all that helps you to do that. Because for me, that's the only thing. I can see both sides on everything else. Those 2 things I have a very difficult time finding duality for, as I was talking about with the way me and Angie tend to think. I always go with, okay, there's 4 different scenarios, and I absolutely have it on the table. Okay, it could be somebody who looks like him. It could be Levi. And I think you need to stop you need to stop exactly. You don't want it to be you, but you did, you do favor. It could be Levi, the tall man from Detroit. It could be, Carrie, his brother, who also favors him. But then when I keep looking at it, it's like I gotta discount those because it still looks much more like him than it does somebody else. But I appreciate it, Mr. JoJo. What question you got for me? And then I gotta go. I'm done with y'all.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna be brief with it. I'm gonna be very brief with it, but you probably ain't gonna be able to explain it briefly.
Uh-oh.
Given what you said, for as you identifying what you consider to be, such as, did you follow that trial in 2002 when it initially started, when it ended in 2008?
Not in 2002. I was in college and living my best life. But I did know the outcome in 2008.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you kind of know the parameters that they based that tape around.
Yeah.
It was something very simple about a marking on the body.
Yes.
You remember that, huh?
In the room and yeah, well that and also of course hearing it in the in the various
Well,
in the
because
news
see now,
and like I
I
didn't
hold you
follow
to a
it like
higher standards now. You know, I got you
okay.
on a higher platform now. I
Well,
can't let you get away with what you heard. You know, because you base something on what you heard, or better yet, or what you know, far as your understanding. So we're gonna deal with this on your understanding, right?
Okay.
I'm just asking the question. If we gonna go another direction, I can exclude this question from my questionnaire.
No, I'm just saying I only heard it with the transcripts and all of those things that came out. That's when they mentioned that. I wasn't following it at that time too closely, but
Okay.
I do remember there would being a mole or some sort of thing. I remember that being a conversation at the time. Yes.
And what I'm not trying to bring this into evidence as if that's going to play a part now. But what
Okay.
I'm saying, what I'm only asking you to look at technology then, technology now, technology then, technology now. Now, and when I say that, because I'm kind of going past, because you wouldn't dare to even hear it and understand it. If technology back in 2008 versus technology 2022. This is not no defense for him, but back in 2008, if a jury of his peers
right.
looked at something so substantiating as a just a simple mark on his back, moving around in pixels. Back then, this is 2008. We're gonna talk about this 2008. And given, I want you to think about this. 2008 is when it came to trial.
Hmm.
2002 is when it was being fabricated. That's just my opinion. Don't kill me. So if they're able to do that 20 years ago, where a jury of his peers kind of based a decision making on a pixel on his back, moving around in different places. And now you fast forward into 2022, where you get a known extortionist come out and say, we got him saying this. We got the individual come out saying this. Give me that 14-year. Who does that?
That's right.
Humanality. Let's deal with humanality. Let's deal with the mind. As I think you are very equipped to do so. You think that individual, knowing what he went through, based upon all of the things that was drawn against him in trial, gonna come back and give any slight opening for that to happen again? Come on now. Come on now. Let's keep this shit 100 and thou wow.
Right. That's
To the
right.
point where he's gonna be on a video saying, give me that 14-year-old pussy. Let's
Right.
keep this shit real. And they mysteriously find it 18 years later.
Right.
Come on, man. I mean, I tell people, man, these people, you motherfuckers can go to Star Wars movie and think the shit real. You motherfuckers can
Uh,
watch Training Day and think shooting and blood splatter on the wall is real. I'm not gonna get into that part of it. For as the theatrics and the part where they can manipulate, do you know pixels can be manipulated? See, I'm not gonna tell you how I know this. Angie knows how I know this. And videography can be manipulated so much.
yep.
And again, I'm gonna say this again. I'm not giving a defense for him, but I want you, as y'all say, open our minds. I want you to open yours too.
That's right.
This is 2022. I could put you on a goddamn moon right now. On the side of that flag back in 1980 that was flying in the wind when they said there's no oxygen on the moon, but the flag is blowing within the wind.
That's right.
And you Negroes bought into it.
That's right.
Come on, stop playing with me.
That's right.
You studied this shit and you had to study it in order to pass a certain subject. Who the first man on the moon? Well, who knows it's a moon? And then when they show it to you, the flag is blowing. You know why? Because they say these Negroes ain't that advanced yet. I
That's
bet you they
right.
won't show you that shit now.
That's right.
A flag on the moon blowing?
That's right.
Man, y'all better wake up and smell the coffee. See, that's why I say when you got them universal glasses on, you can't convince everybody. Just know
Well,
what it is.
and I appreciate that. I'm gonna exercise some discipline, and I'm not gonna respond because
Okay. All right.
I'm serious because my
I
man,
understand.
my man is coming in right now, and I gotta focus on that. I'll listen
Yes.
to Johnny Bush.
Hey,
He always be getting on me
I
too.
ain't knocking you.
He walk in the door. He said, "Who you listening to? Your
Yeah.
R. Kelly people." He thinks y'all are the funniest people in the background.
Yeah.
He loves hearing it, but he don't want anything. He loves him some Angie. When you get worked up,
Oh Lord.
oh my God, he like, what's she doing today? Oh, she getting him there. Watch, she gonna get him there. Get him. He gets so
Well, hey,
Oh no.
hey. On that note, on that note, you better go and get off and let him focus on you.
And Joji
Yeah.
Clark, yeah, he almost
Yeah.
left. I'm gonna get off, but I definitely, hopefully next time I'll be able to catch up
Yes,
with y'all.
indeed.
I would
Keep
love to
that
talk
question
about.
what I just asked you though, because that's
Well,
very
trust me,
thought provoking.
I have quite an answer for you, and it's taking everything in me. This is
I
real
know you
love
do.
that I'm not able to.
That's
I
right.
know you do.
And
I know you
remember,
do.
remember, Miss Moore, I'm gonna show you those pictures from back 2000, 2002, and then tell me what you think.
Well, I'm telling you, if you put any of those what are they? What are those, like rectangular shaped glasses that he was so known for wearing? I can tell you right now, I know if you don't wear them, you might get in trouble. So
Hey man,
I
you know we just
appreciate
having some
everybody.
fun, man. I'm just
Yeah,
trying to
and
strike your mind a little bit. It's okay.
yeah,
Thank you,
I'll
thank you,
definitely
Miss
get you
Moore.
next time, or maybe some other channel we'll be able to connect. Angie, thank you for bringing me up. I know
Oh,
I was up here for a
child,
while.
always, honey. I said, hey, I said, whoa, I need more. And she came on, baby, like the sugar pepper, honey. Yeah.
I'm just like you. I
All
got all
right,
these
girl.
computer
All
stuff.
right.
Yes indeed. Yes
Bye
indeed.
Bye-bye.
Yes indeed.
I'm
Yes
getting all
indeed.
my favorites today. Hey, Sir Miguel.
Hey, Miss Angie,
Hey.
Mr. Levi, Brother JoJo,
Hey,
how y'all doing this evening?
Man,
hey,
what's
dear
the
brother. How are
deal?
you,
What's
brother?
the deal, bro?
I'm just sitting there listening, man, and enjoying the conversation and the commentary. And I just
Yes
want to say,
indeed.
man, let the process play out, man. At the end of the day, I think, as I said before, uh, you have to give credit where credit is due. You have to allow Bonjean do her thing for R. Kelly. And I mentioned this on other panels that I think we are seeing things a lot different compared to what happened in New York. And I knew things would be a little different in terms of this case because in the direction that it was going. And we also didn't realize how much was going to come out, and a lot of stuff was unexpected. But if you see things are coming out that we probably wasn't aware of, so just let the process play out. And you know, and as JoJo always say, and Angie say this too, you use the law to fight the law, not your emotions, not nothing personal. So at the end of the day, just let things play out like they supposed to. And I appreciate Angie, and I told her this before. For me, it has helped me understand the law way far more than I could even dream of, you know, explaining to my children and my sons and stuff like that. Because at the end of the day, if they can use the man act on him, they can use the man act on any of us, just a regular common man. So just understand where you're at, because they've already prepared 10 years ahead of what they're going to do in terms of changing laws, creating new laws, and so forth and so on. And I don't think people really understand that. I see it, I understand it. So you better be ready.
You got them glasses on.
That's right.
You better be ready for what's coming, because if you're not prepared, you will get lost in the sauce.
Yes, sir.
And that's all I want to say.
I'm about to get off of here, brother. I want to say to you, brother, Miguel, right?
Yes, sir.
I want to say to you, brother, that I've observed a lot of people on social media, and you're always very polite. You're always very civil. And I like to tell brothers like you, when I meet brothers in the street that hold a door or speak, you are definitely a credit to whoever raised you. Okay, I don't know, your mom, your dad, whoever, grandma, whoever raised you. Just know that you are a credit to them, because you're a very polite, decent brother. And it makes me feel good to know that you're raising children, because the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. I just wanted to say that to you before I get off here, my dear brother.
I appreciate that, man. Because at the end of the day, you know, it's easy to go to the left. I'm trying to stay to the right, because at the end of the day, my response should always be to where people can understand me versus not understanding me and doing all this rah-rah. That's the easiest thing to do. So if I can sit down and have an intelligent conversation with anybody, then I've done my just due service in responding to you in such a way where we can understand each other, where we agree or disagree. So at the end of the day, it's not about me trying to be right. It's about me being civil and understanding that, guess what? Diplomacy always wins. Love always elevates us to a higher level.
That's right. Thank you, brother, so much. Sister Angie, brother Jojo, I'm going to get out of here.
Yes, indeed.
Same sentiments towards you guys. Y'all very, you know, I love speaking to intelligent people, bro. I love it. You know, it's so gratifying. And I thank you so much for the exchange. Thank you, guys.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Levi.
Have a wonderful evening. Bye-bye.
You too, Levi.
Thank you. Yeah, what's good with it, Sir Miguel? What's good with it?
You know what? It's been a beautiful day. It's been a beautiful week. It's a good day to be above ground. So if I can make a difference today, then so be it. If God allow me to open my eyes tomorrow, then I'll do the same thing tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, I love some profound. I love stuff that I can take. I love it. I can take with, man. You know, and sometimes it's stuff that you haven't heard in a while. That you know, and when someone says it again, you're like, yes, that's what I'm talking about. Ain't all about that, you know, this, that, and the third. That foolishness. That's what I'm talking about. We don't talk about a whole heap of stuff today.
You know what, Angie? I get the foolishness. I get the BS or whatever. But at the end of the day, if you're not going to be responsible, then you're going to be a fool and you're going to act a fool. So I'd rather be responsible with the people I'm dealing with, who I'm talking to, because at the end of the day, we get nowhere when we're putting out unnecessary BS or we get too emotional about things. That's why I say emotional chaos is at its high in 2022. So somebody has to bring some level of sensibility, whether it's you, JoJo, whoever. Yeah, we may get off, the tier a little bit, but at the end of the day, don't let nobody knock you off your square, because at the end of the day, as long as you're doing right by people, you're going to always win. The day you stop learning, is the day you die, which means you are stuck in your ways. I don't want to be that person.
Me either. And that's why, you know what, I have some Bourgeois friends, friends, and they be like, oh, I just don't understand how you still hang with this person. How you Let me tell you something. I learned from all kind of people. And you know, and I
Hmm.
also learned how not to be like all kinds of people. I learned that way
Exactly.
too. I'm
Exactly.
always in observation type mindset. Always. I would be sitting back. Sometimes I can sit back and I be just thinking for hours. I could be the TV be on. I be looking at it, and I'm keeping up with it, but I'm thinking. You know, and some people tell me, "Oh, you think too much." And you, what I'm like, well, I mean, hey, that's what you think. Me, I like to think. You know what I'm saying? I mean, for some reason, that's what I like to do because I like to be prepared, and I like
Hmm.
to analyze stuff I see and I hear, and I like to intake it. I like to process it, as input, and I like that, of course, make sure I use it to the best of my abilities and my output, and hoping I'm doing a good thing and doing good for people and doing good to people. Sometimes I have to
Exactly.
get with the problem. Get with the problem. Okay, I have to
Right.
do that. But that's not what I like to do.
Right.
I like to have fun all of the time. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes the devil won't allow you to do that. So, and
Right.
that's just what it is. But
Mm.
I love the conversations we've had today and the points that people made, and even when it got contested or whatever, you know, it's just that's the passion. But the thing about it, it's intelligent passion. You can
Exactly.
go places and hear the most. You be like, oh my God! All you hear is just the ignorance, right? But you don't hear, you know, the passion because it's not intelligent passion. You know what I'm saying? It's two
Right.
people on either side that feel strongly about what they've heard. They have a comprehensive reason behind how they feel, how they support who they support. So I appreciate it. I welcome it all.
Absolutely.
Hmm.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But
Those are
that was all I
sweet.
wanted to just tap in real quick, you know, and
Okay.
Indeed.
get a love to the family. Make sure y'all was good. And
Mhm.
other than that, look, y'all have a great evening. God bless you. Until we meet again, always do right. Encourage someone. And if you help one person each day, you've done your job, and God will bless you tremendously. With that being
Yes.
said, God bless you. I'll talk to y'all soon. JoJo, holla.
You
Angie,
know what it
holla.
is, baby. You know what it
Y'all
is.
Yes,
be
sir.
good. All right?
Yes,
Yes,
indeed.
sir.
Absolutely. Talk to y'all later.
Oh,
Yes, indeed.
I feel like I don't want a lottery, and I ain't want not one goddamn dime. Y'all know I'm all about helping and all of that. Boy, I'm getting all the words today, honey. I ain't even went into the people church. Ain't that something? I'm talking about. Yeah,
Look,
see you some after the coast. Said beautiful words to live by.
I just want to plant the seed. Somebody will come by and water it. That's all
Yes,
I'm trying to
indeed.
do.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
So anyway,
That's what
I'll talk to y'all soon.
I'm gonna get at you. You know I'm gonna get at you.
All right, brother.
Yes, indeed.
All right, peace.
Jeez.
Boy, I'm trying to tell you, it don't take long to say something that you can live by and you can goddamn agree with. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, I'm trying to I'm my overall objective. I'm gonna have an all lineup where I'm only dealing with the best people around here. Cause hey, I can't take no more of the what the people that's maybe coming and hit you from the right, the front, the side. What the I like to deal with good people. Yes, good
Well, on
people.
that
You
note,
like him over.
go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was responding to over. What you say?
No, no, no. I was gonna get ready to get my clothes and get up out of here. I don't have a lot to say, man. I appreciate you allowing me to come up here on this panel tonight and give a different perspective from my view, not just my view. You don't have to believe it or agree with it. And, I thank you again for that. And on that note, I don't really like give a lot of closing arguments because like they're my counsels that just left from up here. I like to really just sit back and just let it happen, man. I give my opening arguments. That's what I am. But I got people to give my closings, and Miguel just gave my closing arguments, and my sentiments is exactly what he just said. And y'all know my closing where I'm at. You people can run the red light, but read the street sign. Just read the street signs. And what I mean by that is it's easy to run that red light. But if you ignore those street signs that's ahead of you, you're going to end up somewhere you don't want to be. And that's it. That's all. And on that note, I'm out of here like last year.
Ask you one question before you leave. One question before you leave.
Absolutely.
Why is it here lately, I guess in the last few months, why is it that you have to frame up everything as if you in the court of law? Every conversation.
You know what? You know what? I didn't used to do that.
What is going on with that?
I think that I became adaptation to your teachings.
Oh, okay. Because even if we're not on here, you make it seem like we're in the court of law.
Absolutely. And I'm not, you know, I'm consciously not even knowing I'm doing it.
You
but
doing it though.
You know, when you when you pick up things, and when it's information that you can feed on, and I process information that I can feed on, even though I get bad information. You know how they say, don't throw the baby out with the, you know, what's that saying? I mean, goddamn, somebody can help me out. Don't throw the baby out the room with the, I don't know, whatever it is. In other words, don't throw away the good food.
Oh, okay.
Throw the other bullshit out the window.
Oh, okay.
Don't throw the baby out the window with the bath water. I think that's it.
Yeah, that's what it is.
But anyway, no, I you know, and I didn't even know consciously I was doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you know, I'm always in that. So you need to know whenever you're dealing with me, I'm gonna deal with you in your arena. And it ain't my fault. You need to blame it on yourself. Or blame it on your teachers. Or your professors. Or your dean of studies. Of whatever you want to call it. So that's how I deal with you. And I found that constructive for me. You might not see it, but it's constructive for me.
No, I pay attention.
Well, you know, that's what it is. I deal with it from a law-based standpoint now. And I ain't never did that before. I find it very constructive because I can gain from it. I'm not gonna use nothing that's not.
Even when we're not even talking about the case. You
Absolutely.
That, right?
I talk to you. I talk to you like that all the time. Like, you know, I'm dealing with you from a law-based standpoint. When I mean, I don't do it just all the time. But when we get into thought-provoking concepts or dialogue, where it's gonna require you to kind of like go deep and have a thought-provoking answer or reply. That's just what it is. I said I'm still learning. Shit. Don't count me out, count me in. Real talk. And you know what I can do? I can respect progress because I've seen his growth. I've seen his growth to the point where he's asking more thought-provoking questions and he's asking the right questions to get the answers that he want to know. So I salute that young rider. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, he does good.
Yeah.
And boy, I'm just telling, and Skylight, she gave me the best compliments. I'm like, thank you, man. Well, you know, Skylight, honey, got that Chicago hard head, honey. She ain't. Hey, if it ain't to where Skylight understand it, Skylight ain't finna understand it. I'm like, Lord have mercy. I must be doing good.
Well, yeah, but I mean that is the origin of it. It is what it is. I wasn't trying to use it intentionally. That's just what it is.
Well, the biggest help to me is everybody, because you guys are the ones that give me the thought provoking, you know, the thought provoking merits that I use. So if it wasn't for the y'all asking the questions, having the conversations, and I probably still thinking about shit, have me some lima beans and rice, some
Well, each one teach one. Each one teach one. Each
yeah,
one
for
reach
sure.
one. However you want to call it, it is what it is with me.
I know that.
So, you know what?
It is what it is with you.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. See, but on that note,
Mhm. Mhm.
y'all remember 2021?
What about 2021?
I'm getting out of here just like that.
Oh, okay.
Any more questions though? Any more questions before I get up out of here? No, seriously.
uh,
Because I think it was very constructive tonight,
yeah.
regardless of and you have to, and it's unfortunate that you have to bring this into the equation. That the naysayers and like why and the people with whatever, man. It's just a world that you're living in, and if you can't adapt to it, you're gonna be in last place. And I am fortunate enough to know I can move around in a world that's not catered to me, catered to anyone.
Did you mute
But
yourself?
no,
I
did I
hear you.
mute myself? Oh,
I hear you.
yeah. So it was a good live. I enjoyed it, even though you got these women up here. You them women, man. Them women. I swear to God, they go stand strong on what they beliefs is. And you know what's so crazy? I was listening. Hey, and I'm gonna say this. This is this full disclosure. Can I say what I got to say right now? You sure I can say this shit? Cause she
I
probably
don't know
listening
what it
right now anyway. You know what? Boom, 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 boom. Don't come knocking me, man. I'm just a man with an opinion, man. Shit, don't. Cause I was listening to your lives today at work, man. I was cracking up. Real talk. I was cracking the fuck up. Cause that shit you be saying, that
is.
shit
Yeah.
you be saying be having me cracking up. I was listening to your live, and you said this is the one I said don't come get me on. I'm waiting on one of you motherfuckers. I'm waiting on one of you motherfuckers. You do a live supporting that bastard. I don't know how to strike,
Oh Lord, yeah, that was funny. I heard
but
that today. That was,
I'm going. Boom,
oh,
boom,
that
don't
was
come
funny.
messing with me. Don't come messing with me, man. Nothing but love. I ain't tripping. You have your opinion, I got mine. Straight up. But yeah, I hadn't count your lies because you be taking them motherfuckers down, man. But like you say, you need Andrew to laugh. I be needing you to laugh at times. Straight up, real talk. But
Yeah.
don't come cutting my head off though.
Yes.
Yeah. She say I waiting on one of you motherfuckers.
Yeah. That was hilarious.
I hadn't
That
heard
was.
that shit to the day. But nah, boom boom, don't come chopping my head off. Real talk.
Yeah. I'm waiting on one of you. Oh Lord.
Oh yeah, she went in. I'm like, God damn, boom boom, you can have your opinion. Shit, I damn near say, please, can I have mine?
Uh-uh.
She took that motherfucker off the goddamn multiple choice. No, you ain't got no opinion no more.
Yeah.
But that was hilarious. That was funny, man. But number love, man. Boom boom, don't come cut my head off. Straight up.
Right.
That shit was funny. I needed that laugh. I promise you, I needed that laugh. You made my day go by a little faster today.
For real?
Yeah, man. Did you hear how she was going off?
Is that all
Shit,
that
that
made
was
your
she was in
day go
rare
by?
form.
Is that all that made your day go by a lot faster today?
No, that ain't all. You really want me to tell you? Now I ain't gonna say that shit on here. No, to no avail.
I
But
want to know. Oh, what
what you
was it?
said? Nah,
That's what I
I ain't
want to know.
saying
What
that.
was it?
Nah. Hey,
Why?
listen, because when I say this, it's a lot of people don't like that. You know what? You know my brother says too much for the radio station.
Oh no! I mean, hey, don't give it. Don't tell us what else made your day go by today.
You know what? Just waking up this morning, I get away because I like having fun. So I'm be silly regardless. Just waking up this morning.
Mm.
Waking up this morning and knowing you still alive.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for that.
Yeah, you got people on here gonna cut your head off.
Always. It always comes from mine.
Yeah, you still alive. I was able to click on your live. Like,
Mm-hmm.
man, she's still alive.
Yeah, still alive.
Yeah, you still alive. So yeah, inspirations, real talk. But I swear to God, I was listening to her live rolling. I'm like, God damn, this woman here on one, boy. She ain't having it. And then she scared me because she started, boom, boom, don't take this to heart because this, I saw this shit. She started crying. I say, man, I ain't saying shit.
Oh no.
Oh, y'all ain't seen the live then.
No, I didn't see
Yeah,
it all.
yeah, she started crying and shit, man. So, I'm sympathetic towards that people's feelings and all of that. So yeah, she started crying. I said, hey, don't say nothing.
Mm-mm.
But I seen her come back on another live. She was in better spirit. Yeah. So it's all good, man. Boom, boom, don't cut my head off. Don't come on now. That JoJo the Ryan. Fuck him
Mm-mm.
too. What's up, boom,
Yeah,
boom? Number love. It's all good. You have your opinions.
yeah. So
Yes,
yeah,
indeed.
yeah, emotion can be high. Hey, just because what's that? Houston. Sorry, I'm I'm unable to comprehend Ebonics. Who is Houston? Oh Lord. Oh Houston, just because if we found guilty to Chicago, did not have there. Oh Lord, I think that's the lady that used to stalk Diva. Oh no.
No, shit, I'm gonna get up out of here, but boom boom, don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me, boom boom. 'Cause you know how you get. Baby, I was over there listening to Edge Channel, and baby, that JoJo the Ryan, he just like the rest of them.
Uh-uh.
I'm trying to give you a laugh, boom boom, real talk. Shit, I ain't mocking you. I'm just trying to have some fun with you.
Yes, I'm gonna let
Nah,
you
number
have
love because shit, she gonna give it to me, man. She gonna give it to me. But it's all in humor. It's all in humor.
it. Yeah. Yeah. And I wish I wish that I really wish that everybody didn't have to argue so much or whatever, because a lot of this has gone beyond
Hey, what
whatever.
Karen Jason, you said I better. Man, I'm finna get up
Oh,
out of here because I don't want no brutal attack on my ass, man.
birthday for
Shit,
left.
I've been
Oh, I
attacked
ain't
enough
here.
this year. I done been attacked
Oh,
enough this year, man. Straight up,
who attacked
real
you this year?
talk.
Who attacked you
Who
this
who did
year?
what? Shit, I ain't even going now. But nah, I just want Boom Boom to know I'm just having some fun. Try to give you a laugh. Like you had a stressful past week. Try to make your Monday. Let me stop laughing, man. Cause Boom Boom, cause I listen to you to get my laughs on. So shit, it is what it is. You won't come
So
give me the
y'all,
bed to give it to me. But on that note, I'm finna get up out of here like last year. It is what it is. It was a good live. I enjoyed myself. And shit, sideways to the next light. She like, what is that? Like, what is that? I'm out of here, man. Y'all have
all
fun.
right, all right. Oh, that was Miss Lady Chill. All right, what's good with it?
Hey, what's good with it,
Hey,
Angie?
nothing. What's going on, man?
Nothing, just chilling. Just got to celebrate my birthday over the weekend.
Oh, happy birthday! How you doing?
Yeah. All right, I'm doing good. Blessed to be 45.
Oh wow, girl, you getting on up there.
No, 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 no. I'm 5, not 45.
Oh no, you 45, honey, cause you was 5. You couldn't have no YouTube channel. They don't have that sweet.
You sound getting up there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you getting on up that child.
Yeah. I was coming.
Yeah,
I mean that this trial was crazy today.
really. What you got? What you found out?
I mean now what it was posted today on Twitter. I was like, darn, I mean, Bojin wasn't playing today.
Yeah, honey, they almost put me in the ground with the octopus. Octopus, y'all. Girl, I'm like, Lord, where, where's the whispers? Where's Karen? I need some air. The octopus. Where's
Bojin, she the type of lawyer. Bojin, she one of those type of lawyers be like, where you were at 5:45 Tuesday morning.
yes, yes.
She one of those type of lawyers.
Mm-hmm. Girl, Miss Lady T,
Mm,
I'm gonna say, let me see. I'm gonna mess up happy birthday.
you
I'm gonna get on.
welcome. I I know they had. I know they had you on the ground. I know they had you on the ground this morning with this trial.
Yes, honey. I was like, oh no. She got octopus. I couldn't get myself together. My life was like, oh no, I'm the octopus. But get on offense so I can
Lord have mercy.
get a take on the day. And hopefully
Woo.
somebody
But
talk about the octopus.
and now and they asked this. They found no receipts on. They went to Mexico and stuff. They ain't found no receipts on that.
What tell me the receipts of going to Mexico? Well, she said she went.
Uh huh.
Yeah,
They
she
said they ain't
said she
found none. And they got PP loan.
who got PPP loan.
Oh, the land fair.
Oh, okay. Well, she must be trying to paint them as a family in need of some money. I don't know what they got to do with the case, but that'll be
Uh,
interesting. Huh?
it ain't looking good. It ain't looking good for these alleged accusers. It ain't looking good for them.
Know about that, but
But I'm telling you, it's not looking good for them. Now they're trying to get out of this case. They gonna try to get out this case because they know it's not looking good for them. It's not.
girl, listen. I wouldn't say that. I say a bunch of things, but I don't say that. Child. Well, I do know that it is off the goddamn chain.
It is. It feel
Damn
like a
chain.
soap. This feel like a soap opera to me. One Life to Live, General Hospital,
Girl,
Young and the
listen.
Restless, the the Bold and the Beautiful, and all. This what seems like to me soap opera.
Yeah, was that your home phone? Shit. That's your
Girl, girl, there ain't nobody.
shit. I mean, girl, what is going on? Honey, listen. Yes, listen, I'm gonna tell you something. I don't never want nobody, just y'all. I don't care who you support and whatever. And just remember a couple things. One, the people that's on the case means the prosecution and attorneys, you know, they know way more than what we know. All right. They know what direction they're going in. They know where they're trying to go. They know it's an uphill battle, and they know what strategies they're trying to. They know all of that. We don't. So you might just want to wait.
Uh,
If you don't
my fault,
understand,
Edgy.
go
My
ahead.
fault, Edge. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I tell everybody get your wine and your popcorn ready tomorrow.
Yeah. 'Cause I just want to, baby, listen. Anyway, y'all, let me get on up off here.
Okay.
Not a problem. Happy birthday again, Miss Lady T, honey.
Okay,
Thanks.
you welcome.
You're welcome. Yes, honey. I've had a good day with y'all today. I tried.
Mm-hmm. I see Levi was up here.
Yes,
I know Levi
yes.
had y'all laughing.
Oh, yeah, as always. Always. Always.
Mm-mm. Well, okay then, Angie.
All right, honey. All right. Not a
What?
problem. Happy birthday
Mm-hmm.
again. All right. So let me see if I can remember everybody that came up here today. Let me see. We had Keith. Shouts out to Keith. The Hell. Girl Melanie. Shaw Baby. Levi. JoJo. Oh, I don't miss nobody. Um, think that's it. Oh, Sir Miguel. Duh, I gotta forget him. Sir Miguel. Did I miss anybody? Because I want to make sure I say shouts out to all of those folks. I mean, because I was truly, truly blessed, honey. I hope no ain't finna happen to my ass tonight. Listen, I was gonna do a little cussing. I ain't even got to want to go through that, baby, because that right there don't even deserve to be anywhere near this particular live. This is a golden live, okay? And so, and of course, it always the people that makes it special. So shouts out to all of y'all. I appreciate everybody who's listening in the looking in the window. People that came through on the chat. Thank y'all for holding it down. You know, I don't get in the chat business. I don't know what y'all had going in the chat, but I appreciate y'all always. So shouts out to the panelists, host, the hostess, and the guests, and everybody else. Make sure you love each other, love yourself, and do something good for someone else. Until the next live, y'all. Next live. Until the next live, y'all. Be ready for the next live. Yeah, thank you. I was getting messages that, you know, people that was listening, that was good live. So I get up for y'all. I get up. I done lost a whole day of work, but not a problem. For y'all, we'll do that. Anyway, I love y'all. Be safe, honey.